We present to you a magnificent diamond. This is the pearl, called Aurora. A perfectly planned, elaborate operation to steal that stone. Pudding. Are you ready? Pretty lady asked over the wireless. Don't worry, Mommy, everything is fine, answered the baby. I thought it would go smoothly, but I didn't expect the gem to be stolen. But I'll get it. But I switched the baby by mistake. What? Pudding, what happened? She asked. The thing is, I didn't want it to say baby, and then there's the other side. Ow, ow, come here, kid, said the elegantly dressed gentleman. Yes, Daddy. Running into your arms, the little boy said happily. A little trick to steal your mind, and don't try to escape me, she added. Meet in jujitsu. Age, 23 years old, personality. This is the best hacker, character smart and calm, likes to sleep. Do you want me to take you by force? He asked. Meet Jijin Chen. Age 25, president of Ji Shi Group, character. Tongue-tied, cold-blooded. At that speed, I'll crash with you all in 3 seconds, he added. Meet Ao Ao, age 5, personality as a twin brother, has a mature character, has a high IQ. People should embrace and compromise, says the little guy. Meet Pudding. Age 5, personality is twin brother. Character, hears the voices of ancient spirits. I thought I'd be fine when I got back to the kids, but I didn't expect. She didn't finish the sentence. Mommy, don't worry about not being able to raise us well. I'll do anything for you. Added Pudding. Who is this mystery man? Why is he following me? She thought Mizan. Please enjoy yourself, he said. What are you doing? Put your shameless clothes on now, she screamed. However, happy and harmonious life. The truth of the night 5 years ago was gradually revealed. A gentle moan was heard. Ah, she said. What happened between the two of them? What will happen between the two of them next? Sometimes there are so many questions and so few answers. Let's get to the bottom of it soon. Perhaps, have you ever seen a wolf? With your own eyes? Her moans echoed around the room. He rasped her hands and continued fondling her. In the immortal dark night, greedy eyes staring at you. A gaze that explores every inch of your body. Eyes closed, imagination painting incredible pictures. He gently touched her neck. His touch was very reverent. Biting, grasping, shredding, continuing the beautiful lines. Their lips joined in a passionate kiss. He ran his hand through her luxurious hair. Who are you? Let me go. She kept talking, not knowing what was happening to her. He rolled her onto her back and cradled her with his strong body. She felt confident and excited in his arms, his shirt unbuttoned, exposing a beautiful body. Hard muscles, perfect abs. His gaze was full of passion, and that made it a little scary and very exciting. I hope we'll meet again. His voice continued. Mom! 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 Someone's voice came through the wireless headset. Did you hear, what I said? A voice on a wireless headset asked. Pretty. Enjuju was a hacker of the highest caliber. She was standing on a rooftop in a nighttime city. Heard I'm all set. How are you? She answered. Why did I remember the events of 5 years ago? She thought. Today's auction is the gem, Northern Lights, left by Grandma, the kid kept saying. So exciting. The game of capturing the gem. I have long been ready. He answered joyfully. His eyes were full of excitement and admiration. As expected of my son, she added. The only thing left to do was to adjust my gloves so as not to leave fingerprints. I'll meet you later, according to the plan, she replied, her eyes full of determination, her robbery plan well thought out. The noisy hall was filled with a large number of wealthy guests, each of them expecting to spend a large sum of money on the most expensive jewelry. Only the ringing of the bell made them keep quiet. Thank you to everyone who participated in the jewelry auction from G Company. The auction is coming to an end. Please enter the last slot of today, a staff member solemnly announced. Very carefully on special carts, Make a Lump took out a large white box, inside which sparkled the gem, Northern Lights. Here we go, she said firmly into her wireless earpiece. He confirmed it. And with his little yellow umbrella, he flipped the toggle switch, and then the fun began. Ow, what happened? Power outage at such a big event? The Northern Lights were just taken out of the box. I haven't had a chance to look at it yet. Please remain calm. There are backup power supplies in the building. The staff will identify the cause of the malfunction as quickly as possible. Please remain seated. The disorderly voices in the dark continued. Within a couple of minutes, power was restored. The jewel. The gemstone is gone. The staff members shouted indignantly. The glass capsule was completely empty. Finished, she confirmed joyfully. What to do? We need to call the police immediately. The shouts of the outraged crowd continued to resound in the hall. Goldie, you've done a good job. Do you remember what we're doing next? She asked. Lock down all exits. Don't let any suspicious persons out, someone shouted from the audience. Calmly, without fear, go out through the main hall. There will be Mom's motorcycle. If I cannot get out, then say that I'm lost. Ask the uncle of the guard to go get the uncle of the policeman, and then wait for Mom. The boy listed the instructions. Good girl. Get to it, Mom's voice answered. I didn't think the game of capturing the treasure would be so easy. Gotta get back to Mom soon, added the little guy. What are you doing here? There was a voice behind me. Ouch! The little boy turned around and was very surprised. He was not ready to meet any of the adults now. Shit, I've been discovered, the kid thought quickly. Standing behind him was a tall, elegant man dressed in a strict gray suit. His gaze was cold, his hands hidden in his pants pockets. But why does this uncle look so much like me? The little boy wondered, looking at the features of his face. Young master, what are you doing here? Another man asked. We finally found you, young master. Director G has been looking for you. If we hadn't found you, the hotel would be finished. I'm afraid Director G is at his limit. Hurry back with Director G, the man added. Am I a young master? The child thought in surprise. Ow. Come here, the man with the other suit said in a calm voice. He held out his long arm to him. My name is Pudding, not ow, thought the little guy. Much less tell me come here. What am I, a puppy? He wondered. But he had clear instructions. He had to leave the room. So he improvised. Daddy, 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 daddy. Daddy, I didn't turn off the electricity on purpose. You're not angry. I was wrong, the little boy said shyly. My mom used to say that in a critical moment, you should be able to cling to influential people. Here, the most influential looked like this handsome uncle, and he also considers me his son. I must use the enemy's scheme to my advantage, thought Nimble Kid. At this moment, the manager was overwhelmed with feelings of love for this baby. The young gentleman is so cute, he rejoiced. Director G, don't worry. It's just a power outage. It's still too young. Please don't touch it, added the manager. It's better to reprimand the guard. There's nothing to scold him for, he added. So it doesn't bother you that he came here, he thought. That's right, Daddy, the kid said excitedly. Principal G, are you sure you're teaching your child well? It's wrong to come in here. You have to teach him to take responsibility for his actions. You have to teach him, not indulge him. The manager is worried. At this point, an outraged employee ran into the room. He was very excited. He urgently needed to tell the important news. Director G, there's been a disaster. The Northern Lights gemstone that we were going to auction is gone, said an excited employee. He made no reply to his statement. But he had such a serious look in his eyes that it was clear he was thinking very serious things. The moon illuminated the roof of the building. The night's silence broken by the rattle of a metal grate being kicked out by a delicate female hand in order to get out of the ventilation shaft. Everything went just fine, she added, once she was on the roof of the building. I hacked into the security camera beforehand, so they won't find us, and won't be able to track our movements, she added. Hey, a voice came from behind her. For a moment she thought she had just been exposed. How did you suddenly appear from beneath the earth? Are you a demon? She was surprised to see a child behind her. It was Pudding. But why didn't he act according to plan? She wondered. Bully. What the hell? I'm your mom. You gave me a big scare. She continued to be indignant. Didn't I tell you to go out the front doors? Aren't you worried about Mommy? Oh my God. You love your beautiful and unique Mommy. What if something had happened? What if you slipped and fell when you were running here? What would we do? She kept talking, and as she did so, she put on the safety harness. Mom? Isn't she the woman that Grandma hired for Daddy? The little boy thought in surprise. Apparently, a male stranger had mistakenly walked in on her at night and ended up dumping her and getting her into trouble. Then, she drags her skills to perfection to get revenge. And when it all came out, she'd get love, a home, and a handsome man. Those thoughts never left her. Grandma's choice is really very unique. No, Grandma wouldn't put up with such a teapot, the little guy thought. Police car sirens were already blaring from all sides of the street. Surrounding the building. Go check the power in the switchboard, Check the ventilation duct. Somebody gave an order. Oh shit, the police are so close. We don't have time, baby. You and Mommy are going downstairs now, she said and took the baby in her arms. Why aren't you saying anything? Is it too high? Sunshine, don't be afraid, she kept reassuring him. Wait. The little one wanted to say something. Baby, give Mommy a big hug, she added and checked the safety harness. Wait. The baby tried again to say something. Pudding. Hold on, she shouted. She picked up the baby in her arms, hooked her hook onto the rope, and slid down. I can add that the picture turned out very amazing. A slim young girl in short shorts and stockings, with a baby in her arms, flying on a safety cable between two high-rise buildings. From me, a huge respect for the author. Flying over the night city, the kid's mind was spinning. That strange woman. Unbelievable. Is she really my relative? That's presumptuous. I'm feeling pretty good, though. The little guy kept thinking. What do you think happened at that point? Of course, the rope failed and began to crack. Shit! No way! The original plan didn't include pudding. Could it be that the rope is overloaded? She thought. This girl obviously doesn't know anything about climbing gear. She chose a very weak rope. Fuck! She screamed when she saw that the rope had broken, and she hadn't even gotten down with the baby yet. At that instant, she was flying between two tall buildings. Given the gravity, speed, and impact forces, the odds of getting injured are all 100%, she thought. The baby clutched at her with both hands, his face hidden under her jacket. It felt as if time had slowed down, and that fall was it. The kid kept thinking hard. Suppose a policeman comes here in 2 minutes, at a speed of 4 meters per second, and the probability that this woman will be able to call me an ambulance after the fall is almost zero. The fragile girl grouped herself, closed the child with her, and at that moment there was a sound of broken glass and shards sprinkled in the sides. You could say it was a miracle. What happened? The boy finally opened his eyes and looked around in surprise. The shards still continued to fall, the silence of the night city. Hey, you okay? The baby got to his feet. Surprisingly, he didn't have a scratch on him. The woman was lying on the floor near the broken window. She was coughing a bit and trying to regain her breath after such a precipitous fall. Mommy's all right. Pudding, my boy, don't worry. Mommy will get some rest and everything will be fine, she said after regaining her strength a little. A severe blow could cause damage to the back and spinal cord, possibly even internal organs. You're not going to feel better if you just rest. Are you trying to trick a kid? The little guy answered confidently. People should take care of themselves and not do such dangerous things without certain equipment. She felt guilty for herself and for being able to both kill this kid. This kid is too smart. She finally paid attention. Mom is really okay. She was trying her best to hide the pain that was all over her body. This woman is so stupid that if she finds out her baby is missing, she'll panic. So I'll stay with her baby for now. But it's not because I like her. The child continued to ponder. Let's go, added the little guy. He took her hand confidently. We're going home, he said, and he led her home with a steady stride. At this time, in a luxurious hall with gorgeous chandeliers made of expensive rock crystal, at the dining table sat and was eating something. Surprisingly, it's really, really good, he said. I'll leave this piece for my mom. She'll be happy, he added, eating the cake. If you like it so much, I'll have the cooks make it for you every day, the stern man said in a calm voice. Mr. G, the security system including the CCTV system at the auction has been hacked, the assistant reported. Most likely this person is a master of his craft because everything was fine a few days ago, he added. To put it simply, you don't even know what gender this person is? Mr. G asked. Right. I'm sorry, Mr. G. We don't have any more information. Added an assistant. Pfft. My mom is so unbelievable that they can't even find her, thought the little guy. I need to figure out a way to get out of here and find my mom. However, there are certain difficulties. The little boy continued to ponder. His gaze rested on the mysterious stranger called Mr. G, and in his mind, the little boy hatched an unbelievable plan. This man is very handsome and very rich. Why shouldn't he be a husband for my mom? The little boy thought mysteriously. Let me remind you, the kid is only 5 years old, and he is making such serious thoughts. Do you find it a little strange? Let me know your ideas in the comments. After a hard and stressful day, Mr. G went to take a shower. That Northern Light stone never leaves my mind. Not a single trace of this hacker remains. He turned on the water, and drops of hot water began to run down his naked, firm body. What's the connection? This stone came to me by chance, didn't it? Shouldn't I start an investigation with the history of its appearance? He continued to think. At this time, the little Ow Ow had already entered his bedroom and was studying something on his own tablet. Ow, ow! Mr. G called out to him. This child wouldn't come into my bedroom on his own initiative, much less examine my personal belongings. What's wrong with him today? Mr. G thought in surprise. What a nice stock this man has. Mom needs good money too. After all, you can't have too much money. The little boy continued to study the stock information. What are you doing? Mr. G asked him in a surprised voice. Yeah, I'm helping Daddy watch the stock. In a shy voice, the little girl answered. However, I remember differently, the man added and took the baby in his arms. Uh-oh. You don't know much about stocks, do you? The man asked in surprise. Well, I've suddenly become very interested in this lately. Yeah, because if a kid doesn't understand something, he needs to learn it. The kid was trying to come up with some excuse for his actions. Mr. G looked him straight in the eyes. He tried to understand his thoughts, and to understand what he was thinking. Okay, go to sleep, he replied calmly, and pushed the baby out the door of his bedroom. It was very close and exciting. Just a little more and I would have been exposed. The baby's all scared. It's bad. I have to go back to my mommy, the little boy thought, and ran quickly to his bedroom. Xiao Cheng, schedule a paternity test for me tomorrow. I'll also check all the surveillance cameras again, especially focus on the places where there was an AOO, and send some people there to check. Mr. G ordered. Have I been so tired lately? Even my own son is confused. Mr. G closed his eyes and sank into his thoughts. At this time, there was an evil look on his face. Pudding, baby. In the meantime, watch TV. Mommy is going to go make you a big dinner. Joyfully, she replied. But she had the same evil look on her face. Okay, the kid replied calmly and sat down on the couch, waiting for something to eat. Why I feel like something's wrong, she wondered, looking at her baby. Pudding? Why are you wearing different clothes? She asked. Just a great mom, she finally noticed. In the hall, some kid gave me his clothes. Don't you think it's a little late to be asking questions like that? If I had been switched, wouldn't you have noticed too? The child asked. This can't be happening. There's no one else on earth with a face as cute as my Pudding's. If he'd been switched, I'd have noticed right away. Mom, I didn't see your change of clothes at first because mommies pay all their attention to their babies. Sit down, sweetie. Mommy is going to make you dinner. She answered and ran to the kitchen. The baby had nothing to do but sit on the couch and sigh. On a small coffee table, right in front of the couch, was a box containing a strange, oversized gemstone. The kid continued to sigh. There was nothing left for him to do but turn on the old TV. What's wrong, baby? Why are you sighing like that? Mom asked when she came back from the kitchen with 2 plates of food. Turns out, we're so poor. The little boy asked in a sad voice. It was as if a stone had been dropped on her head. What does that mean, poor? She could barely stand on her feet to keep from falling from such unexpected words. Ha ha ha. Sonny, let's eat some noodles first. She put the plates on the table and suggested we take a bite. It could be called a liquid soup, some noodles, a couple leaves of greens, and 1 egg floating in the plate. That's your big dinner? The one you promised, the little one wondered. At that moment she felt even more pressure bearing down on her. It was as if 2 huge rocks were trying to crush her. There was a major robbery in town today. A gemstone called the Northern Lights suddenly disappeared in full view of the public. It was reported on television. Isn't that the stone called Northern Lights? The kid wondered and looked at the mysterious stone that lay next to him on the coffee table. Okay, poverty is acceptable, but stealing is too much, the kid thought. And in his head he pictured his mom grabbing the stone and being the kidnapper. Besides, it's the first thing my dad ever put up for auction. Now it's been stolen, but he's definitely pretty pissed. That's why, the little guy thought confidently. Woman, you're dead. In a calm voice and in all seriousness, the little boy said. Bully, were you reading my comics again while I was gone? She laughed, not caring what she said. Come on, eat up, she added. Good boy, are you studying to be president? You won't have a future in that profession. Open your mouth, I'll feed you again. Wait. The kid started to resist seeing this woman trying to give him some green plant. He had no strength to resist, and yet he ate all he was given. His stomach for more refined and balanced food. After a few minutes, his stomach began to rumble violently. Pudding, are you okay? She asked, surprised, hearing strange noises coming from the bathroom. Don't linger in the toilet or you'll get hemorrhoids, she added. And the fact that she fed the kids some obscure herb didn't bother her. What do you think about that, comma? Write in the comments. Woman, you are definitely dead. Once again, the little guy thought for sure. Lived twisted and ached in different places. The little guy tried his best to get it out of his system. Pudding, honey, you want to eat? Mommy will buy you your most favorite fried chicken, okay? The girl went to the toddler at the shopping mall. After such severe diarrhea, I can't eat fried food. I need light food to start with, calmly replied the toddler. That's it. Haha, let's have some rice congee then. The young mistress thought of it. So, this is how my young friend lives? I'm so sorry for you. I'm sorry to hear that. Achoo, sneezed the second baby. Is someone calling me? He thought. What? There are so many people here, she remarked. I think your staff is cheating people. The customers were outraged. Is that a Lupe? Oh yeah, ours works here. They must have had a difficult customer. Wait, it's none other than Bai Shinrong and Tu Shen Quan, she thought. He hires all sorts of idlers just to make money. The client continued to be indignant. The world really is a small place. Just 5 years ago, Mom took Bai Shinrong and her mom Zhao Mei under her wing. But who knew they would decide to repay the kindness shown to them like this? Zhao Mei seduced my dad, and Bai Shinrong ruined my mom as well. She didn't finish her thought. Sis, did you like the man in your room? I brought him here especially for you. She remembered those events, forcing me to get involved with a man right after my engagement, my reputation. Then, I asked for help from my fiancé, Shen Quan, hoping for his prudence. And in the end, the in-vows given evaporated. How funny. She continued to reminisce. Fiancé? I don't want to be with such a dirty girl, said the guy. Why did that woman suddenly become so serious? Is that employee her friend? What about the troublemaker? The kid turned his attention back to her and started going over his options in his head. Hey, are you okay? He asked. Seems like something bad happened between them earlier. The kid thought. Mommy's fine, she replied calmly. Yeah, I'm not the Anju Juju who had practically nothing 5 years ago, she thought. Oh, still making me look like an idiot? You may not believe this, but I'm going to sue you. I haven't even asked you for a moral server fee yet. Bai Shinrong continued to be indignant. Ms. Bai, the security cameras show that I didn't even lay a finger on you. How could I scratch you with my fingernails? I really hope you can take responsibility and reimburse the cost of the broken bracelet, said the employee. Wow. This is the first time I've heard that after a person broke a bracelet, he demands moral compensation. Don't jump to conclusions. I don't know the whole story. Maybe the employee is guilty of something. Listen to what the employee said. And this is an angry woman. Did she really not come to beckon money? The other customers continued to discuss. Your name is Lu Pei, right? I'm not going to waste my time on you. Where's your manager? Am I going to complain about you? She shouted. She swung her hand and was about to slap this innocent employee, but at that moment, someone caught her hand and blocked her blow. What idiot dared to interfere? She was immediately outraged and turned to see who had grabbed her arm. Wow, it's been 100 years. Your face, Miss Bai, is getting fatter and fatter. An was holding her hand. Is it really in Juju? She couldn't believe her eyes. No, it can't be. Didn't I run her over 5 years ago? How can she be here? She continued to wonder about the girls. Don't be surprised. I only came back to tell you to go to hell, my dear sister. And Juju replied sternly. You're just being disgusting, she said, and threw her hand aside. Juju, are you okay? I don't know how I came across them. With anxiety in her voice, the jewelry department saleswoman said, I'm fine. Don't worry. I came to help you. And she replied, Juju? It's really you. It's so good to have you back. The guy who dumped her once turned to her. Excuse me, young man. I don't know you, she replied in a stern voice. Juju, 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 it's me. He was very surprised when she turned him down. Shenquen, don't forget that you're my fiancé now, not hers. The girl tugged at his sleeve to draw his attention back to herself. Weird. A woman who slept with another man who was kicked out of the house by her pregnant father. Who the hell are you to talk here? You even know this employee. This is definitely a nest of rats and snakes, said Ms. Bai. The employee did the wrong thing too. That fox only has money in her eyes. It's clear that you and that employee are conspiring to cheat people. Cheated? She looks so naive. But how could she do such a thing? The other visitors continued to be indignant. You're a real bitch! How dare you say that? The store employee was outraged. At this moment, the heavy wooden box with the damaged jade bracelet flew down, right on the foot of that no-good Miss Bai. Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. Ooh, 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 ooh! Screaming all over the sales floor, and Ms. Bai jumped up with a pain in her leg. How much it hurts, she screamed. Standing beside her was a toddler who decided to intervene in the situation. Pudding? You're the one who threw this box? And Juju asked in surprise. You let her insult you? He couldn't take it anymore, he asked irritably. What an ill-mannered child. She was outraged. Ms. Bai was outraged by this act. She swung her hand to slap the child, but Anjo beat her to it and slapped her right in front of all the visitors. What right do you have to hit or raise your hand against my child? Did she ask you sternly? And what are you doing? Miss Bai was surprised. Well, yes, I'm a widow. The baby's father was killed in a car accident. She kept talking. Suddenly, she started to act very gently to protect the child. I'm still alive, so-and-so, the kid was quick to point out. The world is too cruel. Does an orphan and a widow deserve such out of deals? She was indignant, and tears came to her eyes. Are you crying? Aren't you the one who hit me just now? Miss Bai was indignant. What was going on here? The other visitors couldn't understand where they had gotten to and what was going on in this store. Weak, poor, helpless, playing with her claws and showing her fangs very fiercely. Miss Bai continued to be indignant. Hey, stop that right now. One of the visitors was indignant. You're so mean. How can you say that about a child and his mother? Who hasn't had a family failure yet? You have no conscience at all. I've never seen people as shameless as you. Call the police. The customers were outraged. Bai Sinjun, when you first tried to humiliate me through public opinion, didn't you think that it would all backfire on you? And Ju thought, be a man, don't dig a hole or you'll fall in it, she added. That's right, you're a loser, added the kid. That's enough, she shouted. The bracelet is only worth 200,000 yen, right? I'll pay that amount. But then you have to pay it too. Your son dropped the bracelet in front of everyone, so don't even think of blaming it on me. Of course my son dropped it. I will definitely pay, unlike some. And Ju added, how much for her? Ms. Bai was indignant. 3 million, replied the seller. What? How much? And Ju didn't expect to hear such a big number. 3 million, miss. How do you want to pay? We accept any kind of payment. Hurry up and run. Her friend tried to whisper to her. Yes, of course. Just 3 million. Baby, shouldn't we get out of here? She thought. Total, 3 million. Here, take this. And the kid handed her his credit card. Oh my God, that's a limited edition black card. The clerks at the store were surprised. How is that possible? Miss Bai was surprised she was kicked out 5 years ago from the Bai family. Absolutely no money. Where did she get so much from? Don't even try. You'll never guess, the little one replied calmly. After all, you look like a brainless woman who only knows how to make money and cheat other people. You'll end up wallowing in notoriety and wandering the streets alone, he added. This kid has a sharp tongue. And Ju thought to herself when she heard her little boy put Miss Bai in her place. Now was not the time to think about it. Where did he get that black card from? And Ju thought for a moment. Has she finally realized who I am? The little guy's thinking. Baby, tell me honestly, did you steal that map? She asked quietly. This woman is so slow, the kid thought. Still, as I think the father should have noticed it by now, thought the kid. At this time, in the huge house, an employee stood on a stepladder to reach up and peer through the window. President G, I think your son won't show up. He kept looking out the window. I've been standing here for 6 hours watching. I feel like stalker. He was actually watching the bed where the tablet was. Wouldn't it be easier for me to use the security cameras? No, replied Mr. G. He will definitely show up. He also continued to watch him. He settled in front of a large monitor. The tablet on the bed was a decoy. He'd be sure to show up. Mr. G added. There he is. He's really here, said Mr. G. The little boy looked into the room and saw none of the adults. Ha ha, no one's home. It's time to start, said the little rascal. Money, here I come. He got excited and ran to the tablet. Okay, bank account, mom's card number. Baby kept doing something on the tablet. It's done. Operation completed successfully. Ha 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 ha, now I should... The little guy didn't finish his sentence. Let's do it, right now, Mr. G quickly ordered. What? What's going on here? He was surprised. At that moment, several guards ran into the bedroom and surrounded the baby. Did you really sell 5 billion worth of my stock? You're a smart kid, Mr. G remarked. Okay, let's see. The recipient, An Juju, right? We'll invite her to visit us. The kid realized he'd really screwed up. You picked up that card at an auction, she marveled. At home that evening, she offered to talk to her child. The people in that auction are very rich and honorable. If they find me and ask me to return the money, I can't do it even if I break the cauldron and sell the scrap metal, she said. At this point, the little guy was reading a pudding comic book. Mr. President, you are spoiled. If that's the case, we'll be the villain, she said, and she started doing something on her laptop. I think you're questioning the law. In this country, you go to jail for data hacking, the little guy thought. Hello, may I ask? The phone rang and she picked up the receiver. Juju. Is it really you? It's me. Your dad. You didn't answer for 5 years, I was worried. This is her father, Bai Yunyang, and this woman, I understand it's stepmother, Zhao Mei. When mother wasn't driven to suicide, you didn't care about anything. When I was almost driven to suicide, you didn't care about anything either. And now you run with care? And Ju was surprised. Could a scumbag have a conscience in 5 years? She continued to ponder. Really? She answered calmly. Of course not. A conscience won't appear in 5 years. Yes. Come home tomorrow. It's Aunt May's birthday. We're having a banquet. I'm a man and I'm not very good at knowing what a woman might like. Can you help me pick out a present for her? Of course. In that case, I'll get her a present too. It sounds really weird after a 5-year hiatus to call and ask her out like that. What do you think about that? Let me know in the comments. Did she say yes? The old woman asked. Of course she did. She still thinks I'm her father. She runs away as soon as I open my mouth. The man replied rudely. Shinjun said she has a top-level card, so she's on the money and should honor you properly. That sneaky woman is obviously up to something. Calm down tomorrow. She will give us her money anyway, even if she gets kidnapped. The man added. Some of the invited people were already sitting in the restaurant at the table they had booked. The table was already set, but then she appeared in the restaurant room. Who is it? She's so beautiful. Is that boy her son? What a cutie. She continued to discuss the other guests. Oh, sister, you came after all. What gift did you get for Mom? Asked the same girl who had caused a scandal in the store. Strange, until I realize how much money you've got, you'll stay below my level for a while, she thought. I need a sissy here. I'm sick of it. And as for the gift, don't worry, you'll see it for yourself, she added. Welcome to the birthday celebration of my wife, Zhao Mei. First of all, I would like to express my great gratitude to everyone here. Her father began his speech. Juju. Can we talk? A young man approached her. I've been thinking about you all this time. Even if you're no longer a virgin and you have a child, I won't despise you. Jujitsu, come back to me, said a guy named Shen Quan. Go back to you? What about your fiancé, Shinjun? She asked. How stupid I was before. How could I pay attention to such a scumbag? She was a casual lover now. When I touch her body, it's like I'm touching mine. I don't feel anything. I'll buy you a separate house in another part of town so you don't see each other, said the guy. It all sounds really weird. Too much ridiculousness. I don't even know where to start, she thought. How dare you take my woman away from me? Do you really want to die? The little man asked sternly. What the hell? Did a kid scare me? This guy thought, fuck harder. Yeah, that's it. At that moment, the hall erupted with the sounds of video from the speakers. Why is this porn video being broadcast to the entire auditorium? And why does this girl look so familiar? The restaurant patrons were surprised. Ah, young people are different nowadays. Oh my, it's Bai Xinjun and Zhao Mei, one of the guests remarked. Turn it off. Turn it off now. Honey, calm down, listen to me, the old stepmother shouted indignantly. Who'd have thought that mother and daughter were like that? The gentleman looked so pathetic. Ugh. They say he left his first wife to marry this mistress, so he should. This gossip is not for children's ears. The other guests were talking. That's the kind of virgins Mr. Shenyu likes. I think he'll help you calm down. Don't you want to try this piece of cake? And Ju offered. Bai! Shin! Jun! Gritting his teeth, he shouted. For reference, I might add that in China, it is said that when a guy wears a green hat, it means that his girlfriend is cheating on him. No, I'm not. Shen Quan, you have to believe me. She tried to justify herself. It's you. You did this! And Ju, I'll finish you off! The girl continued to resent me. She had already swung her hand and wanted to hit her. But at that moment, Anjo grabbed her arm. You're going to kill me! Bye, Shinjun! I didn't die 5 years ago, and I won't die this time! Anju replied proudly. From now on, you're the one who deserves my slap. And Anju slapped her without any regret. Anju, you're heartless. When you walked around with a belly and didn't know who the father was, the father wanted to kill you, but I begged him to spare you. Today, you not only ruined me and my daughter, but you took this foreign seed with you. The old stepmother continued her outrage. You said my son is someone else's seed? Have you had enough of living? The tall gentleman asked sternly. My son is someone else's seed. Are you sick of living? Mr. G asked sternly once more. Wow, what a handsome man. Just thought of a young whore. Me. Are you tired of living? Continued repeating the old stepmother. Is the son of Mr. G really here? The guests continued to wonder. Kid, why don't you come out? He asked sternly. Daddy. The baby looked out from behind him. Asshole, what are you talking about? Your dad was hit by a car, his head was torn apart. How can he be alive? Anju and angered. Yeah, these two guys look at her and realize she's a woman with no credibility. Either she's that dumb or she hasn't realized the gravity of the situation yet. Your foreign seed has a father? I personally remember when you were thrown out of the house with a big belly. You couldn't tell me who the father was. And now you want to smear Mr. G? She continued to resent him. Then she thought, Shinquan is nothing compared to this handsome man. I must marry him. That's right, Mr. G. Don't let that evil woman, Anjuju, mess with your head. We are very happy to have you here. Perhaps you should have said that first, the old man added. That father, that daughter, has an IQ level like he's a clam. Dad is pissed, soon to really bury someone, thought the kid. Is it someone else's seed, and you call her an evil woman? You didn't know. She's my girlfriend, Mr. G replied sternly. This is so much more interesting than a video of a rich and promiscuous family. What the hell is going on here? Is Mr. G patronizing her? There's a reason we came here. The guests continued to discuss. What's wrong with Mr. Ji Jinshen? We haven't even met him once, but he called me his girlfriend? And Ju thought. However, this could be used to mess with the relatives, she thought. My darling, they abused me and our son. You have to do something about it. She knew right away. Man, it would be embarrassing if he rejected me now. I'll take it under advisement. We need to bite some fools. Mr. G decided to support her and played along. Mr. G... The old man wanted to say something, but the lump in his throat prevented him from uttering even a word. Take the guests away, lock the doors, and beat those dogs. He ordered his guards. Yes, Mr. G. It will be done. They confirmed. And in a moment, there were shouts from behind the closed door. Don't hit. Ouch, it hurts. We were wrong. Wait, Jijin Shin, where are you taking my son? And Ju was indignant. Mom, pudding is here! The little boy with tears in his eyes continued to shout from the closed car. I can't believe it. My son has been cloned. And Ju was surprised to see another child in the car. Stupid mom! I'm your son, pudding to pan, 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 pan. That's how they apparently addressed each other. Very funny. This is the secret password that only the pudding and I knew. And Ju-an was surprised. Pudding mommy's here. Mommy. The baby rejoiced, and she took him in her arms and cuddled him. It's so touching and sweet. Mother and son hugging each other tightly, Mr. G and Ao Ao stood by and watched this picture. At this time, father and son just stood side by side, refusing to hug. And so normal, thought the father. That's how different raising a dad is from raising a mom. What happened? Did we take the wrong sons? And Ju asked in surprise. This is my paternity test with pudding, Mr. G said, and handed her an envelope of documents. Compliance 9%. Paternity established. It's a no-brainer. She was surprised. No. For a moment, she sank into her memories and recalled a bed scene from the past. Come here. He gently pulled her legs up and pulled her against him. The blood was pulsing all over her body. They were both very excited. You can't get away. In a quiet voice, he said. She remembered the young boy who had been with her that night. Ms. An, are you all right, Bom? Mr. G asked. Was that man 5 years ago? Ji Jin Shen? But didn't Bai Shinjun say it was an old man? Why was it Jijin Shen? Surprised, she thought to herself. Jijin Shen didn't even seem to know I existed. So what happened 5 years ago? I clearly remember having only one child, so where did the second one come from? I kept thinking. Is it just me, or is the story getting more interesting? Let me know in the comments. What do you think? Mammy, are you okay? You're scaring the pudding a bit. Affectionately said the little guy. Hey, miss. Are you not feeling well? Asked the second baby. Thank you, I'm fine, she replied affectionately, and stroked both babies on the head. It seems like you're feeling a little better now, Ms. An. So please name your price. How much do you want the pudding to stay in my house? Mr. G said calmly. Mr. G, are you trying to buy my son? She asked in surprise, and held the child tightly to her chest. I will not sell it, no matter how much you pay me, she replied sternly. In the past, I have had to suffer and endure just so that the baby in my belly could be born safely. In other words, the pudding is my world. I will not allow my son to be taken away, no matter what. Don't you want to know the truth about what happened that day 5 years ago? Mr. G asked. To be honest, I was drugged that day. One of the effects of that dope was mania, so I didn't even know who the woman in my room was. After a while, the butler brought me the baby Ao Ao. Mr. G continued his story. The butler said to sign the birth certificate because his mother is sadly deceased. However, after I met you and the pudding, I investigated further to find out for sure what happened that year. And I will never allow my son to live in poverty, said Mr. G. I really want to know what happened 5 years ago, but if the price of it all is my pudding, then I'd rather not know, said Anju. Ms. An, I will let you know that I can get whatever I want regardless of the method. Do you understand? Mr. G asked. I understand this. Mr. G was quite big and influential. You bastard! If you ever insult my mom again, I'll break your house and sell all the stocks. Do you understand that? Pudding yelled at him. At this moment, Mr. G thought for a while. If I say one more word, I won't be able to take him with me at all. What about me? Asked the second little one. And a small baby hand reached out and grabbed her delicate dress to get her attention. Don't you want to be with me? Mom, the little boy said pitifully. Yeah, I'll be a goody-goody, and I won't disturb you in any way. With tears in his eyes, the little boy added, If you don't want to leave this little brother alone, can we live together? With tears in his eyes, the little one asked, Who can stand here in front of such angelic eyes? His eyes are really very sweet. Living together, that's not a bad idea. But how do I get her to agree to it? Mr. G was thinking. You're Ao-oo, aren't you? You know, Mommy needs, she said and cut off the sentence. And Ju thought he should have a better life with Mr. G than with me. Since my finances are limited, I won't be able to take care of him, and the baby will only suffer living with me. Mommy, don't be sad. You have $5 billion now, so you can take care of us no problem, joyfully added the pudding. 5 billion? What are you talking about? And Ju was surprised. Ms. An, I completely forgot to mention this amount I spent on the pudding. And Mr. Ju unfolded the previously prepared notes. Not only did he sell $5 billion worth of my stock, which cost me extremely expensive, in total. It's not that much, but you owe me a little over $7 billion, said Mr. G. As soon as she heard such a large sum, she felt as if she had passed away on the spot. But it is not a problem if the pudding is my son. If Ms. An agrees to live in my house with Ao Ao, then I can disregard this debt, said Mr. G, twisting the list of expenses. It's true. She rejoiced. Of course it's true, said Mr. Chi calmly. And then the questions started pouring in. The utility bill? Everything's free. What about food every day? I'll pay for it. And the kids? The kids will be on you. Mr. G answered quickly. Pudding, ow-oo. Let's get bored and get something delicious, she suggested happily. Oh, silly auntie. No. Now I have to call her Mom. Oh, silly Mom. It's all part of Daddy's strategy, thought Ao-oo. But on the other hand, I'm fine with it, he thought happily. It wasn't long before they walked into a luxurious house with high ceilings and bright crystal chandeliers. Wow. So this is the house of the richest man in town. She was surprised. That's just great. And Ju rejoiced and pronounced it purposely a little wrong. Ms. An. Hello. The staff said hello. Ms. An, I'm the butler of this house. I'll show you to your room. Please follow me. Wow, it's so soft. And Ju and the pudding fell onto the wide, luxurious bed. They felt as if they were drowning in it. Ow, ooh, jump in, she called cheerfully to Ao Ao, who had just entered the room. Yeah, I don't want to, shyly he replied. Come here and stop imitating your soulless father, Anju said cheerfully and grabbed the baby in her arms. Kids should laugh and rejoice, she added. Ha ha ha, don't even try to escape, you little rascal. Big Brother Pudding is coming to the rescue. Stop it. Ha 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 ha. I'm ticklish. They continued to fool around. Mr. G had been watching from the sidelines the whole time. He could see that they were getting along well, as if they were made for each other. Daddy, don't you want to join us? Pudding grabbed his hand and took him to the bed to fool around with him. Let's sleep together with Mommy, the Pudding said joyfully with childlike naivety. Sleeping. Sleep together. What are these kids talking about? And Juan was surprised. Yes, madam. The young master has done well. He managed to bring Gemini and that woman. The butler answered the phone in a calm voice. The next morning, she woke up with the kids in her bedroom. It's weird. I'm so tired. And my whole body hurts, she thought without lifting her head from the bed. At that moment, she decided to remember what had happened last night. Mammy, can Daddy sleep with us tonight? Pudding asked. Him? Sleep with us? It's impossible, she replied. Daddy, Mommy said it's impossible, said the Pudding cheerfully. Mr. G, when he hears the word impossible, he takes it as a special challenge. Yes, you can't. Hey, you guys, stop it. But why do you two understand things differently? She was surprised. So let's see, who's the one who can't sleep, said Mr. Chi. Wait, I didn't mean that. And Ju looked surprised. Mr. G approached the bed, and they had a fierce pillow fight. The children cheered and squealed with delight. Go, Mammy. Good luck. Screaming. Then I had a pillow fight with him until midnight. And now I don't even know where the hell he is. She's deep in her memories. But I don't care about him at all right now, because nothing is more important than a healthy sleep. She lay down on the softly luxurious bedding and drifted into sleep. What is it? Her hand felt something smooth and hard. She rolled over onto her other side and was pleasantly surprised. After turning on her other side, she opened her eyes and wondered who it was. She thought, Shh, don't shout. The children are still asleep, he said quietly. He gently covered her mouth with his hand so that she wouldn't make any noise. So that's who it is. But why didn't he go to his room? She wondered. When she felt his strong body so close, she didn't want him to leave at all. His strict black shirt was unbuttoned. She stroked her hand over his firm abs that were all over his stomach and down lower into his pants. It's absolutely stunning. My desire to touch everything on him. It's growing pretty fast, she thought. He gently took her hands and pulled them up a little. Miss An, what are you doing here? He asked gently. At that moment, the door to the room opened and the butler entered. Young master, your father and mother are here, he suddenly said. Butler, it's not what you think it is. Ms. An became indignant. Lord have mercy, I didn't see anything. The butler felt incredibly ashamed and ran out of the room at once. What's wrong with him? Nothing happened. Ms. An was surprised as she watched the butler run out of the bedroom. Go, Dad, don't stop, don't take his side, joyfully shouted the children who came to the noise of their parents. What the hell are you thinking about that's so dirty? Why are you laughing? Stop laughing and get off me already. And Ju continued to be indignant. Good. It's just been so long since I've seen a butler get embarrassed and run away, Mr. G said cheerfully. Grab on. And he held out his hand for her to get up. She took hold of his arm and tried to stand up, continuing to mutter something and resent him. At that moment, she accidentally stepped her foot on a child's toy. The toy made a terrible squeaking sound. She slipped and almost fell down because of the surprise and the squeak. At the last moment, she was saved from falling by the strong arm of Mr. G, who managed to pick her up and actually catch her in flight. Oh, you again pinned me down, but still they fell on the bed. Wait a minute, this scene looks familiar to me. For a split second, she thought. At this second, the bedroom door opens, and guess who walks in? That's right, his mom and dad walk in. And that's the second time they've been caught in that position. A little later, they went down to the living room and sat on the luxurious couches opposite each other. The two children began to play with cubes. How cute. They haven't said anything for 10 minutes. This is making me very uncomfortable. And Ju felt very uncomfortable about the situation. After coughing a little, Chi Jin-chung's father broke the silence. Jin-chung told us that he found you and your son, so we... His father didn't finish his sentence. Stop beating around the bush. I don't agree to accept her as the daughter-in-law of the Ji family. Chi-Jin Chung's mother continued to be indignant. Huh? What are you talking about? And Juju was surprised. Even if you give birth to 2 sons, I will only accept the pudding, but not you. And a lowly person like you still want to be a part of the Jin family? His mother kept talking. Looks like she's been rewatching Chinese melodramas. Didn't she? And Ju thought, what if I still want to marry her? To marry her? Mr. G intervened. Hey man, shut up already. Unexpectedly thought Enju. Please note she only thought it, did not say anything. There was a verbal altercation among the relatives. No way. We'll take in a child, but definitely not hers. I don't agree with you. Are you still refusing? Remember that you're still my son, and that woman I found 5 years ago was definitely not her. But she's the mother of my son. You're so stupid. What are you saying? It has nothing to do with you. Stop it already. And Ju intervened in their discussion. I have a couple of my conditions. First, I don't want to marry Jin Cheng, and what happened earlier was just a misunderstanding, and I don't care whether you believe me or not. Secondly, I won't let you take away my pudding, but if you ever try to do so again, I won't stand by and watch, said Anjuan. Third. And she was prevented from finishing the sentence. But you said about the 2 conditions, didn't you? Chen's mother was surprised. Thirdly, you said 5 years ago, which means you know what happened then, don't you? Now tell me about it, she asked sternly. Yes, indeed. I and all my viewers are also interested to know what happened then 5 years ago. You'd better tell me everything nicely, and in great detail, about what happened 5 years ago, she said sternly. Chen's mother didn't want to dive into these memories, as she was very embarrassed. But still she had no choice. It was because there were no women around Chen, my father and I feared that he liked men. So we decided to find him a woman. To make it work, we put some drugs in his wine. But we didn't expect the waiter to mix up the rooms and send it to the 2 of us. After that, we tried our best to find you, until they found you, on that terrible day, when that car accident happened. Chen's mother offered to narrate. Our concierge, Uncle Wu, was there and took the baby away. And then what happened, I don't know. You can ask him yourself. And she called the concierge to the room. When I arrived on the scene, I saw only 1 child, and at that time, Ms. Anne seemed to have no signs of life. I couldn't even think that there could be another baby in Ms. Anne's belly. The concierge apologized. There were no signs of life? And that's the reason why you decided not to call an ambulance for me? And Ju was surprised. I apologize. It was my fault. I was in such a state I couldn't think straight at the time. The concierge apologized. Weird. Okay, so now we know what happened 5 years ago. And why didn't you ask them before, anticipating today and this moment? And what's Mr. Jin going to do next? She asked. I thought that Miss Ange suddenly appeared with the pudding because she wanted money or something else. But now I realize that she is also a victim of circumstance. Mr. G thought. At that moment he remembered how he'd told her. Please name your price. How much do you want this child to stay in my home? How could I have made such a mistake and misunderstand her? Mr. G was thinking. How about compensation in the form of a check for a large sum of money for Miss Anne? Father intervened in the conversation. I can solve everything with money. I'll compensate Ms. An in my own way, and the weather's been better lately, so why don't you and Mom go and rest somewhere? Uncle Wu, put them out the door, Mr. G ordered. You want to kick me out of this house? My father was outraged at once. Honey, be quiet, we're guests. His mother calmed him down. Mrs., please go out, the concierge asked politely. The whole company is in your son's hands and you're only nominally there. So if we make a fuss, we'll only embarrass ourselves. Besides, isn't there an Ao? And then there's Chen's fiancé, so our son will obey her in every way, said the mother. Okay, we're leaving. And my father turned around to leave the house. What a bunch of young people these days. Mr. G, how would you like to compensate me? I'm not really greedy, and I don't need much. A cancelled debt is fine too, said Nju. That's impossible. Mr. G turned to her at once. What I said earlier, you can think about now, in peace. He added, looking into her wide-open eyes. Why was he so close? She was surprised, and she kept flapping her wide-open eyes in surprise. What are you talking about? What is it? She continued to ask. But Mr. G didn't answer anything. He just turned around and left the room. Brother, do you think it's better to have a Chinese wedding or a Western wedding? I think we're going to have a baby sister soon. What's there to talk about a wedding? It's weird. It makes sense. The kids kept talking about it. And now let's go to her half-sister's house. What? Breaking off the engagement? That's unheard of. She was outraged. Do you want to go back to Injuju? Are you still thinking about that bitch? She continued to be indignant. If you feel that way, there's nothing I can do about it. But I think that our marriage didn't last long anyway, so we should break our relationship here and now, replied Shen Xuan. The Bai family treats you very well. Could you consider my daughter to Yukama and pardon her this time? An old woman interfered in the conversation. What? Forgive her this time? He was surprised. You know how fickle she is. She's engaged to me, but she still goes out every night and sleeps with other men. Did you really think I was just some trash? Shouted back Shen Xuan. So you think you're all white and fluffy? That's because your thingy could never work right. Since you're impotent, it's obvious I've been seeing other men. The filthy bitch started making excuses. Shen couldn't bear such accusations and slapped her as it was already too much. This marriage is over, he said scornfully, and hurried out of the room, slamming the door behind him. If it wasn't for that Juju, those videos wouldn't have gone public. That nasty bitch started whimpering. Does she really think she'll be protected by Mr. G forever? I don't believe he can go on living peacefully after the sex scenes he's seen. She offered her indignation. And Ju, what you've been looking for on the net, hard at work on the computer keyboard. I knew Bai Yen couldn't run my mother's company, but I didn't expect him to bankrupt it. If I hadn't hacked into the company's system, I wouldn't have been able to see that data. But he's also forging business documents. Bai Yen, I'll destroy you. Mom, wait for me a little longer. I'll return everything that belongs to you. And Ju thought. Peanut has arrived. Fufu reports status of target number 1. Over. The children dressed up as young detectives and played in the house. Target number 1. Penetrating other people's computers is wrong after all. It's breaking the law, thought Aoao. Now target number 1 is about to break the law. Over. Peanut is reporting the status of target number 2. Over. The children continued to play. At this time, at the other end of the house, in the workroom. Little boy peered over at his father's desk. It's working. Over. He answered the radio, looking very serious. I can hear everything. I can't believe kids can make that kind of noise. Mr. G was outraged. Come in, come in. Peanut has been detected as target number 2. Urgent retreat. The kid started yelling on the radio and ran out of the room. Mr. Wu, please let me through, Miss Yao. Mr. Yao said not to let anyone in, said the concierge. Listen, I brought this for Mr. Cheng. If it gets cold, it won't taste good. The nasty bitch kept talking. At that moment, the stomping of children's feet was heard nearby. Little heels tapped on the perfectly flat floor. Ouch. The kid who ran out of the office ran so fast down the corridor that he didn't notice the other girl and crashed into her. Ah, is that you? Why are you running so fast? It can be dangerous, she said. Emergency. Over. There is a strange and dangerous animal here. Over. The kid continued to radio in. Yeah. A strange and dangerous animal? She was surprised. From myself, I can add that it really is. I'm your auntie. Have you forgotten me? She tried to put on a kind face, but it didn't work very well. Monster! Screamed the little boy, nearly passing out. Hey, Pudding, come to me! The second little boy called to him in a calm voice. What the hell is that? It's ooh. So her parents told Mr. G the truth after all, and he has twins, she thought. Which means that that woman lives in this house too. I really want to find out who she is, she thought. Lady On, you can't come. Oh, mister, where are you? The concierge was indignant. Pudding, we can't continue our game now. We have some very important and urgent business. Understood, brother. But who is it? Pudding asked. Your mother told me to come here to see you. She lied. She's a bride chosen by Grandpa for Daddy, answered Ao. Bride? What about our mommy? Surprised the Pudding. It's okay, Dad doesn't care about her. This woman is always making mistakes and being stupid, so how can our daddy like her? He really hates people like her, Ao said calmly. Firm footsteps were heard coming down the steps of the large, luxurious hall. I clearly told you not to let anyone in, so why is she here? Mr. G asked sternly. But I couldn't stop Lady An... The concierge apologized. Mr. G, don't scold Mr. Wu, it's because of my persistence, she said. Look at this. I brought your favorite lotus seed tea. I'm the only one who can be Mr. G's bride, so who does that bitch think she is? Look at that two-faced bitch. He looked at her scornfully and thought, how to get her out of the house quicker. Mr. Chen, look, I brought your favorite tea in this thermos, she said. Just give it to Uncle Wu. Mr. G calmly replied and went about his business. But where are you going? She wondered. Gave him a glance as he climbed the spiral staircase to the top floor. It's true. As soon as he starts doing something interesting, he doesn't care about anything else and doesn't pay attention to others. Silly girl thought. No. He just doesn't want to see you, said the concierge. Let me go to the kitchen alone. I want to make him feel good and cook something. Lady Anne, wait, the kitchen door is on the other side. Please don't give me any more trouble, said Uncle Wu. Strange, so you want to chase me away so I don't see that fox's face, she thought mysteriously. Anju has been working on her computer the whole time. Wow, I'm finally done. And she stretched her arms up a little to stretch her back. It's almost dinner time. I'm a little hungry. Her stomach grumbled a little with hunger, she thought. It's strange, why is it so quiet? Where have the kids gone? The kids are quiet, because they usually act like two little devils. What's this? She went down the stairs and saw a table set with appetizing dishes. Whoa! Is today some kind of holiday? Why are there so many delicacies here? She was happy. At that moment another girl entered the room and they began to study each other with a look, as they were seeing each other for the first time. And you must be, She wanted to ask the new girl if she was some kind of housekeeper. Mommy, the little one called out to her. What were you playing so hard that you were sweating so much? She asked. I thought the fox would be prettier, but I'm obviously better than her. The sly face continued to watch. That sly face mystery mocked me while Daddy was out of her sight. Immediately remembered Ao-oo. Ah, ooh, darling, why don't you say something? Did you play detective with the pudding well? Asked Anju. And since my mommy's a silly girl, I'll never let that sly face hurt her. Thought Ao-ao. Well, hello, so you're the woman Mr. G brought. I'll warn you in advance, Mr. Chi is mine, Slyface said. Are you the new chef? Anju asked in surprise. What? What kind of chef am I to you? The sly face was indignant. Oh yeah, the flavor of the dishes is fine, but some are better fried longer. And also kids need pretty soft food, right? Their teeth aren't as hard as adults yet, said Anju. Ooh, where's your brother? Go and call him, let's go together. He's probably still outside. We can go get him. Ao-ao took her hand and wanted to lead her out of the room. I hid the pudding well. If I don't call him, he won't come out. Now I'll just leave with Mom and wait for Dad to show up. Planned ooh. Let's go and look for the pudding, she said, treating me like a servant, speaking the same way, and eating what I prepared especially for Mr. G. The sly face continued to be angry. What did you say? Asked Anju to this girl. I said, that I'm the boss of this place, screamed the sly face, and poured a hot dish from the pot on her. Shit, the Ao-ao might get boiling water on it. Anju thought quickly, and instantly she covered the baby's back, taking all the pain in her body. The hot liquid dish spread over her back, burning her skin. Mommy! The baby cried out in fear. An insolent girl dropped an empty pot on the floor, the rumble of its fall echoing around the empty room. Mr. G. Chen, are you here? She was very surprised to see him around. What are you doing here? Mr. G asked sternly as he heard the screams of his child and the clatter of a metal pot falling. Mr. G, I apologize, it's not what you think. Tried to justify herself to the cheeky girl. I apologize. She accidentally swung a 5-liter pot of boiling water and splashed it on Anju. What do you think about this? Write in the comments. How are you? How are you feeling? He asked, helping Anju stand up. I'm fine. Luckily, the boiling water didn't get on the baby. She also said she was the hostess here. What's the matter? Who is that again? Trying to get to her feet, asked Anju. Her name is An Yao. She's the daughter of Njung of the An Group. She has a business relationship with our family. My parents wanted to make her my wife, but I refused. Mr. G replied, Oh, yeah? It turns out she declared herself the mistress of this house. So, I can call myself mistress too, then can I pour soup on you? Anju asked. No, that would be too easy for you. Not only did you want to kill me, but you also wanted to hurt our baby. And Ju added, I'd like to throw you in a cauldron and cook you over low heat. Do you think that's a good idea? And Ju asked with a smile. This woman just looked stupid. And why did she become so creepy in just an instant? Surprised, sly face. I wonder if I can just use Mr. G to pretend to be insulted and humiliated, she thought. Even if Mr. G doesn't love me, with my father's help, he wouldn't dare do anything to me. Not even a tiger would dare to move. Not to mention you, you flirtatious Megara. And what will you do to me? Ha ha ha, nothing, she thought. Yeah, I just slipped a little, but I didn't expect it to turn out this way. Besides, I love the baby so much. Why would I humiliate and beat him? She started apologizing. Stop pretending already. Not only did you mystery pinch my arm and call me a bastard, but you still want to bully me and my mom. Ow Ow intervened. I know you're the bride Grandpa picked out for Daddy, but you can't make Daddy fall in love with you. And you're a disgrace to my house with your presence. And I'm not afraid of you. Strictly expressed, ow ow. It's probably because my heels are too high and the floor is slippery. Mr. G, you believe me. And she tried to make a cute face. Anyao. Seeing your behavior now, I realize that you are shameless. How blind I was, said Mr. G. For Uncle's sake, I'll give you a chance to leave on your own now. I won't be so polite next time, Mr. G shouted. Now get out of my house, he said in a stern voice. Wow. It's surprisingly fast. And Ju was surprised as she watched that sly face run away. Mommy, let me look at your back. With care, said Ow Ow. It's okay. Ha. Your mommy's fine. She tried to answer with a smile on her face. Ouch. When she felt the pain, she screamed out loudly. Daddy, go get some medicine for the burns, the baby screamed. Ms. N, I brought some healing ointment. In order for the ointment to have a better effect, please leave it on your back for a while and don't wear clothes until it is completely absorbed, said the maid. Okay, I understand. Thank you. Annie Ju thanked her. She was lying in bed and her back was covered in burns. Mommy, you're in pain. Pudding will help you, said the baby. Mommy's okay, she reassured him. Ooh, why are you standing so far away? Come to me quickly, she called out to the second baby. It's me, the one who couldn't protect you. The little boy felt guilty. Well done. You protected our dear Pudding very well today. From that bloodthirsty person, thanked her. The order of our family is, you have a responsibility to protect your brother. And I have a responsibility to protect both of you, she said. Well then, who's gonna protect Mommy? The Pudding was surprised. It'll be me, Ms. An. You can give me a second chance. Mr. G came into the room. Are you really in the room too? And Ju was surprised when she saw Mr. G beside her. Yes, I will protect you from now on, he said in a confident voice. He doesn't know how to love, so why is he so tender toward me? Who do I owe all this to? Coming to you, you say you're going to protect me, she thought. Wait a minute. This incident with Anyao reminded me that no matter how comfortable life is in Mr. G's house, you still have to rely on others. Mr. G always comes first in everything, which really annoys his competitors. 700 million seems astronomical, but it's not that I can't afford to pay it back. When I do, he'll have no reason to keep me around. However, since it's about paying off a debt, it's better to get the wool off the sheep faster. I believe that's a Chinese folk saying. Qi Jin Cheng, come here. She politely called him over to her. Even the little Pudding realized that Mama's smile wasn't exactly ordinary. What's wrong? Does the burn still hurt? Mr. Qi asked. Pudding realized it was probably Mom's seduction trick. You just said you wanted to protect me. Is that true? She clarified. I never cheat. If I said I want to protect you, I will never break my promise. Mr. Qi replied calmly. We gotta go, bro. The next story isn't something kids can watch. Okay. The little ones have figured it out. Thank you. By the way, I have a request that you can fulfill. You must have the contact info of Otoy and Yao. I'm early. I can't work. And I have children to raise, she went on to say. Can you contact her on my behalf and ask for compensation? She asked Mr. Qi. What? With Mr. G's character, he would never call in Yao. But to do so at my request is quite another matter. And Ju thought, I'll just contact her. I don't want anything more to do with her. But as far as compensation is concerned, Mr. G didn't finish his sentence. You received a burn injury, and I have a reason why I have to pay this compensation. He finished the sentence. This is exactly what I've been waiting for. And Ju rejoiced. God, is it true? What's next? Let her gradually go crazy with my tricks, she thought. Mr. G, you are so kind to me, she said joyfully. It's not a big deal, Mr. G replied calmly. And he did not see any hidden subtext in her words. It seemed quite natural to him. In that case, I will count. She didn't finish her sentence, because she got up from the bed, took a step forward. At this point, she decided to use her acting skills. I don't believe any man could resist that trick. She took another step forward and accidentally stepped on the edge of the blanket that covered her body. Ah! She screamed. What happened? Mr. G was surprised. At that moment, she started to fall right on top of him by inertia. I'm sorry. My feet are a little numb. Are you okay? She asked. I'm fine, he answered. But let me just raise a little bit then. Continuing with what we talked about earlier, then it's considered compensation, she went on to say. You have provided me with a cure for my burns. But the wound on my body still hurts, and my heart is torn with sadness. And according to Mr. G's estimation, $10 million will redeem them, and that will be enough. She said, I understand. Mr. G replied cryptically. I never noticed before that she smells so good. Mr. G thought. I was scared too, making the kids worry. So compensation for moral damages should count too, she added. She was still pressed tightly against him, her hand slowly tracing her fingers over his chest, moving higher and higher. Add the fee for my playing the villain of the second plan, and the bonus for protecting the family peace. She continued to speak, gradually raising her fingers higher and higher. Mr. G felt the excitement rising to his throat. A total of 30 million, I think that will be enough. And Ju joyfully finished her sentence. We gotta go, brother. This next story is not for children, says the little pudding. Kids can't see these things. That's what the pudding said. Wondering Ao, he was just watching two adults talking. Hey, Chijin-chung, I don't agree to be with you. You must die, she said, feeling Mr. G tightly clinging to her. Woman, you're playing with fire. You could read it in the eyes of the little Ao. Even though I'm very worried about my mom, I don't want to see a dad like that in my life. We're out of here. I'm sorry, Mommy, and take care of yourself. Just subtract that from my debt and I'll still owe you 700 million, she said. Good. Is your leg feeling better? I'm worried, said Mr. G. Her recovery will take some time. Don't leave in a hurry. I'm not done with you yet. I have good computer skills, Mr. G, and your company is so big. Could you hire me? She asked. I don't want a lot, but a yearly salary of 50 million is enough, okay? She asked it as gently as if Foxy was wagging her tail. That's so sweet. She just said she would come to my company and then what? Mr. G wondered. Okay, just focus. No, I have to get out of here fast, he said to himself. Okay, I'll think about it. I suddenly remembered that I have some other things to do. So I'm gonna go, he said. See, I'm doing so well. How can I let you go now? She thought happily. Huh? Don't put pressure on me, she said mysteriously, and made another allegedly clumsy move, accidentally grabbing him by his jacket. She was back on the bed again, but this time she was on her back, and Mr. G was on top of her. Mr. G, I know what you mean. If you don't want me to work for your company, you can say so instead of pressuring me. I still have an injury on my back, and it still hurts. She continued. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I was thinking a little bit. Mr. G apologized. I immediately informed the HR department. You can go to work next Monday, calmly replied he. Wow, really? Thank you very much, she rejoiced. Tricking my beauty is the #1 trick in the world. Soon I'll be saying goodbye to the last name Chi, she thought. It's amazing. Why does he walk so strangely? Looking at his gait, Anju thought. When she was alone, her phone rang after a while. Hello, who is it? She asked. Oh my god, Jujuju, you're still alive. It's me, Wang Yuro. We're good sisters who grew up together. Do you remember me? She asked. Of course I remember, although I was in a car accident. But I haven't lost my memory, replied Anju. At that time, your relationship with Bai Xinjun was so good that you could wear the same pants for two. You even suggested to her the idea of drugging me. Anju remembered. How could I forget my good sister? After all, I haven't punched you in the face yet, she added. Good, just great. To celebrate your comeback, I threw a special party. See you tomorrow at the Botanical Gardens. Okay, I'll be there. Wrong. I made an appointment for you. After the conversation ended, she said, Thank you, Jiro. You're the only one I can rely on right now. That's what I was saying earlier, said the mean girl with a swollen face after slapping me. Oh, that's so sweet of you. This is the necklace you treasure the most. Yuru rejoiced. It's nothing. As long as you can help me kill her, you can do whatever you want in the future. This Anjuju seduced my boyfriend, forcing him to break off his engagement to me. Pfft. There's no way I'm letting her go. Don't worry. Once she's in my territory, and even if she doesn't die, she'll definitely be skinned, said Yuro. Ah, so that's why I was called to a reception at the Bauhini Garden. What you were looking for in your phone. Oh, turns out they built a new racetrack there. There's a new racetrack in Bauhinia Gardens, and the beautiful horses are drawing a crowd. Did Van Yuru really think I was still that cute and unsportsmanlike idiot who can only cry? You may look down on me, of course, but you'll definitely pay for it. And she remembered how Ta had driven her to pain and exhaustion in training. Well, thanks to Mr. G for helping me watch the kids, and while they're gone, I'll get some rest. It's rare to get such a good night's sleep. As soon as she thought about it, a notification came to her phone. A message from Mr. G. She opened the message and could barely contain her laughter. The stern and reserved Mr. G was carrying a small dragon on his shoulders. Ha 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 ha. She laughed when she saw the picture. And then the messages started pouring in. How do I get them to sleep? I thought that if I let them play for a while, they would fall asleep when they were tired. But it turned out they weren't going to go to bed at all. It's been 3 hours now. Big horse, ride, demanded the little dragon. With the playful nature of the pudding, the unfortunate Mr. G would be tortured to death. She laughed. Let the kids play a little before going to bed. If they don't sober up, they'll be too energetic. Try telling the pudding a bedtime story. It'll put him to sleep faster. The children continued to jump and frolic. Yes. Very good. Let's do it again. Would telling them a bedtime story really calm them down? Mr. G thought. Pudding and the business of life. Daddy will tell you a tale, Mr. G said in a serious voice. Oh, that story. What did Mommy tell you? The pudding was happy. Once upon a time, there was a queen who wanted her child's skin to be snow white. All children love princess stories, Mr. G thought. Oh, great. I know. My mom used to tell that story. The pudding was happy. Later the queen died, and the king married the princess's stepmother's new woman. The stepmother wanted to hurt her stepdaughter. After the princess ran away, she met the prince. The pudding continued to tell the story. Later, the princess used the prince's power to return to the kingdom, to banish the evil stepmother, along with the ruthless king. The use of the prince's powers? Mr. G thought for a moment. And then what happened? Did the princesses live happily together? Ao Ao asked with interest. At the end, the princess won the throne and became queen. Pudding finished telling the story. As for the prince, it doesn't make any difference, he added cheerfully. Not important? Mr. G was surprised. My mother used to say that when a man is strong, he will have 3 wives and 4 concubines, and the same for women. Who will remember the old love when they have a new one? Love is something to fool children with. It's as unreal as a chicken leg before bedtime, said the pudding. The very clever words made a big impression on Mr. G. He had already imagined his princess going out with 2 other guys. A strange rumbling sound was heard in the hallway outside the door. Uncle Wu, is that you? Is something wrong? Mr. G asked, looking out into the hallway. I am the Lord. This old man's heart is broken. I only wanted to bring a glass of milk to the young lord, so why did I overhear this story? How can a prince and princesses not be together? Ah, my favorite fairy tale. It is spoiled. Ms. An, your coffee. Thank you, Uncle Wu. What's the matter with you? Is something wrong? She asked, videoing how bad Uncle Wu was feeling. Mommy, it's because of the story I told yesterday. The princess story, it said Pudding. That's strange. What happened to that story? She asked. Ms. An, aren't the princess and the prince supposed to be together at the end of the story? They are supposed to be together for love, Uncle Wu remarked touchingly. Of course not. When the princess and the prince are together, it's more of an exchange of interests between the parties. As they say in the fairy tale, the probability of falling in love at first sight is almost 0. And Ju replied calmly, People's hearts are extremely confused, so how can you recognize each other when you first meet, she asked. I don't think so. A low probability is not 0, and even if there is the tiniest chance, it can still work out. You are sitting in front of me right now, said Mr. G. Hearing those touching words, she realized her heart had been struck by the arrow of love. Count it any way you want. I'm doomed. Mr. G is learning to flatter me too fast. He made me embarrassed so fast, she thought. I've already eaten and you guys are taking your time. Feeling awkward, she got up from the table. Humph, she snorted. Dorky, lying bastard. Disappear. She continued to snarl. I never lie, Mr. G said proudly, and took a sip of hot aromatic coffee. And what's the use of fairy tales when we've got the real thing here? Love comes too fast, like a tornado. The rest of the audience noticed. Calm down, Wrong. By this time, her alleged girlfriends were already at the racetrack. I know Anjuju is a total sports nut. Not to mention her riding skills, she's probably never even touched a horse, said 1 euro on the phone. She certainly doesn't expect to come riding a horse today, so I mercifully made clothes for her, and when she gets on the saddle, her clothes will be torn to shreds. Yuru added, what's more, I have prepared the most athletic horse at the racetrack for her, and even if she doesn't fall off the horse to death, she will definitely be disabled for the rest of her life, said she. Ha ha ha. That's great. Bai Xinzhong rejoiced. Don't worry. As long as we stick to the plan, your advantages are indispensable. I don't believe Mr. G will still want such a handicapped person by then, Bai Xin thought. Besides, I still have this thing. And she looked at the thumb drive of information that was on her arm. Wan Yuru, I'm here, and Ju called her. How long have you been here? I was distracted by the phone and was surprised. I can't believe it's you, looking like that. She was obviously expecting to see her in a very different way. Long time no see, said Anju. What's going on? She's wearing riding clothes? How does she know that there will be horseback riding today? Yuru was surprised. Really? You call her to the racetrack and you're surprised that she was planning on horseback riding. Why are you dressed like that? She asked. I just watched the news and found out that there is a new racetrack here. Not to mention that you are a person with ulterior motives, Yuru, and the plans you prepare are naturally unusual. So I should be prepared, right? Said Anju. Haha. Yeah, that's right. Why do I feel like she's scolding me, I thought to myself. All right, pull yourself together. Let's get on with the plan. Jiu-jitsu, but I'm afraid you might not know that we're going horseback riding today, so I've prepared some clothes for you. To be honest, your outfit is a little outdated, but we're all about being fashionable now, right? So can you try this on? Yuro offered. Thank you very much. I thanked Anju. I thought that the fox had given the hare a present. Well done, sly one. Since this gift was specially prepared by Yuru, I have to take a good look at it. The style is a bit plain, or rather ugly, but the material is crystal clear, as if it came from a cheap shop. These clothes are really befitting of Yuru. Uh-huh. I don't need this outfit anymore. You should keep it. It suits you better, said Nju. Juro realized she had just been beaten and screwed. And jiu-jitsu, you can turn up your nose now, but soon I'll have you weeping at my feet, Yuru thought. It's your first time here, isn't it? This is the most docile horse, perfect for a beginner like you, the racetrack worker offered. It's a horse even a trainer can't tame. Anjuju, I'm looking forward to seeing you fall, Yuru thought joyfully. I just admire her, turn off my car, close the doors. I stand there for another minute and admire her. Back to our story. And you're telling me this is suitable for beginners? She was surprised. The horse seems fierce. She wants to write it down so I can make an idiot of myself in front of everyone. She thought. Well, it suits you very well. Get in and try it, replied Yuru. With Nju's temperament, she will take seriously if something is said carelessly. So what? Even if you disappeared for 5 years, I am not stupid, she thought. Yes, she's hooked. So, next. Nju confidently put her foot in the stirrups. One slight movement, and she was already on horseback. What? She got up on her own. How is that possible? Yuru was surprised. Huh. You think after I disappeared 5 years ago, all I could do was raise my son? I've been playing sports, training, and developing myself. Until I stopped being a wuss. Knowing that I'm not much of an athlete, I decided that I would train, 100 times better than the others. Until I'm no longer weak, she continued to think. If you want to wear the crown, you have to bear its weight. She continued to think. She imagined herself as the queen, with her sword held high. A moment more, and the fierce horse was completely in her power. He obeyed her every movement. What a cutie you are. She stroked the horse's warm and soft fur. How nice to feel the power and grace of a fierce horse at your command. I think anyone who has ridden a horse will understand. How is that even possible? Even our trainers can't even do this horse. The employee was surprised, quietly walking. Shut up! Yuro shouted at him. Oh, is that really true? So, this is what you meant by suitable for beginners? And Ju asked. No. I just... Yuru was speechless for a moment and didn't know what to say in such a situation. After all, I'm only a beginner and I can't control this horse. And Ju thought. Go, she commanded, and the horse took off. Ah! Don't come near me! Don't come near me! The terrified Yuru continued to scream. Oops, it's really bad. I can't seem to control this horse. What should I do? Run, Yuru, or you'll be stepped on. You think I can't see that you're in control? Yuru continued to resent her as she ran away from the horse. Run! Run faster! Otherwise you'll soon be stepped on and trampled. Happy Anju? Ju. Stop it, you're not human. Continued to resent Yuru. Ah, help! I won't do it again! Yuru was so out of breath that she apologized with all her might. Now let's go to the huge glass and concrete structure. This is the Chi Group building. Mr. G, there's a lady named Bai who wants to see you. She said she has information about An Jujitsu, reported by his assistant. That's An Juju's younger sister. I wonder what kind of information she might have. Mr. G thought, let her in, he said. He's so hot. You look even prettier when you're busy working, Bai Xin thought. I'm very busy, so if you have anything to say, speak quickly, he said in a stern voice. Let's talk about it. Ms. Bai began her story, but Mr. G interrupted her. Keep it short. Besides, your perfume smells too strong. So stay away from me, he said sternly. What? Miss Bai was surprised. Are there still men who don't like it? I wonder, Juju, what aphrodisiac soup you fed him. I don't believe it, but he won't be able to be mad at me when he sees this video, she thought. I'm here to tell you about the true face of An Juju. You have to see this. And she handed him a flash drive. 5 years ago, she was already engaged in debauchery about the present. I'm afraid your heart, Mr. G, is being taken advantage of, and you don't even realize you're being hornswoggled, she said. Okay, I know. Now go away. Guards, escort Ms. Bai to the exit. Strictly ordered by him. And that's it. Don't even say anything back? Ms. Bai was surprised. Wait, Mr. G... Trying to say something to Ms. Bai. Please leave the office, the guards insisted. Mr. G, I still have something to tell you. You should know that she was let out the door, still screaming. 5 years ago. He thought, looking at the flash drive he had on his desk, I wonder if it could be that night. He kept remembering what had happened so long ago. No, please, let me go. I don't want to... Screamed the voice of the girl in the video. Mr. G decided to check out the video on this flash drive right away. To be prey, you have to think when prey, said the man in the video. Please stop. No, you're hurting me, the girl screamed. He didn't watch the video to the end. He was ashamed to watch it. He turned the video off and thought, strange, what's wrong with Mr. G? He seems to be in a bad mood. His assistant has taken notice. Mr. Chi, did you watch the video? Ms. Bai Xin decided to wait for him outside. This isn't Juju's real face. Don't fall for her pretty looks. She continued shouting. Madam, if you continue, I'll call security. His assistant was indignant. Xiao Cheng. Let her pass. You gave me this video to expose Juju's true identity. What else do you want? He asked. Mr. G, you are really a smart man. I really want simple things, she said. Wouldn't it be better if you came to Lucian Lucci Hotel at 8 Maan in the evening? We could leisurely talk about everything, she said. Mr. G was looking at that chicken, trying to figure out where dumb people like that come from. Bai Xinzhong, right? To be honest, I haven't met a dog as brainless as you in a long time, Mr. G replied calmly. A sexually explicit video is not only unenforceable, but can be punishable by law, as you have violated your privacy as well. And you still want to threaten me with something like that? He asked. Ms. Bai, others are not good for you, so exercise your own brain and read more books, he said. Xiao Cheng, let's go. You, Ji Jincheng, aren't you afraid that I will broadcast this video through the screen in the square and play it around the clock? She asked. Then I'll not only destroy Juju, but I'll stab you in the back too. You and her will be destroyed by public opinion. She continued to threaten. Plans need to be realized discreetly, and what you've just said. Besides, you've revealed all your cards, will give me a chance to interfere with you. He answered. And you... Sure, you can try it. Let's see if any company will broadcast this video. If they do, I lose. And they left to go about their business. Back home, the butler opened the door and helped him take off his jacket. Strange, where is Anju? Has she already returned from the meeting? He asked. Yes, she's back, and now she's playing with the young gentleman in the pool, replied the butler. Oh, Pudding, I can see you, Anju shouted cheerfully. It's okay, Mom is just lying to us, don't believe her, whispered Aou. They were playing hide-and-seek with water pistols. Oh, isn't that a little foot Aou? Haha, Mom saw her, but her water pistol was the biggest size. Look, she definitely didn't see anything, says one of the little ones. Because they hid really well. Oh, who's that? Suddenly she came around the corner. The kids were exposed. They had to find a new place to hide. Ha 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 ha! Which of you two am I going to hit first? She asked cheerfully. Ha 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 ha! Brother, run! The children continued to cheer. Oh, what are you playing at here? Dad asked. Daddy, hi. It's a game of hide-and-seek with water pistols. At that moment, someone pulled the trigger, and a jet of warm water flew across the pool. Oh, oops. Guess who she hit? The biggest target, of course. Mr. G was instantly wet from head to toe. What else do kids need in hot, sunny weather? Oh, what have we done? It looks like Dad is really angry. No, but... Something interesting is about to happen, said the little guy. Anju. Enigmatically, he said, wiping the drops of water from his face and hair. I was careless. But who asked you to jump out to the pool so suddenly? She asked. I'll give you exactly 5 seconds to escape, he said. Suddenly from somewhere on the how do you do it montage cycle, yes ouch, few muscat, where quietly a kid appeared and friendly lent his fully loaded water pistol. 3. Slowly he said, Hey, why did you start counting from 3 and not 5? And Ju was surprised and started to run away quickly. 2, he said slowly, and slowly he began to aim the sight of the water pistol. 1, he said, and a jet of water flew across the pool, and Anjo miraculously dodged it. Family Water Pistol Shooting Championship. Commentator Pudding. Player Anjuju is nimble and escaped attacks player Jin Chen. Player Jin Cheng is currently in a state where his strength is running low, and a new batch of recharge is not expected. The situation is very unfavorable for him. Great chance, said Anju, and was ready to fire her water pistol. Wow. Anjuju took advantage just in time, but it's hard to dodge such a blow. Jin Cheng player in danger. Pudding continued to comment. The water volume is small, so it is not as effective as I would like it to be, said Jin Chen. The player Jin Cheng actually gave up his weapon, so what will he do next? Continued to comment on the pudding. Humph. You've just become a living target. Let's see how you can handle it. And Jujitsu said cheerfully. Huh, you want to push me in the water? So you're gonna beat me somehow? Then don't mention the rules of combat, Anju thought. If that's the case, let's fall together, said Anju. At that moment, she grabbed Jin Chen by the tie and pulled her behind her, straight into the pool. The splashes went in different directions. There was a boy, and there is no boy, and he was going for success. But it didn't work out. Game's over, it's a tie. Pudding blew his whistle. Jin Chung, I accidentally splashed water on you and you decided to drown me? That's too cruel revenge, Anju said cheerfully. Every penny needs to be compared. That's my life principle. Jin Chen decided to respond with a proverb when he climbed out of the water. I'm a very interesting person, Mizan. Maybe in time, you will be able to understand me, he said in a quiet voice. She saw his hard body with his black wet shirt clinging to it. Such a picture made her instantly aroused. He's trying to seduce me. What is this magic coming from this man? She wondered. Mom, what's wrong with your nose? The little boy was surprised. Huh? What are you talking about? And she realized her nose was bleeding a little from excitement. Shit. My body is too honest. It reacts immediately to arousal. I'm ashamed of myself. She started to apologize. But I think it's nothing to be ashamed of. It's a natural reaction, and it's his own fault for being too provocative. Ms. An, it's okay. It's just human nature, he added. Clean yourself up and come into my office, he said. Are you all right? Stop laughing, you bastard! Stop laughing and go away! She continued to be indignant. A little later, she came and knocked on his office. Jin Chung, I'm here. What did you want to discuss with me? Bai Xinzhong came to my company today and gave me this Calmly, he said, and he handed her the flash drive. There's a video recording inside. That night, 5 years ago, he said. A video? Does it really exist? Surprised by Anju? Pictures of your horrible night began to appear in her mind. The events of that night brought her much pain and suffering. So, she also put a camera in that room? Anju was surprised. Do you want to get back at her? I can help you do that, Jijin Chung has offered. I can't wait to find out how they will do it, because as we know, revenge unites people. Help me! In the girl VDJ Tiaoyem's voice, there was an undisguised surprise reflected in wide, open eyes. In her fists, she squeezed indignation. Jin Chen looked at her experiencing. The man crossed his hands deliberately after the answer. Ani Ju thought. Because of her huge duty, it seemed to her that Jin Chen was not a very good person. But this time he himself offered her help? Clutching a flash drive in her hands, the girl looked down. If something goes wrong, then he will become a curse for her. Well, you can VTM to promise anything until you try. VDNG, we are not a family, so why do you want to help me, VDKJ? She put the USB drive back on the table, not stopping in her matters. VDJNJ, is this due to the fact that I'm the mother of 2 children? DJKJ. Bypassing the desktop, Anizu unceremoniously sat down right next to Jin Chani. Or do you have other reasons? The young hacker continued the interrogation, crossing her arms over her chest. VDJNG, you can speak without hiding. DJAKJ. Suspicion sounded in his voice. He tiredly turned in her direction. VDJNJ, you think that I can't VTM to help you for no reason? Is not it so? The girl actively gestured with her hands. You are a businessman. How can I agree to the proposal without discussing all the nuances before? Anne, Tizu clearly expected a catch, and from that her facial expressions and the tone seemed slightly aggressive. Or maybe not slightly. Jin Chen stared at her with wide-open eyes, as if toothpicks had inserted them. VDNJU. JK, he said quietly. Caring, the man continued. Good, very good. There was no facial expression on it, although if it were, it would definitely express anger. Vidin, since Miss Anne does not want to accept my help, I will not force. Che. The conversation is over, you can go, he snapped dryly. The girl first did not understand that she frowned with him. Is he really angry? In her head, she already waved her hands in full, thinking what she said so that she managed to make him so much. Mute questions filled the entire cranial box, or maybe even a room. Meanwhile, little Boudin eavesdropped with interest the conversation of the elders, pressing the structure similar to a horn outside the door. There was a voice from there. Hey, in no case, you... Suddenly, AOJSC pulled him by the sleeve of a short shirt, from which the baby was frightened, but did not want to retreat from the plan. VJ&J brother, eavesdropping is bad, but such conversations are all the more. You should not. JKJ, his twin, began to dissuade with a condescension. But his brother interrupted him and shouted with enthusiasm. Ha ha! Great, Dad is angry! My dear mommy must have taken him away. He is now like a bull. He showed the thumb up, as if approving his mother's work. Autonomous Office of Interest sat down closer to his brother, continuing to pull his sleeve, only for another reason. Well, what is going on inside? It seems to me that some recently said that eavesdropping is wrong. Bo Ding began reproaches. VDJ, so why did you change your mind and decided to join me, BJK? He settled one hand in the side. You really VDJ predictable VDJ. The baby continued his children's mockery, but AOAO immediately went back in his statements. VDNJin fact. I VDJ TM. Not so interesting. I just worry about my mother and dad. VDJ KJ, he looked away and muttered. Oh, you don't DJ Tuma have to lie. His brother was indignant and ruffled his hair. All your emotions are visible on your small face. I understood everything at first sight, but AOJSC continued his counter-arguments, which were a simple denial. Why would it be? Do not talk nonsense. And then the creak of the door was heard. There was one word in my head. Damn it! Bouding fiercely pushed the twin behind his back, adjusting him with the words. Rather, more likely the mommy is already coming out. While they argued here, they missed not only the last part of the dialogue, but also the moment when it was worth leaving. AOAO clearly did not keep up with his brother VDJTM as shocks, from which his legs rushed on the floor faster than he managed to rearrange them. An Tsu nervously walked from the room. Following the closed doors flew. Recently everything was fine, but then he suddenly repels people from himself? The heels knocked on the floor and the speech continued. The mind is not comprehensible. Two brothers peered out with cautiously from behind the wall. in an attempt to understand what happened and at the same time remain unnoticed. VDJ, it seems that they both got angry. VDJ Chage, began Ao, escorting his mother with an sympathetic look. What can I do for them? Do not worry, brother. Buding encouraged him, again showing him his thumb up. These are just small problems between a woman and a man. In addition, he winked. VDJ can solve their problem in one night. DJ KJ. He approached Ao and whispered in his ear, putting his hand to his lips. You are responsible for his mother. Just tell her. The baby whispered to him some important, only two of them a well-known secret, after which he smiled at all his milk 20 teeth. Just tell her this and the thing in the hat. Don't you? The brother answered cautiously, and thoughtfully scratched his chin with his finger. Of course! You will go to Mom now, and I'm to Dad. Boarding promoted his idea enthusiastically. Let's share and make sure that our couple will fight on the bed. Understood. His twiner accepted the team. They hit partner with fists and unanimously said, Wev DJ Tim, I'll start. At this time, Jin Chen scrolled a flash drive in his hand, thinking only about one thing. VDJ and Jia Yu are a businessman. How can I agree to the proposal without discussing all the nuances before? VDJ KJ, VDJ and GI am true. DJ KG, he ran in confusion around. Was such a person in her eyes? Clutching bitterness in his fist, he slightly lowered his eyelids. The man slowly ran his fingers on the white fabric of the removed jacket. No! He did not want to believe in this, and his whole gaze reflected this unwillingness. Meanwhile, Boding folded his hands on the table crosswise and laid his chin on them. VDJ and J-Mom simply does not believe you now, but that does not mean that she refuses you. DJ KJ. The girl lies in bed. Hands relaxed on the pillow and my head poured a sweet dream. Suddenly someone's hoof tenderly touched her cheeks. She muttered something like, Mind, of course, it was not a hoof, but just a costume of the baby Ao. As soon as she opened her eyes from the night bliss, Ani Ju saw her kids' New Year's costumes. The first dressed up in the costume of the Christmas deer of Santa with red, as if clown, his nose, and the second was just this very Santa, and even held a small bag of gifts on his shoulder. Little Santa was also distinguished by a false mustache. Both of them bent over her and knelt with love looking at their mother. Virginia, this. What? She muttered in a dream. She muttered in a...
Mom, Merry Christmas! Get up faster, let's celebrate with us!
Boding cried with inspiration, while the twin only portrayed a deer.
Ooh.
VD let me sleep. GJKJ, the girl reluctantly pushed them away from her and continued to wallow in bed. The kids backed up and blinked in surprise. They hardly managed to resist the fall. What other Christmas? For a simple hard worker, this is an ordinary weekend. Aniju turned her back to them and covered herself with a blanket with her head, while the boys turned around and looked after her. But Boding was not going to give up and smartly drove his index finger in front of his brother VDJ TM's red nose. He winked at him, and an idea was born in their heads. They both climbed onto the bed and with their hands flushed about their mother VDJ TM's shoulders covered with a blanket. VDJ and J Mamel. If you do not get up, VJKJAO began the victorious plan of AO. VDJD Inui will begin to muddle poor VDJK, the organizer of this operation, continued for him. Huh! Dare to threaten me? The girl finally emerged from under the warm fabric. You are too little jerking, like itching on the skin. Mommy Tilda. Well, please, Tilda. The boys stumbled, holding hands plaintively and looking at her with big eyes. A little more, and from them would pour children's capricious tears. Ani Ju closed her eyes so as not to see this heartbreaking spectacle. She already forgot about this trick, damn it. Closing her face with her hand and wiping her eyelids, she sat half of opening the blanket, while the kids continued to influence her pity. Okay, let's play guys. I had to invent something a girl to take them into the mind requiring entertainment. What do you want to play? Role-playing game. Boding answered immediately, as if he had only waited for this question, and opened his bag with VDJ gifts VDJ KJ in front of it. There are many types of characters, ancient and modern, folklore and foreign. All this was invented by a brother. He enthusiastically waved his feet back and forth. Mom, choose one character. And the girl examined the bag and put her hand there. It sounds good. Let's try. Still, children's fun began to occupy her. What happened to you? Asked Boding, hanging over his brother, who soon repeated his question. What? She only had to deploy a piece of paper. Countess! In her head appeared a picture of herself in a black robe and with the same color a hat, based on an aristocratic cane. And this picture was immediately embodied in reality. VJJ, my dear lady, DJKJ. Beautiful, suits you. Showed his corporate gesture VDJ Jen's finger up VDJ KJ Bo Ding. Very good, his brother sang after him. VDJ NJ, then you will go to look for Jin Chen to offer this game and character to him, right? VDJ KJ, asked the Countess. Take off my hat like a clever magician. Yeah, in the baby VJ TM's voice, he still played delight. Well, here, in the head of Aniju, a brilliant plan was born, which she voiced with an undisguised smile. What about housemaid? There was a surprised voice of a man, interrupted by the bang of the fireplace in the living room. Can I refuse? He did not take his eyes off the piece of paper, on which a humiliating sentence was written, and threw his foot on his foot. Please! The children and Miss An in one voice screamed, exposing his hands under his cheeks in the hope that this altitude will help him take the side of feelings. The same hesitated. Vidijay enough. JKJ Jin Chen took up his head, covering his eyes and saying, Vidijay enough already, VJKJ. But the task nevertheless completed and soon appeared before such a thirsty audience in a real maid costume. The blue shirt and a strict tie were replaced by a black and white dress with ruffles and a collar, and a delicate hoop on his head completed the image. Cursing one hand to the chest and the second rested on his side with displeasure, Jin Chen almost doused himself, trying not to burn with shame. Fa, this outfit is very, nervously laughed Aniji, covering her mouth in laughter with her hand, and leaving the pictures as a keepsake. I must put this photo on the wallpaper, she thought immediately. And brother, what do you think? And Dad finds out that Mom removed all the options and left only the VD Janjai made VJKJ on all papers. Soon Bo Ding at Autonomous Okrugeo asked. I think that now there is definitely not, he said thoughtfully and smiled. VDJNG, but he looks pretty happy. JKJ. Come, and Sue coughed, attracting attention. Well, now it's time to enter the image. She sat down on a luxurious chair. Like a countess, I have to enjoy life. She proudly held out, squeezing a cup of hot tea in her hand and leaning on soft railing. VDJ and Jan Miss is a maid, you answer. Jackie, her cunning gaze reflected the pleasure of his plan. Washing the floor, cleaning, washing, cooking, and also get in my room. The VD Jane made VDJK from such a stream of responsibilities was simply dumbfounded. Thank you very much in advance. The girl winked at a kindly, continuing to enjoy her tea. Huh? Are you serious? With a smile asked Jin Chen, obviously thinking about something. Oh, it seems Dad understood everything. Guessed the tone of the baby AO. Countess, I'm not one of those ordinary maids who serve tea and snacks. While he pronounced these words, Ansu was a little alert, and not in vain. The man bent directly above her, hanging with his face over her and tracing his eyes, falling on her cheek from the nerves of a droplet of sweat. I am responsible only for your... Vidijene samai feeling. Vidij KJ. He looked at her with a temptation and smiled broadly, as cunningly as she was recently. Ugh! From such pressure, the girl choked and she had to spit out a good half of her tea. VDJ and J, children, look at us. What are you going to do? DJ KJ screamed in response to Anitsu. Well, let me go! Tss. You yourself said to get used to the role of the character. He continued to be malicious, mocking her trick. Chijin Chen! Fighting cries were heard while the kids peacefully unpacked gifts under the Christmas tree. Relations between people are improving due to mutual understanding. Taught the man Bu Dang, strictly threatening his finger. Jin Chen himself was sitting on a work chair and listening carefully to him. You were not very long together, so you do not know each other so well. The kid tried to climb onto the table to become at the level with a man. In response, nothing, only a silent question. VDGJ in Jaso, VDJ Cage. Then the baby was distracted from the conversation and focused his efforts to climb upstairs. Jin Chen looked at him with pity. Let me help you. He lifted him in his arms with a light movement and Bu Dang was in the air, and then on the table. Kim, I actually enlighten you, so do not interrupt. The boy frowned, extending his hand to bite. Okay, carry on. The man agreed, smiling at such immediacy. Well, if you want your mother to change your mind, have a patience. Continued to teach him. Let me tell you about how we lived before. Eyes reflected sadness from these memories. As far as I remember, my mother has always been not easy. Began to plunge into them deeper Bo Ding, from which images hastily popped up in his head. So he is sitting in his mother VDJTMM's backpack while he is taking 2 huge suitcases. So that people of the Bai family did not find us. We had to move and travel to many places from time to time. Due to such instability, my mother could get a job only with physical labor, and we made ends meet. And it was very difficult to earn money. In these images, his mother washed the floors while the little boy was sitting on the floor with a toy, and said tiredly, VDJ Budin. A good boy, Mom will soon finish with cleaning. DJKJ. Later, my mother made programming, and we began to live better. But the memories of this did not become better. Get out! You did not say that you are so bad, and you still want to get money for such work? Roll out of here. Apparently, this way began in programming. She was literally thrown out the door from which she fell straight to the ground. Mommy experienced a lot over the years from her. A salary was selected and robbed. Impossible. He promised to pay today. How so? With tears in my eyes, I read messages on the phone. VDJ what was happening forced her mother to become even more serious. But it also forced her. Against the backdrop of grief, the girl was killed in a chair. But this picture was replaced by proud and confident in herself Aniju, who was not afraid of obstacles. No one else trust. And really, when so much is deceived, sometimes this is the only way out. Mom walked with a confident gait along the city. Therefore, please, give my mom a little time, okay? With a prayer in his eyes, the boy asked. VDJ Jinjit turns out that this is VDJ KJ with sadness from the story itself, but at the same time with a faded hope, Jin Chen noted. He thought that she hates him, and therefore refused to accept his help. But he did not expect this. I probably are too impatient? The man thought to himself. Be sure, Budin. He carefully patted him on the head, from which the boy was in surprise embarrassed. The last thing your father needs is patience. He smiled at the child and looked at him with one tenderness. VC Jinjy will allow her to slowly accept me. ODJKJ. Understood. The baby's face lit up, and the cheeks were puzzled with sincere joy. Dad removed his hand from his hair. Ani Zhu stood in the bathroom and brushed her teeth, holding a toothbrush in one hand, and in the other a glass of running water. She spat, lifting belonging above the sink. Continuing to pinch her white army, she looked at her own reflection with a frightened look and thought, VD Janjay, what is wrong with Ki Jin Chen? How can he change his opinion so quickly? Trinning in front of the mirror, the girl began to be caricatured to portray the speech and habits of a man. VDJNJ a second ago. DJNJ Miss Anne, let me help. VDJ KJ. She held out a toothbrush forward as if talking to her. And the next second, if you do not need it, then I will not force you. She threatened the mirror with her finger, saying, everything jokes and kindness ended. VJNJ Miss Anne, I Chijin Jong, never force others. DJ Cage. She folded her hands in her sides and frowned thoughtfully, while one baby quietly made her way into the bathroom. It was Ao, and he silently watched the scenes of his mother. Leave the office now. While she teased the man, she aggressed even more. Vijinjuf, it seems I came at the wrong time. VJKJ flashed through the boy's head. Come. But he nevertheless attracted attention when Aniji was in earnest to knock on the floor with his foot. Ha ha ha. Lu'uyu, the sun, gold, darkness sighs, hid a veil, ah. The girl came to her senses and immediately began to pretend that all this time she sang songs, and not angry odes to the boy VDJ, Tem's father. The same stared at her with a tired look, clearly expressing, you may not try. But the lips said something else. Mom, I did not see anything. He folded his hands in his sides. VDJ NJ Do, not so VJ NJ, honestly VDJ KJ? I ached from the hopelessness of the situation by Anitsu. What happened, baby? She continued to do what before, to the whole booth, to brush her teeth. Nothing. I just want to ask you, how much do you go to work tomorrow? Asked the boy. Work? The girl brought a mug of water to her lips. What do you have? Then a picture surfaced before my eyes. Here it is, the pleading Jin Chen's with her hands. I don't vegetum, but ask a lot. Only an annual salary of 50 million, okay? Puppy eyes pierced the man. I will immediately inform the personnel department, and you can start working on the next Monday. He covered his face with hope of hopelessness. Wow, is it true? Thank you, the girl screamed. The amount of anger in her blood made her almost spit out the water in the mirror. Head tomorrow? The same Monday? With fear and hope for the opposite slowly turned out to Aniju to the boy. Yes, exactly, he answered calmly. And the girl with screams, ay, yay. I ran out of the room. Having twisted on the floor with a kalachik, she began frantically looking for information on the internet on request. VDJNJ. What to do if the day before coming to the new company I very much offended the boss? Question online. This is very urgent. Kayuk, I have a lid, the girl shouted, while JSCAO was perplexed on the sidelines. Xiao Chen, today's meeting was postponed at 3 OVDJ TM clock in the afternoon. says Jin Chen in a serious view of the phone, walking past the bushes. And dinner with Mr. Xiao needs to be postponed the next week. One hand lay in the pocket of an expensive costume over which the autumn cloak was thrown. Good, Mr. Key, the voice from the tube answered him. A couple of steps towards the unknown and... VDJJ Miss Anne, you vegetate. The man looked at her with caution, clutching the phone to his chest. Xiao Qi, IVDJ Tim. Been waiting for you here for a long time. The girl made a bow closed from the world with the wide sleeves of Japanese robe. My dear Tilda. She stood next to the black car, the door to which was to open for the boss. Royal boss, she thought with enthusiasm, spreading inside herself in joy, and pressed her hands to her cheeks. What? Jin Chen looked at her perplexedly, is not able to answer this question, and for many others. Well, I was so young and stupid that I dared to refuse the boss in his kindness. I blurted out in an apologizing gaze and began to flicker around him, hanging on his shoulders, then on her arms. Vijianjai really angered you. You can beat and scold me, Xiaoqi. I will not have any complaints about such an appeal. DJJ, and Tsu shouted selflessly, losing all her pride. You have such a big heart. Do not forget that I am your slave. Ultimately, I can only say one thing. She knelt before him. I was wrong. Until they fire me and lower my salary, you can do everything that your darling will wish. The man looked at her in a stupor. A minute of silence and seriousness, although inside he wanted to burst out laughing. Rin, you can VDG Timp laugh, he said to himself, hiding the shots behind the sleeve. And Jiayu Tsu, where is your dignity? Already with a serious look and cold voice, he turned to her. No matter what it is, she continued to laugh hysterically, thinking that despite her humiliating position, while she has a benefit from this, the framework of morality was erased in front of her. Oh, do not take it in mind. He raised his hand to his forehead, sweating from tension. All last night, he only thought what to tell her, and now she took the initiative to make peace, which he did not expect. There are steps. Do not go down so fast. Mentally turned to himself Jin Chen in order to maintain his dignity and apparently the royal title. Now you have exactly 5 minutes to change, and then we will go to the company together. The man looked at his watch. Great! The girl shouted, bouncing and raising her hands into the air. Suddenly she clung to him and gently kissed his cheek, holding on to the collar of his expensive coat. The man was numb. Love you! Screamed after him Aniji, until he carefully, trying not to erase the kiss, touched the fingers of the recently attacked cheek. Breton, do you see it? From the bushes seemed a small face of Buding, framed by 2 branches. Vidyanjay, if my mother tells that this concerns her salary, then she will not worry anything else. DDKJ, the boy explained to his brother. Vijin, this is true. Vijikiao thoughtfully answered. VDJDNA, but what were you talking about with Dad? DJJKJ, he asked, still peering out of the bushes. No matter what I said. Pretty scratched the chin of the baby, recalling the details of the conversation. It is important that it worked for the highest discharge. It turns out to be that Dad easily brought to emotions. Smugly poked a finger forward Buding. VDJs, oh. The twin brother squinted. He apparently did not know what this was possible. The black car stopped in the parking lot and I will allow you to be the leader of the BVDJNJ BVDJKJ team. This is the main information about the team members. Chin Chen broke the silence and handed her a white folder. VDJNJ you can see after you get a job. DJ Cage. Fine. And Tzu peacefully agreed. Well, after another information about the company you can contact Lisa in the personnel department. She will inform you of everything. The girl took the paper from his hands. From now on, it is better for us not to contact each other in the company so that they do not understand us incorrectly. Eh? What does it mean? With surprise, the girl asked, examining the inscription on the folder. If colleagues see that we are close, they will think that I hired you from the air, the man said thoughtfully, leaning on the window of the car and quietly grunting about this fact. VDJao on Kuvdaikai is a place where words depend on power. If I pay you VDJNJ special attention VJKJ, you will be crushed and excluded. VDJNJ from the air VDJ is good, just wonderful. On the contrary, Aniji was delighted and made a cat's muzzle. Who would not want to get an increase in salary without making any effort? I'm against. He cut off and pushed away the girl who was climbing to him by the cheek. Before the start of the working day, another 10 minutes, and the penalty for being late. 1. He again looked worriedly at his watch. What? Here there was already a shock, not anxiety from the girl. Ah, damned capitalism, she cried, rushing at the gas station and waving her arms. Office of IT departure. Inside is cozy and light, earlier morning. Windows to the floor with translucent curtains separate each office from its neighbors. A beautiful white staircase leads here. Attention Team VDJNJBVDDJK. Put aside your work. Began to refuel everyone with some dark-haired girl with glasses. It was the same Lisa from the personnel department. I imagine a new one. VDJNJG. This is the new leader of your team. VDJKJ. She showed her hand towards the heroine who followed to the place next to her. And JYU. Her appearance came out spectacular. Hi all. The girl corrected the folder in her hands. There were applause all over the office. Many employees turned to look at her while she was doused with cold later from excitement. VDJNJ so. Take care of me. DDJKJ. The nervous laugh of Zu suppressed. VDJNJ, this office is why I see how the tension in the air is hovering. VDJKJ, she thought to herself. VDDJNJ, hey, Miss Lisa, VDJKJ, asked someone's female voice. Is this a beginner? Yes, the new leader of the team VDJNJ BVDJK, and Tazutsu, introduced her to the girl Lisa. Both glances rushed to an unknown figure for a new figure. Chu, this is the creative director of our team, An Yao. The boss from the personnel department introduced the stranger. This is the creative director of our company, An Yao. She waved pink hair and imperiously went forward. The first thought, and Tzu thought that she was Megger, but nothing. VDJNJI can not only appear in the house of Chi Jin Chen, but also to occupy a position in his company, and my position is higher even yours. DK. Nemo already competed with her in the head of a hacker. Hello everyone, from now on we will be one team. I spoke with the rest of the staff of NSU. Angju Zhu. With frenzy, she looked at her by An Yao. Noticing this expression on her face, Lisa was worried about the future of a new ward. VDNJ, this Academy of Sciences, is very vengeful, because she is the bride of the general director. She will poke her nose everywhere. If the new one offends her, then it will not be easy for her here. So it is worth quickly changing the topic. Director of AN, do you have any business in the technical department, did you come here? With a stretched smile, the brunette asked, displaying her hands in a gesture. Help something? Yes. As soon as you get into the team B, then nothing good will happen. And Yao handed some documents to Lisa. VDJNJY gave them such a small amount of work, and they did it only. DJKJ. I really see no reason to keep the B team in the company. It would be better to dissolve it, and as soon as possible. The girl VDJ team's indignation was noticeable both in her voice and on her face. Right now I have no other choice. I have to be impudent, and ask me to help me with this leader of the VDJNJV DJ team. Continued lectures continued the creative director, frowning with thin eyebrows and waving a piece of paper back and forth. Well, this is really hard work for you. Lisa continued to hold a smile, trying not to remove the mask of a friendly facial expression. VDJNJ, whoever does not know in this company that Miss Yang is still lifting, and it's so-called VJ asking for help. VJ is just a package to hang dogs on others, Jax the girl thought with disgust. VDJNJao Yao, I don't VJTM to need anything, I just want to stay next to you and serve you. VDJKJ. Some dark-haired employee kissed her varnished heels. What work did she give to our team? Asked Tzu, looking around this action. This is just a set of codes to display the interface. The bald man prompted her in a gray jacket and lemon-colored shirt. And we handed over the material a month ago, so why are you talking about the fact that we are unskilled? The second employee was indignant, looking at the world and the situation through square glasses. VDJNJ, why else? Because I'm here. VDJKJ confidently configured herself. VDJNJ, when I was in the house of Qingjing Chen, I was cooked in that soup, and when I came here, I need to endure the picking here. She pursues me. The girl scattered a look at the pink-haired Academy of Sciences of Yao, who continues to find out in the orderly tone with Lisa. Miss Lisa, you know that our clients are women. Finish this. An Yao poked her folder in her chest. The application will soon enter the network, but it's already too late. Is it true, so seriously? Angju confidently grabbed the paper from her hands. I'll see what the problem is. Wow, it's really serious. The girl portrayed a surprise to the problem, thinking to herself that she could correct this VDJN seriously VJG within an hour. And Yao angrily looked at her, dissatisfied with the fact that she was deprived of the documentation. VDJNJ Butt, Director of AN. You still have not solved such a VDJN serious VDJKJ problem. Yege, the young hacker grinned boldly. The effectiveness of your department is really low. She handed the documents back to their owner and immediately took it back. What? A drop of sweat from the nerves and the wrath of the director appeared on the face. The code that was written a month ago did not go through the check until he went on the network. Noted Ntsu. Well, in the end, our team VDJ VVVVJK is not enough qualified for this, or is it your poor vision, or... She looked affectionately at her, although the words of the girl reflected radically different emotions. Is this a simple malfunction? How do you laugh? The creative director shouted at her, threateningly poking her finger in the air, while Lisa laughed quietly, winking her new VDJ. Wow. It turns out that the new one is not done with a finger. VDJKJ flashed through the head at the entire department. It seems that we now have a great leader. A bald man and man in square glasses were especially happy about this. Someone mocks our Yao Jiao? Another man in a black suit hurried into the corridor with a licked hairstyle. The head of the group Yang, they do not listen to me. What should I do? Cried, complaining about the girl VDJ TM's department and contracting into a small pink lump. VDJ Jinyu, don't be afraid, baby Yao. I'll take care of everything. GKJ. He got excited, and the next second he had already opened his mouth to Anju. VDJ. Who are you that you dare to talk like that with Yao Jiao? JK. He shouted deafeningly, hiding her from the cruel world behind his back. Do not think that if you were appointed the leader of the group, then you have more power. Team B, at best, is a reserve. He delayed the girl like a huge pit bull, while Yao Yao herself smiled maliciously on the sidelines, as if holding him on a leash. VDJ and JTC. The connection between these two is so obvious. Everything is visible at first glance. With a serious look, Ntsu noted. VDJ and JA since. These are dog battles. It is better to fight with the owner. After all, only the battle can be honest. VDJ Nyoke. Don VDJ TM. T scream anymore. VDJ KJ, she said mentally to Pitbull. VDJ and J, you are so loud that the director VDG TM's comments are not heard. DJ KJ terrible, isn't it? Shut to him the mouth of Ntsu, already turning to him as a man, and in a voice. Director of AN, I already took control of everything, and this person too. So let's talk in silence. She showed the thumb as if to say, the situation is settled. What? Yao Jiao looked at her with surprise. She did not understand why the guy suddenly changed so much and how she now reacts to all this. Tell us about the following modifications. The girl was affably prompted by the topic of the conversation, while the interlocutor stood, clenching his fists with anger. This is by no means a small set of codes. Is it necessary to adjust the finished scheme of the prototype of the product, front-end development, and reconfigure the program? Continued to fill it with questions, concerned about the number of problems. Ntsu. Do I need to redo the initial performance test, and visual testing and functional testing should also be carried out? In addition, what if an unknown mistake appears again? Her eyes sparkled. Whether we can then adapt the user interface, whether then it will be necessary to redo it, and so on. Yao Jiao already wanted to dump a huge stone on it. All these problems take time to solve them, the director of the AN. She smiled and threw up in her palm. Decide them all, one after another. Yao Jiao was struck as if in a bloody battle and kept his heart. God, the boss is such a beauty. The employees praised her interlocutor. This is a legendary battle where they won the same weapons with which we were attacked. Director AN, are you all right? Anger asked by anxiety. Time goes on, but faster make the decision. VDJ Jinj, no. You don't VDJ team. To need to change anything, I think that this option is also not bad. DJK Yao Yao barely exhaled on the wall, while Ian was circling excitedly for days. VDJ Yao Yao, what's wrong with you? Make a hide, Yao Yao, our DJK. Oh, this is really that different professions are different worlds, Lisa remarked furtively. I did not even know that there were so many steps to change the set of codes. Actually, I do not need, I lied. Who told her to come the first to create problems for us? I was whispering in her ear of asked Ju. The girl from the personnel department sighed in surprise. Hold it a secret. She leaned her finger against her lips and winked, hoping that Lisa would not give her secret. Although she was sure of that. VDJ Nyanj, you really DJ KJ, she looked reverently at Miss Anne. Well, now an interfering person is no longer on my way. And joyfully said the girl, gathering in the opposite direction. Now it's time to get acquainted with the team members. There are few people, only 4 people. Ntsu thought, examining the papers. VDJ Luo Tuo? Wow, and information about him says that he is very disinterested. She drew attention to the resume of a 30-year-old man with black hair and glasses with a red frame. Can I find out who Luo is? Angji inquiringly raised her hand up. I'm here. They responded to her call and raised their hand in response. A tired, unpretentious guy with huge bags under his eyes, protruding ears, and simply terrifyingly tsarist replied, Vijin everyone usually calls me a Tuo brother. And Tsu did not believe her eyes. On the questionnaire, the man looked stately and quite neat. It was even possible to call him beautiful, but in real life his appearance left his desire. Where is the best of the best? Vijanjit is obvious that he is only 30 years old, but why does he look like a 40-year-old uncle? Oh no, Uncle DJKJ. She continued to run down the questionnaire and up again on him, until she became convinced that she believes in her vision. What did you go through? Her eyebrows by the house reflected the whole deplorable of the situation. This is an ordinary life of a hard worker, he answered, straightening heavy, thick glasses. And Tzu was already mentally looking for the next ward, and I was looking for him in the papers, peering carefully and reading. The next, Van Jinzen. VDJNJ he has so quietly, he should be like a lovely girl, VDJKJ she thought, and her gaze was filled with an anticipation of acquaintance. VDJNJ, are you sitting there so quietly? DJKJ, she turned to him from the other end of the room. I'm here. His soaped bald head scolded the entire office. Boss, you just shouted to the director of N. It's so cool! He jumped, winked triumphantly, and sent an air kiss. Thank you. Thank you for the compliment. Then the nervous girl was covered, accepting congratulations. Help! It seems to me that now is the time to write a letter of resignation. Please give me a normal person. She was very embarrassed to listen to about the recent case and communicate with the broken workaholics. She began to look for some other names in the papers. Ah, here he is! Angju stumbled upon a pretty green-eyed brunette. This one looks more normal. At least more than these two. Who is Fan Lai? She turned to the hall, looking away from the same binary. Fanny Bark? Fang Barking is here? The girl continued to call, but no one responded. Does it miss the work? VDJ Chao, noisy. VDJ Cage suddenly came from somewhere in the underworld. VDJ NJI just dozed off. And you asterisk pip 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 asterisk. The guy was in earnest and earnestly, throwing his head with red, and not with black hair to the ceiling and appealing to the sky. Vijayjiti, this is Fang Lai, but we all call him Allah. The story about a friend began amiably. Okay. And Tsu was not ready for a new conversation. Hey Chi Jinjiang, all data on the employees are false. The girl mentally complained about the injustice of him, shaking him by the suit. Radai JJ this Luotuo, right? VGKJ. There should be another person, right? Can you say what his name is and where is he? Already barely keeping a smile, asked Tsu. It is better to look directly at people, and not at these scribbles, so that the expectations are smaller. But is it? Get up. The new leader of the group arrived. Excitedly clapped him on the back of a man in square glasses. VGJJ, is it? Very good. Great name. I'm ready to see him. Empty, sleeping gray eyes opened. The guy tiredly leaned on the table and propped his heavy head. Sorry. Last night I worked overtime and fell asleep again. He began to blame, to ask for forgiveness. No, do not apologize. You worked hard. Accidentally escaped from Tsu, and she closed her mouth with her hands, choosing dumb tears of pity for a hardware. Lee looked at her inquiringly. VDJJ, well, in principle, I know everyone. Now let me introduce myself. Dick Cage. The girl put her hand on her heart and recommended herself. My name is Tsu Zhu. Take care of me. So what is next, VG Po? Let's go dinner at the expense of the company. She triumphantly scored up. Take compensation from capitalism. Fine. Hey answered in one voice. Yao Yao. I heard a voice in her office. Yao Yao. But she only angry threw the papers on the table. Genjanao, you know that what Ani Jizu said is intended in order to fool the non-professionals, and why did you say this so far? JKJ. Small tears sparkled in her eyes, rather from anger than from helplessness. Genjado, not be angry. Ki Yang began to calm her, approaching the girl and to the table, at which she held on and retained her balance. VDJ Genjiu, you just want to see how I expose myself to a fool, right? JKJ, thrown of the accusation, changing in her face. Yes, if she didn't VDDG Temanita's experience, she would not even talk to him now. VDJ Injum, I only see you, as I might have thought about it at such a time. VDJKJ. The leader tried to calm her in a voice and his hands. Do not cry. I will definitely avenge you. How will you do it? With hope of revenge, Yao Jiao asked, watching how the guy turned away in a crook and began to explain the action plan. Everything is simple. Group VDJ and VDJKJ is under my control all year round, and what project they should do, to solve only to me. He began, smiling brighter than the shine of licked hair. Just give them a very important project that they will not overpower, so that they could not finish it and were automatically fired. This is feasible, but unilateral pressure is not enough. Anyao sat on the table, crossing her hands. What kind of people in Group VDJ and JVJKJ can create any conflicts within the team? It is difficult to say. Group VDJ and JBVDJKJ consists of strange guys. We are not in contact with them little. Yang scratched his chin. However, VDJ, we can try. The last man mysteriously whispered in her ear. To your health. Altogether, the refueling team raised the glasses with alcohol, clinging. Angzia drank it in one gulp. XX tilde. She grimaced, squeezing her jaw with her hand. There is very little left in the glass. Brother Tuo, why did you go to drink and brought Goldie's berries with you? The girl asked, watching how a bespectacled man poured a red-dried admixed in a glass of yellowish alcohol. This is just an awareness of a middle-aged person. He smiled and brought the mug closer to his lips. What did you say? Fang barking shouted into the telephone. Why should we do such work? He was indignant at the whole dining table. Throwing a full look at the screen, he hesitated. Li and Antizu, who sits nearby, could not look away from him. He was silent. I need to do something. Do not rush. Continued the emotional dialogue of Fang Lai and left the interlocutors. And what happened? Antizu asked herself. The head of the group Yang handed over to our team a project of Chin groups, which has just been announced in the working group. Muttered Tuo's brother nervously, looking into the phone. And what is wrong with Chin groups? The requirements of their company are higher? She was looking for support in her eyes and whether sitting on the right. VDJ, they are not just higher, boss. DJKJ, Lisi complained, who had already managed to pull the pink apron on himself while preparing snacks to his comrades. It's just a real hell. He laid a piece of meat of akiju on a plate. All of their proctives of the S level and the bonus from year to year is not just stable, but becomes higher. He was noticeably sorry that here, with him, does not happen in the same way. VDJ, but they find themselves at the little things the most, and often, due to small problems with the details, they return the material and force everything to redo everything. DJKJ, he continued, imposing her more pieces of meat, especially their president, Sint Wei-jun. He presented a fair-haired dark figure in a long black cloak. This is just a king at the level of a turtle of wool who kills people every minute. Return and redo it! The girl visualized how the Green Goblin handed her an important piece of paper back. It's really scary. However, our team VDJ-NJ-BVDJKJ cannot take on a Chin groups. Interfered in the conversation, passionate about food and Lee. How could Team VDG and YAVDJKJ give us such an important project if we usually work with a trifle? VDJ-NJY feel one place. This is again the tricks of the Academy of Sciences and the head of Yana VDDJKJ and Zhu realized. VDJ-NJ, however, VDJKJ, she grabbed a piece of dish with Chinese sticks. VDNA, there is always a solution to the problem, VJKJ. She wet the meat into hot sauce with herbs. I do not believe that she is able to turn everything upside down. Encouraged her mouth, confident in her abilities. And Tsu. Goodbye, see you tomorrow in the company. She waved goodbye to the employees when they all together went to a busy street. She was waved in response. VDJ&J, before the taxi arrives, another 20 minutes. This driver is so slow. VJKJ, the girl was upset, reading a warning on the phone. Finally. She was unexpectedly pulled out by the hand. Finally, I see you alone. The brunette looked at her madly, not letting go. Shenxuan, she screeched timidly. Why are you here? Have you followed me all this time? She began to break out in displeasure. Let go! No, I will never let you go. He did not calm down. I finally divorced this bitch by Xinjiang. Let's start all over again, okay? Continued loudly to chatter Shan. Oh, then get it? Her heel with pain dug into the black shoes of the guy, from which he was very hidden and grabbed by the leg. Sincerity? Forget, the dung beetle would have shook his head when he heard your vajin sincerity, JK. Angju angrily crossed her arms over her chest and stepped away. If you are really bored, then you can find a prison and sit down. She turned in her intention to leave. Once again to worry me, I will hit you again. Loser! The girl straightened the strand of hair and went away. Are you still planning to leave? He lowered his hand in his pocket behind a bottle with something transparent. It was a chloroform that he poured on a rag. Ha! It VDJTM's even easier, thought Shen, creeping up from behind and was going to catch and euthanize Akadutsu by force. And then someone's hand in the glove stopped and intercepted his own. The next blow fell into the jaw. What's the sound? The girl was amazed, turning back. VDJNG, it seems that for you it is really worth finding a prison. EDDJKJ. An unknown fair-haired man in black clothes straightened his gloves. Xianshuan, you are kind. Go with us. The police persistently recommended, holding the newly minted hands and shoulders and diverted into the car. He deserved it, the girl muttered with proudly protruding in relief. The fair-haired guy stood aside. Oh, for sure. Thank you very much for my salvation. She thanked him, slammed her hands with a smile. He in turn remained cold, like steel. My name is Xiu Zhu, and you? She held out her hand affably. In response, silence. The guy just stood and was not going to shake his hand. Do not worry, everything is in order. Dryly but politely snapped, turning his back to the interlocutor. Goodbye. He covered his eyelids and said goodbye, then he left. VDJ, he is so strange, VDJ, KJ, the girl thought, scratching her chin. Inside her, something laughed at his so-called strangeness. She turned after him and said to herself, VDJ, better hurry home. KJ. The girl flew along the streets, skipping, waving her arms. On the watch of the apartments 10 in the morning. Jin Chen sat a luxurious sofa, leg on his leg, considering the documentation. One hand held her, the second phone from which came the news and successes of the past day. Miss Ao Yao left after that. She intended to deliver the problems of Miss Tzu Tzu, but Miss Tzu Tzu deftly got out. I did not expect that she could be so easy to get out of the water. He was pleased to hear it, but still, he was really in shock. Okay, where is the Enjutsu? Is she already returning? Finally, he asked, pulling off his phone. She was at the corporate party with her members are huge. Miss Tzu Tzu should return soon. The voice answered. I'm home! Just in time, the heels of Miss Akadu pounded on the clean floor. Yes, she came. Immediately, Jin Chen reported in front of his voice and hung up. Aniju found him watching her on the couch. VDJNJ, good evening, Mr. G. DJKJ. The voice was again full of friendliness, although until recently his tone was in no way close to this with Shane. The girl proceeded inside. Shh! Children are already sleeping, reassured her impulses Jin Chen. Are you drank? He asked when the girl was close enough and began to pour into a glass of water. Yeah, quite a bit. While she was managed with a kettle, her chest sank down and slightly exposed. The man swiftly looked away and thought about something. VDJ, they look strange, but VGJKJ. The girl began to humming the out-of-place, swaying her rhythm. Caution! Quietly shouted Jin Chen, watching splashing water in a glass that she held. He acquired her by the waist to stop. Oh, why the room is spinning. Ang Ji at first looked nowhere, and then looked at the guy. VDJ, I'll bring you to the room. DJKJ. He slightly held her by the chest. Va VDJ, and near Va JKJ, she thought, looking at his beautiful face with thin facial features. You are pretty beautiful. She pressed against him and stroked her chin, pulling him by the shirt. VDJ, DJK, he dumbfounded, not ceasing to look at her in amazement. Cha, VDJ, don't say anything. DJKJ, the girl snapped, putting a finger to his lips. She pulled him at herself while their noses were almost in contact. One hand ruined black hair, the second held his cheek. Let me see you well. With her whole body, she poured to him. VDJ, yes. DK, she held out in a languid voice hanging around her neck. VDJ, the corners of the eyes are slightly raised, and the eyes themselves are clear. DJK, she admired him, not ceasing to drive his face over his face. You can easily drown in them. The guy was just silent, looking seriously at her. VDJ Ninj, you have long eyebrows, but I often see you gloomy. VDJ KJ. She touched with 3 fingers of his forehead, space between the eyebrows. Is something bothering you? VDJ NJ, how much did she drink? And how can I spend her to the room? VJ Cage, read in his bright blue eyes and a strong blush. The girl jumped on the socks. And also your nose. She hugged him, crossing her hands behind Jin Chen's shoulders. With her lips, she is about to touch him. One wrong movement and they will kiss. The guy supported her by the waist. VDJ Nyan the lips. DJKJ continued the drunken monologue, Anne, enjoying his blush. Enough! Miss Anne, you must go to your room. The guy pulled away, holding her by the shoulders, while she clung to his shirt with both hands. Hey, why are you leaving? I have not finished looking at you yet. And Tzu was indignant, not wanting to part with Chen. Come on, sit down. She put him back on the sofa with one hand, watching a surprised look. VDJ and JY have not seen enough of you yet. DJKJ. So why did you decide to escape? She bent over him a couple of centimeters from the desired lips and closed the opportunity to move on both sides with her own hands. VDJ and JR. Do you want to play a short term? DJKJ. She languidly examined his features and seductively opened her mouth. Vejinju. JKJ, he was all sweated with such tension between them. I what? A gray-haired butler appeared in the corner of the room. VJNJY just examined you. BDJKJ. You will not lose anything. The girl leaned on the sofa between the legs of Jinjenya. Stop moving. What are they doing? Managed to think the butler. Lord, my old heart will not stand it. He closed his eyes from the humility and love that had appeared before him. Vainjabut. Mr. G is already at the limit of his strength. He hates when people behave like that with him. VDGKJ. The butler continued to examine the guy and the girl leaning over him. Great. I like your lip shape. She tried to touch them with her finger. They seemed to... His hand intercepted the wrist and desire of the girl. Angjuzyu, you are obliged to go to your room now and oversleep, he said in a serious voice, holding her brush away from himself. And what if I do not want to? What will you do then? Miss Anne, dissatisfied with his sharpness, rolled her eyes. Another attempt to touch his collar. Huh? Suddenly the girl lost her balance, but for her, this under the influence of alcohol seemed funny and not posing a danger from following the process. Jinchen grabbed her waist, raising Aniju in his arms. He exhaustedly looked into her eyes. With one hand, he wrapped her under his knees, the second under the ribs. Tenderness and sincere care were hidden in his hands. VDJNJ, I will take you to yours, Dupi DJche. The man smiled at the corners of his lips and gave Ani G with her eyes sympathetic. Jin Chen continued his way with a falling asleep girl in her arms. He climbed up the massive staircase and disappeared from sight. The butler quietly went crazy about the events of this series. VDJ and JMY. God, what are they doing? Should I follow them? Oh, I'm so embarrassed. The old man was filled with paint looking after him.
VDJ, mister. The little hand pulled him by the leg.
VDJ, it's already so late that you are doing here? VDJKJ, asked the awakened AO. The second baby in pajamas in the form of a dinosaur made of food out of the refrigerator. Oh, over the years it is becoming increasingly difficult for me to fall asleep, so I decided to take a walk. The butler lied to the kids, but the facial expressions and nervous laughter betrayed him. VDJ and JY can VDJ, Tim. Tell them what to peep for the mistress and master. They are children. I can just embellish something a little. Something is wrong here, shouted with his mouth full of his mouth. In his hands he held a mountain of sweets and harmful food, the maximum that would fit in small hands. You're lying, supported the brother of AO, crossing his arms over his chest. VDJ and J can. It take you to clean water? VDJKJ. The baby tucked his hands in his sides and menacingly met a lightning with his eyes in the old man. Or... The second twin grunted ominously, holding a bit of chicken in one hand, with a second wrapper with candy. VDJNGII. DJK, he tried to slip away from the impending battle of Wu, but the defense of his hands did not save him. Okay, I'm giving up. Lost in a children's hype and fight the butler. Mom got drunk? Asked one of the twins when the old man placed all kinds of dishes on the table. Pies, pieces of different cakes, pancakes with a cherry at the very top and tea. Dad almost does not know how to take care of others, thought AO. On the other hand, based on what Mr. Wu said, the Pope almost ended in patience for Mom. The boy breathed out in frustration. Mommy is very naughty. She always does only what she wants, Bo Ding continued, especially after he drinks. VDJ Nye Bo Dean dear. Give me a mommy will kiss you. DJ KJ. Angji reached the baby sitting in her arms, lips, intending to catch his cheek with them. No, you stink. With disgust, the boy pushed his mother, resting his hands on her shoulders. VDJ I refused her kiss, VDH Budin began to recall. So she began to rub on my face until it blushed. VDJ then further, DKJ Ao Hesed, clutching a fork in his hand. We cannot predict. The 100 will happen. Events moved to the room of Intazu, into which, already sleeping, has just brought her to Jin Chen. We can only be sure that some will suffer, finished AO. Meanwhile, my mother smiled through the VIDANJ dream BJKJ. In the dark room, the lamp was dimly burning with a soft yellow light. Once here, the man was surprised to note that the girl was not moving. Why doesn't she move at all? Maybe fell asleep? He carefully examined her face shining with beauty. The eyelids are covered. Long eyelashes discard the shadows. Hair randomly falls down. VDJ, she looks pretty cute when she sleeps. DJ, thought the guy. He laid her, holding the girl by the neck and hands, eventually spread the bed. Suddenly Anne, Tazu woke up and opened her eyes. She grabbed Jin Chin by the ironed shirt and once again pulled him to her. He did not even have time to come to his senses.
"Heh! I caught you the same!"
The girl exclaimed triumphantly, who managed to turn the man and throw him onto the bed. She sat on his torso from above, spreading her legs. Let's see where you are going. It is tempting, with her fingertips alone. Anyetsia ticked his chin and those who were looking at the stirred guy. VGNJ Miss Anne, you better get off me like a good girl, until patience ended in me. DJ KJ. His patience was really the limit, although in the context of this girl it seemed different. His eyebrows, as usual, frowned, only now even stronger. Ha! Aunt Sue grunted with a mockery. For me, there is no such thing as a VDJing good girl VDJK. She smiled smugly. VDJ&JI was so careless that you took me by surprise. DDJKJ. VDJ&J this time, while I'm considering you carefully. DDJKJ the girl VDJTM. His playful fingers reached for the buttons of the shirt, unbuttoning them one by one. I will never weaken my vigilance. She pressed her hips harder, preventing him from slipping out of her tenacious hands and obviously legs. Antazuzu, you drive me crazy. Jin Chen exhaled tiredly, looking at the girl from below. His endless patience still came to an end. He turned the situation upside down. Aniju turned out to be under him. Her hands were pressed to the head of the head, and her legs were widely placed for his knife between. VDJ, have you fun enough? DJK. He bent over her at a sufficient distance, but still holding her tightly.
You!
The girl hissed at him, flooding with a blush and feeling his tenacious grip on her wrists. He clung to her even closer, continuing to study her face as she had done recently. VDJ&J Hey, VJKJ Anji, hearing the beating of their hearts in unison, was dumbfounded. The guy grunted in misunderstanding, and again the treacherous heart pounded louder than usual. He did not regard this VDJ&J JKJ as a refusal, and now their lips are by millimeters from the kiss. Open, ready to spend all the air that still remained between them on one passion. Ba ba. The quiet sound of the fall of something unconscious was still heard. Both turned away from each other in an attempt to consider the darkness. From the corridor, illuminated by a thin strip of light, the fallen scattered popcorn was visible, and a thin hand holding out behind him. VDJ&Jo no. DJKJ Buding screeched and tried to pick up popcorn back, but AO Autonomous Okrug held him up and grabbed him by the hand. Come on, Budin. Both kids were on the verge of silent hysteria. Shh! Do not let Mr. Key hear you, the old butler muttered, trying not to disrupt the performance. Hear that? The clear figure of the beautiful, naked to the waist of the male body appeared before them. It was Jin Chen. His embossed body and muscles were now not hiding behind a dark shirt, and a thick leather belt with metal inserts was on the hips. Mr. Wu, Baby Buding, and Baby Ao simultaneously with horror and enthusiasm stared at him. More, of course, with the latter, but the emotions from the opening of their enterprises also did not leave their heads. What are you doing here instead of sleeping in your beds? With a condescending smile, he asked that unexpected spectators, leaning towards them even closer. Virgenjo why? Virjeke Buding tried to hide behind his brother. Hungry, and therefore asked Aweo to leave me to eat. Exactly, he assented. At this time, the butler mentally begged his deceased wife to take him with him, because he was simply unable to endure this mortal shame. Is it true? The man asked in disbelief, picking them both in his arms, like small dumbbells. VDJ and Jai will take you both. DJ Chede. Jin Chen decided that this is the best way to get rid of uninvited guests. And what about Mommy? The baby hinted at the pajamas of the dinosaur. VJ Mom smiled maliciously, thinking about his own. Fell asleep, Papa assured them, although he knew that now Aniji did not at all dozed peacefully, but there was a shirt tied to the head of the bed and could not get out.
Ken Chen!
The girl screamed in the whole throat.
Drive me!
The office of the company. The red-haired secretary approached Jin Zhen with papers in his hands and the words, Mr. G, here are the documents that need your check. Leave them here. The leader answered softly, not taking his eyes off some sheet. The guy left the documents on the table. The man continued to examine a sheet of paper, scrolling in his head some thoughts, and on the fingers of one hand. An ink feather. It has a gray jacket, a little more dark color tie, and yesterday's black shirt. The secretary noted that despite Mr. G's familiar cold, for some reason he seems to be in a good mood today. He had something good? The guy thought, but soon hastened to retire. There was a knock on the door. She opened. Mr. G, Mr. Chin Wei-Zun came, the employee told him in a blue suit, holding the door handle and not allowing himself to go to the end. Huh? This clean fetishist? Jin Chen snorted contemptuously, looking at the documents recently left on the table. Let him. Yes, sir. The man assented and turned to the guest. Mr. Kin, please go through. A tall, stately guy in gray pants with an unusual belt, a white sweater, a black shirt on top, and a body coat as outerwear as outerwear as outerwear. Blonde hair was slightly pink, and the eyes framed by silver square glasses. With his hand closer to the body, he held a blue folder, putting his palms in his pockets. What business did you come in? Without raising his eyes, asked Jin Chen. According to the project in the VDJ and JCV-GJKJ area, of course. He carefully laid the folder that dark countertop and moved closer to the leader. VDJ, you should know how important this project is for me, so after all, VDJ. He abstractly rubbed his back with his finger, checking it for the presence and amount of dust. VDJ he has not been wiped for 12 hours. He is very dirty. DJKJ, the man grimaced, shaking off the dust with a large one from the index. VDJ, you can continue to stand if you do not want to sit down. DJKJ. The interlocutor spread his hands indifferently. Now our company is also focused on this project. Convinced the excited guy Jin Chen. Are there any problems? If you know that this project is important, then why did you transfer it to the most unskilled group? Chinwei was indignant. Their Timlid is just a beginner who has never led the cases. On a piece of paper, which he handed over to the black and white, it was written, the project manager, and Tzu Tzu. And Tzu Tzu? He stared at the paper in bewilderment. VDJ, this project should not have been assigned to her team. VDJKJ, he continued to think about, branded his chin. Someone plans to insert her sticks into the wheels? It was the only logical way out. But, VDJ, Kin, don't you want to make a bet, VDJKJ? Unexpectedly said Jin Chen. If VDJ and I fight about the conference, that in Tzu Tzu will be able to complete this project. VDJKJ. He confidently looked at the opponent. VDJ better than you can imagine. DJKJ. All the same bright morning office. Cabinet number 5. A tired girl ran out of him, correcting her hairstyle and the ability to think with one palm. VDJ, I think I sawed it last night. But what happened after I returned home? VJKJ. And Zhu tried to remember, but all the attempts were in vain. Why does everything hurt me? Questions flashed one after another. VDJ got into problems again? She sighed heavily, stopping for a while. The eyelids tiredly closed half of the iris. Someone got a job at G Corporation through communications? The employees whispered. VDJ besides. Through Mr. Key, VDJKJ, one voice asked. VDJ do? You remember when Mr. G said that he was hiring people with their abilities? VDJKJ, answered the second. Pff, yeah, of course. The girl just passed by and drew attention to these rumors. J&J, but they are definitely qualified. JKJ, reassured a friend of a red-haired guy. VDJ, but not at work, of course. DJKJ, he grinned. You're so vulgar. A friend patted him on the back. What nonsense are they talking about? Thought Annie Ju. Qi Jin Chen? How can he be involved in something like that? The girl flashed the girl after them. Fine, you just envy. Connection is cool. The VDJ, ha! Wait! She suddenly lit up. They are gossiping about me. On the face of Annie Ju, rage flashed. I'm not interested in Qi Jin Chen. The girl shouted to herself mentally and threw a piece of watermelon to the floor. Also mentally. VDJ and Qi Jin Chen even tried to avoid any gossip yesterday. But everyone in the office already knows about everything. She clenched her fists and rushed forward along the corridor. And Yao, you should be smarter if you want to take revenge. The girl pulled the handle of one of the doors. But all this does not affect me. She remembered the conversation between her and the man employee, famous for her sparkling baldness. All their S-Ural projects, and the bonus from year to year is not just stable, but becomes higher. I applied to everyone on plates that one. But they are most finding fault with the little things, and often, due to small problems with the details, they return the material and forced to redo it. She emerged from the memories and opened the doors of her department. VDJ will make them biting their elbows when I finish the project with brilliance. JKJ. Let's do it! Angju convinced herself and clapping her hands in a smile in front of the wards. Complete and Robs. But she did not allow her to finish her brother Tuo, who had hastened to her with papers on the dismissal. VDJ's statement of dismissal VJKJ was written on the documents that he actively rustled in front of the girl. And such a statement was not one. VDJJ, miss, we would like to resign. VDJKJ hesitantly mumbled the bespectacled, so nervous that he was already sweating. I screwed up! Everything inside the girl sprinkled to fluff. What is the worthwhile reason? I insisted by Anitsu, not understanding what was happening. 3, with the exception of Panlai, stood in front of her Molya about dismissal, as mercy. VDJNJOR, VDKJ. She menacingly examined all those present and crossed her fingers with displeasure, crunches. No one can leave. Oh, Kin VDJ TM's corporation projects are too complicated for us. Tuo began trembling. VJNJM. We know what. We are not ready for this yet. VDJ KJ Lisi continued for him. This is because of rumors that I came here thanks to the connections, right? The girl was indignant, realizing that their fear of losing is based on the absence of a VDJ strong VDJ KJ in their understanding of the leader too. VDJ KJ mumbled the bald one, but he was not allowed to finish. 2. Despite the fact that we spent little time together, I know some basic information. Anne? The TSU clenched her fists and continued proudly. You were all once the elite team our DJ in Yavajek, but since they did not share the same judgments that Mr. John had, you were kicked out of there and you independently formed the command VDJNJ BDJKJ. All 3 looked at her with admiration, and someone with apprehension. She opened the door again, inviting the 4th visitor to enter. On the threshold was none other than Fanglai, who was dumbfounded by listening to the girl VDJ TM's speech. VDJN, you did a job in the team VG and J, AVDGJKG, that they did not want to do. DJKJ. And at the same time, you did not receive any bonuses. This is all true. Fang, barking in the conversation, put his hand on his heart. Now we want to leave. So why are you stopping us? Because I believe that there are no loafers. Hands in the castle and an unshakable look did their job. What? The red-haired guy hesitated, continuing to stand in the aisle. I do not believe that a person with a warm and delicate soul who never raises his voice, regardless of all stress, is able to give up. She passed by a bald man, affectionately, but with will to victory addressing him. He folded his arms over his chest from such important words for him. I do not believe that someone who works so hard, that he already had all his hair, gives up. Anitsu brother Tuo, who remembered his bald patches. VDNJOREWA, I do not believe that a person related to an office chair, like a bed, gives up. VGKJ, she drove into the head, and Lee, who rested, but also remembered his night gatherings at the desktop. VJNYU VGKJ. Finally, the turn of motivational speech came to Fang Lai. Are your dark circles under the eyes not the best proof of your zealous work and love for it? The strand for the ear was pleased with the old girl. VJNJOA JKJ. The red-haired guy faded and wanted to object, but did not. There was nothing. VJNJU, what the boss said is so wonderful that I want to give birth to a monkey for her. JKJ. The bald man whimpered to death, hugging his brother Tuo. A little more, and he will irrevocably turn his throat. VDJ, calm down. I am dying. DJKJ. He fell on the last outburst. VDNJ, but this does not cancel the fact that you came through connections. BJJ. I broke idle in Lee. VDDNJJY really want a chance to prove ourselves. DGJKJ, a disorder was drawn on the gray-haired face. But if the number is led by a leader who has scarce abilities, will our chances of victory increase? The guy significantly doubted, crossing his arms over his chest and pulling his gaze. Who said that I have no abilities? The girl smiled at such unreasonable criticism. Do you want to compete? She vigorously waved her hand and flashed burning with the anticipation of fair justice with sparks in her eyes. If I win, then you will remain. If I lose, you can leave. Reasoned their dispute by Aniju. Come! He breathed out, and Lee, not believing in her victory. Familiar department. 4 huge tables of lightwood in the shape of the letter VDJNAGBJKJ are point, blank to each other, separated by glass panels. View from above. 1 person sits behind each of them. The left from the bottom took, and Lee, the left on top of the Fang Lai, the right from above, the brother of Tuo, and the right from below is our young hacker. All 4 are passionate about the work at computers, while the bald man did not find a place and remained abandoned to watch this picture. VDJU lost, VDKJ announced a huge red text on a monitor, and Lee. Its multicolored code on the background was not suitable enough. VDJNJI lost, VJKJ. The guy mumbled with maximum stress, completely disappointed in himself. She is amazing. With tears in his eyes, a bald man, examining Aniji with reverence, wrinkled into a rag. She so easily survived against you 3. His amazement knew no bounds, as there was no limit to the perfection of the new leader in his eyes. VDJ and JJW are not an equal to her, VJKJ. straightened his glasses, and concluded Tuo. Fang Lai buried his hands in the face, the clumsy of himself for losing to this girl. "Hey, do not be so depressed," Anitsu encouraged them. Kindness and goodwill sounded in her voice. She did not gloat her victory. "I was just glad to prove that something is really worth it, despite the connection. I used to be a hacker, so I have a little more experience than yours." The girl explained her abilities and smiled sweetly. "VDJ and J but DJ KJ," she remarked joyfully. "You all have to stay." A strict index finger reminded them of the terms of the contract. "Certainly." Blinding the bald bouncing, folding his arms over his chest in the castle, from indescribable admiration for his new boss. "Now you are my boss, meow." The bald meowed and turned into a cute cat sphinx, squinting and pursing his paws. Plush bunnies flew in his head. "VJ Yinj, actually, you can say normally." JKJ Anitsu made him a strict remark, rather just so as not to lose her authority, purely from professional ethics. "Let's work hard." Hands in the sides, a purposeful look and hair developing from the air conditioner, made it clear that it was ready to implement this project by all 200%. And moreover, the team is behind. "We can all." All five folded their hands together as a sign of friendship and will to victory. "She joined the company?" shouted indignantly into the phone half a gray-haired lady. She stood up next to a modern white chair with wooden pens, on which she recently sat and had a meal. There was a kettle on the table, several glasses, cups and plates. "Yes, madam," immediately answered her. "Immediately?" She left to have fun, and left the children alone at home? Aunt's anger knew no bounds. Her red eyes sparkled with anger and bewilderment. With one hand, she grabbed the second, the one that she held the phone, and continued to talk in such a clamped pose. "The housekeeper will be able to take care of them," convinced her red-haired guy in a black suit on the other side of the telephone line. "PFFF, housekeeper? Children need their mother," objected the old woman, noting the attempts of the employee to smooth out the current situation. "Biff!" The leaf pushed by her on the table of the lady. "Nothing is going on in my opinion." Already looking up from the phone, the woman bowed her head down and put her with his fist. Another facial wrinkle appeared on the face, as a sign of extreme discontent. A young girl VDJ Tim's pen put on the table the next cup of hot tea on a saucer. "Aunt, do not worry," the old Yao Zhao reassured in a thin voice, holding her hands by the heart. "VDJ Janjai will make her, in my soul, something rejoiced. Leave." Sweet honey spread inside from the mere thought about it. Team B's office, open compartment doors. 2-0. "You can use this structure." The girl pointed her finger at the monitor, prompting the employee. "It's simpler and easier to maintain in the future." "Thank you, boss." Brother 2-0 thanked her enthusiastically, pleased with the new leader and her hints. The clatter of men's heels could be heard in the hallway. Black patent shoes hurried into this department. "Oh, is everyone busy?" Supervisor Ian asked in a feignedly sad tone, but he had a smirk on his face. He had come in with a new batch of documents and was now holding them in one hand, arms folded smugly crosswise. Chin Corporation's project alone won't be enough. And Yao concluded like this, hatching a new plan with animal hatred. Give them more work. She wanted to bog them down, so that they would simply have no time left for the important project. "Of course." Leader Yang looked at his self-confident girlfriend with loving eyes. "Here's your new task." He threw the papers on the table and removed his hand. "Your team will be in charge of the Fenghai project next month." The bespectacled man laid it out. "Hurry up and finish your work. Otherwise Team A will have to clean up after you." And Zhu scrutinized the documents, frowning in response to their boss's newly invented problems. Brother 2-0 cast confused glances back and forth at Yan and his boss. "Yang Yaomai, you go—" Fang Lai did not finish his motherly thought, being extremely furious at his superiors. He gesticulated vigorously and waved his hands, one of them showing, "How many times can I do this?" squeezing the air with his palm up. "There are only 2 weeks left in the month. We've just started working on the Chin Corporation's project here. We all won't be finished in time." He yelled at half the office, and there was an undeniable amount of realism in his words. "That's not my problem." Dryly cut off the manager in response to the fiery speech, and began to comb his flushed hair with a small barber's comb. "If you can't finish, then quit." His answer was exhaustive. "Damn you, you asshole!" He didn't have time to finish the part he was cursing because Miss San stopped him. "Fang Lai, slow down." She stopped the boy's impulse to hit the man and pounded him in the chest with her fist. "If you hit him, he will turn the situation against you." she admonished the girl while Ian was carelessly looking at his comb. Mr. Yang, we have the same rank in the company. And Ju noticed the obvious injustice. So why exactly are you giving this job to us? The furrowed brow and displeased look spoke for itself. Because the B team is useless, he exclaimed, and arched his eyebrows as if he was really sorry about that. But in reality, he was just gloating. If you were capable of anything, I wouldn't have to waste my time on you. In that case, the corner of the girl's lips lifted slightly. Fine. We'll take the Fenghai project, concluded the newly minted leader, waving the papers. Boss! Dali was indignant, but it was too late. Boss, we? Brother Tuo wanted to continue for him, but it was useless. Don't worry. The girl waved her hand up and down as if to say, come on, everything will be fine. The bald employee looked at her with disbelief and fear, covered with sweat. Don't forget that besides skills, I also have... She paused for a moment, for more intrigue. Strong support. The beige apron protected the girl from drips of the mixture, which she was vigorously whisking with a whisk in a large metal bowl, holding it with her other hand. I found the biggest strawberry, little Bu Ding suddenly shouted, lifting up a ripe berry. This time he was wearing a denim overalls over a yellow sweater and an ochre-colored cap. And I'm the smallest. Obviously for Ao Ao, this finding was no less of a victory than that of his brother. The boy wore a white sweater and a blue shirt underneath. Let's, said the last kid, thinking of something childishly grandiose. Let's eat them in one bite. The boys held out the berries and put them in each other's mouths. Yum! Summed up Bu Ding. Hey, you two! Mom called out to them, turning to face the pranksters and holding a dangerously sharp knife. You're not going to get any cake at this rate. The cake we make won't be as good as yours anyway. Bu Ding whimpered, clinging to his mother's leg. Mom's desserts are always the best. Ao Ao was silently enjoying a big strawberry at this time. Ha ha, silly. The girl bent down and held out her hand to the baby, so that he grasped her fingers and squeezed his eyes shut. The brother watched from the side. The ingredients for the cake are prepared as they should be, but... The boy recalled his mother's past culinary masterpiece of soup with egg and herbs. I won't get an upset stomach like last time, right? The boy asked worriedly, with his hands tucked under his arms and continuing to chew on the red berry. Don't worry, I know she's not a chef, but her cakes are delicious. Bu Ding praised his mother, holding out a plate of cake to his brother. Oh, Ao Ao exhaled, reaching for it from his chair. Listen, Ao Ao. Mom broke the silence for a minute. Does your daddy like cakes? She leaned over the boys. Well, he rarely eats anything sweet, the green-eyed little guy thought. And that means that was probably the answer and Ju was hoping for. I can be sure of my plan. The girl smiled slyly at her 32, showing the children a transparent salt shaker. He will certainly like this strawberry cake, shouted my mother, and with a mad face she began to salt a piece of the poor cake, shaking the salt shaker with great amplitude. She continued her devilish contrivances, while the boys stared at her perplexedly. Let's go, Ao Ao. Bu Ding took his brother's hand and led him out of the kitchen. It's some kind of adult entertainment, it's none of our business, muttered the little boy with a spoon in his mouth. Let's eat cake. He was just carrying a piece of cake in one hand, unscathed by the salt shaker. Ugh. Okay. Qi Jin Chen's huge mansion. It's night. The white walls lightly reflect the bright light of the windows. The dark, starry sky does not prevent the house from burning brightly. A lighted gymnasium with a lot of exercise machines. Black, red, some for abs, others for arms, some with dumbbells and barbells hanging from them. A sweaty man is throwing another punch on a punching bag. His hands are wearing boxing gloves, and sweat is dripping down his bare torso. Droplets are also trickling down his face. Qi Jin Chen fights with concentration, punch after punch. And Yao is just a creative director. How dare she interfere with the technical department? Thought the guy in between each new punch for the pair. Looks like it's time to deal with her, he told himself confidently, kicking the sports equipment back a whole couple of meters. But my father, after all, personally brought her into the company, and I can't just kick her out. That was the main problem. Mr. Qi! A sweet female voice sounded from outside the door. Come in. The guy immediately recognized it as Anju, although there were no other visitors besides the butler in his house. Unless... He didn't let what was happening distract him from his thoughts. There must be an accident. His eyes shifted from the pair to a friendly girl in a kitchen apron holding a plate with a piece of delicious cake. Dark sponge cake, right? Made with cocoa base, and a pink jelly top decorated with a bunch of berries. "Would you like some cake? I made it myself." And Ju pressed on the last one and held out the plate closer. Jin Chen stood half undressed with a towel on his shoulders and a bottle of water in his hands. A dessert appeared on the table in front of him. The girl stood on the other side and waited for his verdict. "Do you know how to bake cakes?" the boy wondered, clutching his head. "Yeah, but I heard that you don't like sweets much," Ms. An continued in an angelic voice. "So I brought a special piece." She handed him a fork on 2 hands and clapped her eyes on him. "Come on, try it." He took a small piece of the top jelly piece and placed it in his mouth. His eyes nearly rolled out of his orbits and his jaw numbed at the horrible taste. He immediately began to drink this culinary misunderstanding with water, gulping it down like air after a dive. "And jujitsu!" he shouted, wiping the water off his lips. "How much salt did you put in there? I can't taste it anymore." "So you know something," the girl summarized, crossing her arms on her apron with a bow. "But why don't you know what's going on in your own company?" "What do you mean?" Jin Chen stared at her with incomprehension. "Some people don't do their job but cause problems for other departments." It was obvious she was talking about someone specific, and trying to make life difficult for others. And Ju walked around the man and stood behind his back. "You know who we're talking about, don't you?" She made an affirmative gesture with her hands. "She's probably talking about An Yao," the guy guessed, and a strange smile played on his face. "So you made this cake just to let me know about it?" He couldn't believe her mediocrity and smiled even wider. "Exactly." And Ju shook her head approvingly. "I tried so hard." Suddenly her eyes met Jin Chen's bare torso and she blushed with nervousness. Wide chest, shapely abs, and great muscles, especially highlighted by the shadows in this lighting. "In fact, it was my parents who arranged for An Yao to join the company," he announced frustratedly, not noticing her embarrassment. "Besides, Mr. An is a friend of the family, so as a favor, I let her stay." The girl froze and did not hurry to move away, but not because of insolence, but because she could not. "In fact, it has no power at all," concluded the guy, rubbing his chin with 2 fingers. "Damn, I can't look at him." And Ju realized with horror as her entire face mottled with red colors. "But I'm curious what a man's bubs are like to the touch." Her train of thought led her straight to action, and she reached out to touch Jin Chen's chest. "I know she was the one who gave the Chin Company's project to your team," the man continued, starting to notice something wrong. "And Ju, are you listening?" The girl was about to touch his chest with her spread fingers. Jin Chen was questioningly silent. She was mesmerized as she examined his body, unable to look away or control herself. "Huh?" Moment of truth. A cool palm touched the man's hot skin. Sweat rained down from Anju, so excited was she. The satin light skin, velvety like Jin Chen's voice, was in the possession of her palm and fingers. She mumbled awkwardly. My hand twitched. She tried to justify herself, but it was useless. The guy didn't move, clutching the towel harder and harder in his hand. Her heart was racing and her face was dripping with sweat from the embarrassment. "Get out!" he yelled at the entire mansion, pointing with his hand to where exactly the guy was telling her to go. And Ju ran out the door. "All right, I'll leave right away." She covered her face with her hands, whether it was to avoid seeing Jin Chen or not. The latter silently hesitated, and also blushed as red as a baked crayfish. "See, Ao, I told you not to worry about them." Buding turned to his brother, eating an edible version of the cake. "You were right." He mugged affirmatively and stuffed another piece into his cheek. Late night. The darkness in Anju's room was broken only by the dim light of the street lamps through the window of the house, which was framed by dark sliding curtains. "Shit! I can't sleep!" the girl whimpered, crawling out from under the blanket. She was in a strapless white nightgown, and her hair was an incorrigible chaos. The whole thing was so awkward. Why is my brain replaying this scene? Anju agonized, hiding from the world and her own thoughts with a blanket. She pulled it over her head and sighed heavily. Ugh. Besides, I haven't said the most important thing. How am I supposed to report to the team tomorrow? She scuffed her feet on the bed. "I have no other choice!" The girl finally stood up and straightened up, clenching her fists. "I have to talk to Jin Chen." It's still the same night. The moon cautiously slips into Jin Chen's room and illuminates his bed. "Chi," came a pitifully quiet voice. "Jin Chen." The girl mumbled his name, wriggling under him. The naked guy hovered over her, breathing heavily. Droplets of sweat dripped down his chest. She grabbed the blanket and squeezed her eyes shut with unbearable pleasure. "Please slow down," Anju pleaded, turning her head toward him, lying on her stomach. The man had a view of her naked back, and her cheeks and shoulders flushed from the heat between them. I almost... She breathed into the pillow, clinging to the sheet. "Chi-Jin-chen?" A voice rang out from somewhere not from here. "Chi-Jin-chen?" The guy opened his eyelids, and his blue eyes met with a busy, unexpected sight. "Are you awake at last?" the girl cooed, delighted at the occasion. "There is something I forgot to tell you about." And Ju continued her enthusiastic sermon. "Ah, well, what else?" The boy exhaled heavily, clutching the bedclothes tighter for some reason. He covered his eyes, a blush coming to his cheeks. "Lucky it's nighttime and she can't see anything." Jin Chen blessed the darkness for being able to hide the obvious effects of the recent dream. "Well, my team has gotten too much work, and this is too much." And Ju propped her head up with her hands and looked down at the floor frustratedly. "We won't be able to turn everything in by the deadline." "Please save my team, Mr. Chi," pleaded the girl, turning into a beautiful little cute kitten that was impossible to refuse. "She's up to her old tricks again," Jin Chen concluded, and took a seat in the bed, moving closer to the headboard. "Enough!" The guy cut her off and poked her cheek with his index finger, leaning back on the bed again and propping his other hand under her chin. And Ju squeezed her eyes guiltily. "I don't believe you can't handle all this work." Chen began to admonish her, but not out of unwillingness to solve her problems. On the contrary, the man was always ready for that. But this time, he really believed in her. "With your skills." And he didn't doubt them. "You don't think," the guy started, remembering the conversation about money out of thin air, "that you could make 50 million a year doing nothing." He smiled and squinted his eyes slyly, as if he thought he'd declassified her. "Wasn't I right?" "No, no, no, no!" And Ju began to refuse and waved her hands. "That's not what I meant." "Shit!" The girl's mind flashed through her head. Did he really think the wrong thing about her? What I meant was... She continued her justification, her head down, frustrated. "Can our team choose the project we want on our own?" Jin Chen listened attentively to his roommate, watching her facial expressions. "Mr. Yang from the A-team doesn't know what we do." The girl summarized the results, looking into his eyes and seeking support in them. "We're still working on the Qin Corporation project, but today he brought in the Fenghai file," she recalled disappointedly, "and told us to finish everything by next month." "By next month?" Chen repeated her words with a questioning tone. He was extremely surprised and discouraged. "Fenghai is one of our old clients. We've been working since I took over as director." He pondered on the negligence of such an order from Yan. How dare they use him to get rid of newcomers? He perplexed. It feels like An Yao and Mr. Yang are in on it. But I need a good reason to get rid of them. And now simple negligence wasn't enough. Something much more serious and justified was needed. As of today, the B team no longer reports to the A team. He took the conversation out of it. "I myself will take the reins of the B team. That means the Fenghai project," guessed Anju. "It seems like all business is always about making a profit." She mentally brought her palms up to her face in anger. "There's no need. You and your team will just have to finish the project from Qin, but..." He mumbled a relieving sentence with one caveat. "You'll have to do me one favor." The man sat down and tossed the blanket aside, appearing before the girl in gray sweatpants. What kind of favor?" the girl asked warily, not expecting anything good. Jin Chen leaned down to her ear. The girl's hair tickled his face, and he whispered something softly to her. Anjo opened her eyelids even wider, catching her breath. Qin Wei-jun's office. A spacious room with a panel as a wall, in which countless office utensil-filled shelves were carved. Books, plants, strange devices, and vases all rested on each of them, but the space didn't look cluttered. Closer to the window, there was a huge vase with a cactus of some sort, and at a large black desk with a long desk lamp, Qin Wei-jun himself was sitting at the desk, typing something on his computer. The guy's attentive brown eyes were studying the monitor, and his gloved hands were actively working. The man in glasses did not take his eyes off his tasks. "Mr. came the voice of a young secretary. "An assistant is here with your documents," she obediently announced, to which her boss turned around. "Let her come in," authorized Chin Wei, closing the laptop. Your assistant said that this is all the information you requested about the project manager. A blonde-haired girl with 2 short ponytails and a pink dress with an apron turned her gaze to the man. I see, the boss replied distantly, looking at the pile of papers that the secretary had carefully placed on his desk. Are you wearing perfume? He changed the subject abruptly and looked at the girl he'd tried to ignore before. Yes, sir. The girl hesitated timidly and hurried back to the door. Forgive me, sir, But the man had already gotten out of his seat and put his hands on the table, barely touching the cup. The blonde frightenedly backed farther and farther toward the shelves, while the man closed his eyes and thought. They stood like that for a couple dozen seconds. One sharp tug on the dress, and it ended up being thrown on the floor. Chin Wei flickered away in a flash. His strong hand was enough in a single movement to leave the girl practically unclothed. Except, of course, for the underwear and tank top that was underneath the dress. It fell to her feet, which were bare with only white socks. Was it Madam who asked you to come? The man corrected his glasses, shaking his head. The secretary covered her breasts and herself with her hands. Yes, the girl admitted in desperation. She said if I didn't do it, I'd be fired. She was almost sobbing. I have to help my mom. I can't. The blonde breathed heavily, choking back tears. Sir, please, she tugged at his coat sleeve. Help me! Mister, please! The secretary begged, tugging at his sleeve and leaning closer. Tears glistened on her cheeks. Help me! Chin Wei didn't have a face on her. He froze and was silent for a while, as if he couldn't hear her. The man was thinking about something else, something personal. The earrings on the woman's ears, with the same pink cast in her hair, surfaced now in his mind like shards, shattered, like his memories, to pieces. Here she is, sitting on someone's bed. A surprised boy looks at this picture through the crack of the ajar door. This boy is himself. Get out! The man shouted at the blonde, throwing her away from him with such force that she rolled on the floor. Hitting her hard, she screamed, Ah! 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 Kicking the door wide open, he ran out of the office at the speed of light. Xiaojun was still asleep. Let's keep it down, the guy reminded himself as he found himself at the wash basin. Don't worry, he doesn't know anything about us, Chin Wei frantically assured himself as he stared at the mirror. Wow. He was surprised at his own hands. They all had scratches and some blood on their fingers, hands and knuckles. The guy started to wash the dirt off of himself. The crystal water enveloped the small wounds, taking away some of the redness with its coolness. It's getting close. Just a little longer, and I'll be able to leave this place. Chin Wei plunged into his cloudy thoughts, calming his reflection. She promised me that once the project in Area C was over. He nestled against the mirror, receiving a cold kiss on his forehead and pressing his palms against it. I will be set free. He was hopeful and extremely confident, fearful of realizing otherwise. Freedom, As if continuing this thought greets the reader with another situation in this office. The bald man tossed the unnecessary documentation up, and the Fenghai project flew around the office. We finally got away from the A-team. Cheered all 4 of us. Today was Independence Day for Team B. Dali jumped up and down joyfully from behind the divider between the workstations. Brother Tuo almost sobbed. Fang Lai smiled, and the team leader stood with her arms at her sides, happy about this first victory. Let me change my hair before the celebration begins, the red-haired Fang Lai suddenly said, opening some drawers. Oh, lend me one! Brother Tuo shouted enthusiastically as he looked at the contents of his table. Me too! The bald man was not left out and clenched his fists, confidently demanding his portion. Fang Li smiled awkwardly. Change my hair? And Ju wondered about the reality of this process. How is that even possible? Then her doubts were allayed. Fang Lai took off his fiery red wig in a fleeting motion, and he was now completely bald. The girl looked surprised, squinting her amber eyes. What the... She barely spoke, not realizing what the hell was going on. She changed into a face that was drenched in sweat and expressing total embarrassment. Fang Lai and the 2 extortionists turned to look at the girl. The former arched his eyebrows in mute question. Different hairstyle, different mood. The men cheered with one voice, enjoying their new look. Recently, a red-haired guy appeared in front of everyone in a feminine pink wig with ponytails and showed a peep sign with one hand, winking at the invisible camera. A bald man tried out the thank goodness masculine look with bright blonde hair and lit up the office with a confident look. "Oh, yes," Feng Lai exulted. The girl coughed up her own saliva. "Why would a programmer need hair?" Brother Tuo corrected his glasses, finally wearing a wig that resembled his recent real hairstyle on the application form, before his hair had fallen out rapidly after long and nervous days and nights of work. The shiny black strands fell slightly unkempt over his eyes and glasses, but that only added more charm. "My God, who is this handsome man?" marveled the girl in her head, staring at him with 5 kopeck eyes. "Yes, Lee." She turned back to him. "It wasn't me." The boy mumbled shyly, awkwardly squeezing his eyes shut. "Thank you for letting me taste life again." Anju was almost on her knees thanking him, reveling almost in tears. She folded her hands prayerfully and pitifully. The guy clearly wanted to ask a question, but did not dare. "This is fun," with a wide smile summed up the no longer bald man in the pink pullover wig. "Boss should try it too." He pulled a green curly hairy substance on her head, different from the adequate appearance of the other wigs. "Huh?" Anju gasped for air at this surprise. "Come on, boss!" The others cheered her on. Meanwhile, Chin Wei, Jin Chen, and his red-haired assistant, who was about to open the unfortunate door, were about to enter their office. "Mr. Qin, this office is where the B team works," Mr. Chin explained responsibly. "They are the ones in charge of the project right now. Mr. Qi, the leader of the team." The door handle finally gave in, but inside, instead of a serious team working hard on their newly assigned project, the solid trio found Anju, the bald man, and Feng Lai jumping up and down in the department. Closing their eyes, they were jumping around, flashing their smiles, and didn't seem to notice the presence of someone else in the room, someone much more in tune with the job at hand. All 3 of them stared at the colorful painting with a sullen look. Chin Wei was just puzzled, but Jin Chen was filled with shame for his ward. "Ha ha 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 ha!" And suddenly the girl opened her eyes. She clapped her hands above her head and kept jumping, not even able to stiffen from how discouraged she was. "Ha ha ha!" Her voice lost its former sparkle. A moment of silence. "Enough!" Jin Chen blurted out, ready to kill all 4 of the disorderly employees. Team B's office. Conference room. Jin Chen sat on the desk chair, with Chin Wei standing beside him, his hands in his pockets. Anjo gave them both a glass of water with trembling hands. "I apologize profusely." The girl pleaded for forgiveness, folding her hands together as if she were crying to the sky rather than to them. "We were so happy after hearing the news of the team's disconnection. So—" She tried to justify herself, squeezing her eyes shut in fear and bending lower. That was her way of trying to hide from the judgmental stares still in the office. "We're also almost finished with the project." Anju tried to shift the topic into a more positive direction for everyone. "So, please forget everything you saw earlier." She desperately tried to convince the silent guys, shuddering with fear, as if she might be fired. "You don't work for me, you work for Mr. Qi," Chinwei remarked with a smile. He was clearly amused by what was happening, especially her excuses. "So ask him." He shifted his sly gaze to his colleague. "Mr. Qi, what will you do?" He only glanced at the guy and turned back to the girl. "I think I should stop the project and fire them all." With the same radiant smile, the guy said, watching Anju's reaction. She opened her already large eyes even more in horror, and opened her mouth in astonishment, trying to draw in air. "Not necessarily," Chinwei added instead, putting his white-gloved hand on the table, checking it like a sanitary inspection station for dust. They had done a good job on the project after all, in such a short time. He was indeed right, and there was clearly not enough reason to fire the team here. "However, it's too dirty," the man said. "I can't work here." He scrutinized his own fingers in a white glove and found non-existent dust. "Why don't you allocate me some janitor to clean this place?" Chinwei patted his shoulder, drawing the attention of his interlocutor. "I can get someone to clean this place," Jin Chen agreed, squeamishly appreciating his gesture of wiping dust on his jacket. "But please stop wiping your hands on me. What are you talking about?" And Ju took the liberty of entering the conversation in a pale voice. She clapped her eyes shut. "You smell better this time." Chinwei made a detached comment towards her. "So let's shake hands with each other now." He extended a gloved palm to her, recently dusted off the sleeve of Jin Chen's jacket. I am Chin Jun. He introduced himself. I will work with you until the project is completed. Huh? The girl was surprised by such news. She had thought that their team would do the task without supervision, and she was a little perturbed by it. And so Jin Chen's office was indeed visited by a sanitary inspection station. A multitude of workers in special protective suits examined the conference room for every single speck of dust. Please don't take my little fox, squealed the bald one in the arms of the checker and defended his huge, soft pink toy. At this time, Brother Tuo actually fell into one of their laps, holding him by his legs from further investigation. You can have my berries, but please give me the vitamins for hair growth, he pleaded, fearing for them as for his own life. Please. At this time, Anju was trying to bargain with the new manager to get him to do some cleaning. Mr. Chin, we are very happy that you like working for us. The girl began, squinting her eyes and smiling nervously. But is this cleaning really necessary? It affects our performance very much. And indeed, each of the employees, in fact, had something extremely important to him taken away from them, and it was distracting people from the essence of the project, like nothing else. Conference room. A man was sitting at a desk, not taking his eyes off the important papers and writing something in his notebook. Soft sunlight streamed in from the window on the right side. The picture looked peaceful, unlike the one that reigned now in the B-team department. I'm being kind and only sanitizing the work environment, he said firmly. I didn't even bring all the cleaning products with me. And Ju was afraid of what kind of tsunami would be here if he had taken them. Have you processed these documents? Chinwei asked in a cold tone as soon as the girl handed him a blue folder with important project papers. Of course, we've cleaned every file very thoroughly. The leader continued to smile, mentally ready to throw this cleaner as far away from this planet as possible. Put them there, the man ordered, without explaining exactly what there meant. Huh? Suddenly the girl noticed something strange in the corner of the room. What are those boxes? A whole pile of big boxes was waiting for its unknown fate. The girl ended up putting the documents right on his desk. There, turned out to be very far away. My edits, Chin informed her in a steely voice. This is not all, but only the tip of the iceberg of current progress. Apparently these boxes contain the next documents. Inform your team to start making changes. The amount of changes shocked Anju. Of course. She barely managed to mutter in response. 1 week later, bright morning office. Anju stands in the bathroom and washes her face. The girl peered into the mirror, examining her wet face. Ah, the project is almost done. She was so glad of that. But if we keep working overtime, we'll definitely die. Anju tiredly pondered over the amount of work, wiping her neck from the dripping drops. This Chin Jun was definitely sent by the devil himself to punish me for my sins, she thought, recalling his commanding behavior for the past week. There's a mistake. Redo it. For the umpteenth time, the man brought her the same part of the project, forcing her to make corrections where it was no longer clear what could be corrected at all. The girl in despair raised her voice at him. This is fixed for the 89th time. She just didn't understand what else Chinwei wanted from her. Then do it again. He inexorably pursued his line. And he still keeps working, even when everyone has gone home, the leader remarked after him. You can even see him at his desk in the morning with a pen when the office is empty. It was as if he really didn't sleep at home at all. Despite his character as a clean-cut and perfectionist to the core, the guy took on a lot of the work himself and didn't push it onto others like Yao Yao. He just wanted to do everything perfectly. Has he even seen a pillow and a blanket this week? Sometimes I think he's some kind of robot. Or trying to be. Lucky the project is almost finished. She exhaled heavily after these thoughts. I don't want to work with him on the same team anymore. She threw the napkin she'd just used to wipe herself with into the trash. Chin Jun, wait for me. She shook her head and fixed her hair. Suddenly, a familiar timbre sounded from somewhere. That voice. Anju recognized it. An Yao? Even though I'm no longer your fiancé, how can you forget our childhood? The girl shouted after the man with tears in her eyes. Why do you refuse to help with such a small thing? Bride? The girl held her breath and stood behind the wall, peeking at what was happening. Was there something between An Yao and Chin Jun? Mentally, she was already crunching seeds as she squatted down, watching the couple from her hiding place. Wait, didn't Anyao say that she was Chijin Chen's fiancé? She pondered over this love triangle. Did Anyao really dump Wei Jun for Qin Chen? The girl guessed, surprised at her own thoughts. A picture appeared in her mind. Anyao in love running after the indifferent Chijin Chen, leaving her companion lying on the ground behind her. Anyao! Qin Wei shouted after her, reaching out his hand in hopes of stopping her. His gaze full of bitterness begged her to come back. Qin Wei Jun. Poor guy. Pitying him, the girl felt sorry for him, pondering over the injustice of it all. I haven't considered us friends for a long time now. Either sadly or coldly, replied the guy. And as for the exclusion of Anju Ju. Here the girl especially listened. She is the person in charge of the project, and is many times more capable than Mr. Yang. Qin Wei praised her in passing. So why should I fire her? I'm sorry, but I gotta go. The guy turned around and walked in the opposite direction. You're already giving me a headache. He closed his eyelids, annoyed at Anyao's annoying behavior. Wait a minute, Wei Jun. She stopped him, trying to touch his shirt. Don't you want me to be happy? The girl manipulated him, coaxing him with her big, pretty, tearful eyes. If she leaves the Qi family, I promise. She grabbed his sleeve, trying to turn him toward her. Don't you dare touch me! The boy shouted back at her, and pulling out his hand, rushed away. Ah! She sighed, staggering on her thin legs and collapsing to the floor. How dirty! He shook off her touch with disgust. Am I dirty? She asked in disbelief, sitting down on the floor and examining her feet. I think Auntie Wen is many times dirtier. Yao Yao smirked gloatingly, seeing Qin Wei off with her eyes. He froze in surprise and confusion. Everyone says that I broke up with you because of my love for Chijin Chen, but... She continued to tear his heart to pieces. The truth is, I don't want to marry the man who ruined my family's reputation. The girl reminded him angrily, word by word making the colors more and more dense. The man turned around and looked around confused. It was as if he were not here at all, but in some kind of nothingness. Sweat dripped down his face, and his eyes pleaded with his ex-fiancée to end his torment. Everyone knows about your mother and those men. Yao Yao couldn't stop tormenting her ex. He covered his face with his hands, dreading her every new sentence. It is possible that you are the son of one of them. The mocking voice almost chortled in schadenfreude. She handed him the antiseptic in a clear bottle from hand to hand. Mr. Qin, I know very well how obsessed you are with cleanliness and order. In a peaceful voice, the girl lowered the tension in his chest. He looked at her expectantly and somehow kindly, which was rare to find in his eyes. Don't worry, I'll take care of that pesky fly for you. She winked sweetly at him, assuming a confident pose. Mr. Qin, I know you're a clean person and can't stand dirt. The girl began kindly, while he listened attentively and dazedly. Don't worry, I'll fix it right away. She winked at him, her arms crossed over her chest, her confidence shining. And Ju, why are you being so sarcastic? What are you implying? The fallen princess was indignant, although she was the only one who reeked of sarcasm. Both of them paid attention to her. Wait, I'll help you put this splinter back in place, Enju assured him, patting the collar of his shirt. Surprisingly, at her touch, he didn't pull away and yell about the imaginary dirt. He only looked at her carefully and trusted the situation. Into the girl's hands. Aigu! Anju leaned towards her with her hands on her lap in fake astonishment. Director Anne, what are you doing here? She was so surprised as if she had just seen her here. Are you checking the ground temperature or comfort level? Aigu is wow. For a creative director, that's a great pose. The leader continued to mock her by pointing at her skirt. The uninitiated might think you're doing something naughty here. She went around and around, turning the girl's head. I'll write a do not disturb note on your body for you. You... Yao Yao blinked. What are you doing? Otherwise, co-workers passing by will think that you broke your leg and can't stand up. And Ju motivated her. And Ju finally lifted her heel from the floor. Qin Wei smiled with the corners of his mouth, amused by such deft manipulations. It's very cold on the ground, so delightful. She grabbed her by the shoulders and squeezed her like a vice. You can still be so impertinent. It was easy to catch a cold. Qin Wei finally relaxed. His eyes lit up at the sight of this picture. and his face was filled with a good calmness. I just fell. The creative director started to justify herself, but then she remembered who she is. And Juju, let me go! The red-haired girl shrieked, hitting the floor with her fist. In the imaginary world, there was a sign on her. Icehead with 20 hearts. Done! Yao Yao finally hurriedly retorted, and the girl only smiled sincerely in response. With this temperature, Anyao will probably have diarrhea this afternoon. And Ju rejoiced, imagining her running while covering her butt, and laughed caustically. And Ju, thank you. Chinwei smiled, looking at her with warmth and gratitude. Thank you! The girl barely had time to run through her head before she already had to catch it from the floor. Huh? She cried out, confused. How could he fall without speaking? Qi Jincheng's office, same morning. A man's black shoes are standing close to a small white ball on a golf tee. The guy is holding a club. No, Mr. G. Mr. Qin has fainted, came the voice of his secretary from across the room. Fiat! The club deftly split the air and hit the ball with force. What's all the fuss? Isn't it normal for him to faint? There was a feeling that such circumstances were normal for Jin Chen. With his kind of body, going back to the hospital was more like going home. Here's what happened, the red-haired secretary reported with a frown. And I thought the company was in big trouble. But the head of the B team is in the hospital with him, so if anything happens, she's... The balloon flew toward the artificial grass field spread out on the floor. Phew! He cut through the air with the speed of a bullet and landed directly into the black hole. What? Jin Chen suddenly and restlessly spoke loudly and finally turned his attention to his companion. And Juju keeps Qingyu company? A note of jealousy stirred in his voice. That's right, he said excitedly. And what did she forget with him when he was sick? Send me the address of this hospital. Jin Chen hurriedly left the office, intending to honor the couple with a personal visit. The man grabbed his jacket and rushed out of the office. Right away. Hello, ma'am, Mr. G has just left. He informed the old woman on the other side of the wire. The hospital is far away, so he won't be back soon. It was the perfect excuse to carry out their plan. Very good, the gray-haired lady exhaled in relief. Contact me immediately if anything goes wrong. She stood in Jin Chen's mansion in her outer clothes. The woman had obviously just arrived here. She was met by the butler. Understood, was the last thing the secretary had time to say before she hung up the phone. Madam, what brings you here? The man timidly asked, folding his arms obediently and addressing Jin Chen's mother. The young master has excommunicated... But she didn't let him finish. I know that. Where are Ding and Ao Ao? The woman asked in a slippery voice, plotting something wrong. I came to see them. Hospital, light-colored walls, bright sunlight. Qin Wei made himself comfortable sitting on the hospital bed, tucking the blanket under him. And Zhu was sleeping peacefully and visibly snoring. She had decided to rest while the guy came to his senses, but she apparently overdid it. Sitting in the not-too-comfortable chair, she leaned on the handle and rested her head on her palms. After a while, the rickety structure began to gradually slip. And then, ouch! The girl screamed hoarsely in her sleep and squeezed her eyes shut with fear. She regained her senses and managed not to fall. She didn't fully realize she was awake. She mumbled, fixing her hair and trying to come to her senses. You snore so loudly it looks like you're very tired, the guy said ironically, as if to imply that it was still morning. Uh-huh. Without realizing his remarks, Anzhou mumbled and hurriedly got up. You seem to be feeling much better. Then I guess I'll go back. She was fidgeting and fidgeting, not knowing what to do or where to put herself out of embarrassment. Wait! Out of the blue, Qinwei took her hand with a scratched palm. It's not like he's going to... The girl suddenly thought to herself about the kiss as he pulled her back to him. You have here. He began to approach her romantically, noticing the embarrassed blush on the confused girl's cheeks. The remnants of a dream. He pointed his finger at the eye boogers in the corners of his eyes while continuing to hold Anju's sleeve. Very Shakespearean. It wasn't that project leader Qin wanted to be kissed, but she was still annoyed by this kind of spitting. Ah, then why are you so close to me? She bounced up and slapped the bed with her hands. I am nearsighted, he calmly explained, precipitating her screams, and scratched the bridge of his nose. And Juju! Jin Chen, who had appeared out of nowhere, shouted at her, looking at the scene through a prism of suspicion. What are you guys doing here? The hospital building outside. The girl's screams echoed throughout the parking lot. Chi-Jin Chen, I can walk on my own. Why are you dragging me? I can walk on my own. Why are you dragging me? It's urgent, or... He held her hand, not intending to let her go, and led her straight to the car. Get in, he commanded grimly, almost pawing at her brushes. His gaze was harsh and stern, as was the tone of his voice. The girl managed to hold on to the horses and grabbed the front seat as he tried to push her through the open door. Hey, that's enough! She objected to this kind of pressure. Chi-Jin Chen, you dragged me from Chin-Wei-jun's chamber all the way here with such a sullen face. At least explain yourself, Anju demanded, gripping the leather with one hand and the car window with the other. Is there something wrong, or am I not doing my job properly? A fiery, furious glare appeared in her eyes. You're not just doing a good job, you're doing a great job, he shouted back while gritting his teeth. Not only did you work overtime all day with Chin-Wei-jun, but you also carefully drove him to the hospital. He took a heavy breath. If I hadn't come, how long would you have planned to take care of Chin-Wei-jun? Stay with him in the hospital for 10 days or half a month? So I should have just left him there alone when he fell senseless? Anju didn't understand his judgment and objected loudly. Why are you angry with me? At first, she was unaware that a man could be jealous of her, and having seemingly done a good deed. She didn't understand such reproaches. Hey, wait! She took a step toward it. You're not, the girl finally reasoned, leaning over and pressing the guy against the hood of the shiny car. One foot found itself between the guy's legs. The other became the support for a very risky pose, in which Anju was literally pushing the guy like a gas pedal. Their lips were dangerously close to each other, and breathing became increasingly difficult, whether from the strong heartbeat or from how little air was left between them. Jealous, the girl blurted out smugly and covered her eyes languidly so that he could see it. What? Jin Chen tried to mech, but making excuses would be even more foolish than remaining silent. His cheeks turned pink. I didn't even realize how charming I was, that even you, Mr. Chi, are deeply in love with me. The girl boasted about herself, raising her self-esteem to the heavens. Shouldn't I be claiming some sort of benefits? She smirked enigmatically with one corner of her lips. How about, say, an increase in the year-end bonus to $20 million? The stroppy girl whispered in his ear, close to him. How about this? The girl deftly manipulated his feelings. The money talk was clearly unnecessary and pushed Jin Chen away. Ha! Dream on! He gagged her with his hand and squeezed her cheeks painfully. The girl had to back away for he was trying to push her away. I'm afraid you'll cause trouble for Mr. Chin, and we won't be able to work together in the future. Explained his so-called jealousy, which was what it was, to the man. He walked away on the other side of the car, leaving Anju alone with her strange thoughts. She clutched her head, rubbing her injured cheeks. Huh. Then don't boil over the fact that Mr. Chin is very impressed with me. The girl silently realized her rightness. Unlike some people who think I'm capable. She bit her cheek and blurted out what she had wanted to confront him for a long time. You! The man hissed back. Suddenly the phone rang in Ms. An's hand. She furtively looked to see what was going on. Jin Chen also paid attention. Little Buding called and Mom immediately picked up the phone with a change in her face and voice. Yes, she greeted the child affectionately. Buding, what's the matter, baby? Mommy, Mommy, the little boy whispered pitifully, hiding from the old woman under the bed. We have monsters catching children at home. He looked at the screen with tearful eyes and hoped for his mother's helping hand. Buding, are you here? A gray-haired lady tapped her black heels as she walked into the room where the boy was. I've already found your brother. You're the only one left. Her tone, despite its fake affection, did not bode well. The little boy held his breath and covered his mouth with his hand so no one would hear him. Who are those monsters? Came the muffled but still audible voice of the mom in the phone. It's some kind of game. The boy didn't have time to answer anything. Only the tears in his eyes spoke of how scared he was right now. Oops. Heels turned in his direction. Turns out that, You're here! The old aunt greeted him with a wolfish grin and extended her paws toward little Buding. You hung up on me? Strange. The girl became agitated. This had never happened before. What's the matter? Jin Chen asked Anju, finally getting into the car. Buding called me and told me that there are monsters catching them at home. She hesitantly continued the story, joining the guy. I don't know if they're playing a game or if there's something wrong. She kept her phone in her hands, looking at the last call, and then remembered that it was time to buckle up. Nothing. I'll call and ask Uncle Wu to find out. Jin Chen instantly took action and put the phone to his ear, but the ringtone would never be heard again. The butler lay flat on the ground, sprawled in a pool of blood. His own blood. Outside the mansion were 2 white cars waiting for those who remained inside. Let me go now, shouted the newly caught kid as they shoved him into his brother's car. Get in already, commanded the old maid. Bu Ding beat the glass with his small fists in an attempt to stop his aunt, but all to no avail. She was unceremoniously out of sight. My lady, the young gentlemen have calmed down. The maid reported to the woman in the car who had organized this treacherous kidnapping. Excellent, she nodded approvingly, keeping the glass of the door open. Because of that wild woman, Ao Ao and Bu Ding are behind in their schoolwork, the gray-haired lady concluded, barely lifting a heavy gaze at the maid. It's time to teach them a lesson. A couple seconds of silence and reflection. Let's go, she commanded, and the white car started up, the entrance to Chijin Cheng's villa. A colorful scarlet sunset adorns the sky. But in the midst of this natural heavenly peace, there is utter chaos going on here on Earth. The ambulance and police have already arrived at the huge light-colored house, and now several ambulatory vehicles have occupied the entire space at the entrance. Medical personnel in hats and masks are scurrying back and forth, while Chijin Chen himself is carefully reading the injured butler's condition report. Mr. Qi, the situation is as follows. It was addressed to him. In addition, Uncle Wu was wounded because he tried to stop the lady from taking the children. The man continued to study the written words, and for a while turned his gaze toward the ambulance in which the butler, bandaged from head to toe, was being loaded on a special stretcher. He was awake now. The old man opened one eye and furrowed his brow in pain. The other was apparently unresponsive. There was a huge red spot on his forehead, covered with a wet rag. He was breathing hard. According to him, Madame was agitated because of the young gentleman's poor training, the inquiry, said the investigation. So she insisted on taking them away. The guy got into the car, where a frowning Anju was waiting for him with a serious look. She clenched her fists in her lap and blushed red from her own angry thoughts about what was happening. Chijin Chen was holding onto the steering wheel and adjusting something on the navigator. Lessons? They're only 5 years old. What the hell are lessons? Anju started to get pissed off, blaming it on Chen as if to blame her. If she can beat someone up over something like this, then Ao Ao and Bu Ding clearly won't be safe, the pissed-off girl wanted to add. A storm of emotions were boiling inside her, from the unfairness of Madame's decision to, above all, worrying about her children. You don't have to worry so much about them. Jin Chen tried to reassure his companion without taking his eyes off the phone. He was already buckled up. Nothing is more important to a mother than raising a worthy heir. His hard gaze was a reflection of all he had been through with this harsh woman. The sun, which was already rushing over the horizon, drew distinct shadows on his face, making him seem even more displeased and serious. Whether it's a son or a grandson, she does everything in the Qi group's best interest, because it's a priority for her. Judging by his sigh, he didn't share those priorities. The girl sank her eyes downward. She had nothing to say to such an unfair philosophy of his mother, nor was there anything to object to. Nothing would change anyway. Tsai family house. A huge, erected with huge columns and giant balconies, the renovated estate. It had a bird's-eye view of the garage, several luxury cars, a lawn and flowers framing the driveway, massive dark wood double doors going upwards, and obscenely sized windows that were 3 times larger than normal floor-to-ceiling windows. I have the children. Jin Chen's mother was on the phone with the unidentified men. But considering how soon Chijin Chen will be here, I can detain him until 7 p.m. at the most, the gray-haired woman seriously admonished. Therefore, proceed according to the plan and make no mistake. She strode imperiously inside the manor and tapped her massive heels. Don't worry, Miss Qi, Yao Yao replied in a cheerful voice, smiling at the fact that so far everything was going as planned. She and Yang were just inside the Qi Corporation, and the latter was listening intently to the dialogue on the tube. This time, a moment's pause allowed the girl to savor the next words. I will kick Anjuju out of the Qi group, Ao Ao. After finishing the phone call, his grandmother turned to him. "When was the last time you had lessons?" she asked in a demanding tone, crossing her arms over her chest in a protective posture. The boys, one in a funny yellow cap and one without, stared at the woman warily as the maid circled the house and finally brought her a white tray with a strange oblong stick, exactly 1 month and 4 days ago. The boy cut off, too dry and wary for his voice. He shrouded his brother in his arms, protecting him from what he had hoped was the sight of that dangerous stick. "Well done, you remember well." In a gruff voice, the old woman praised him, swinging her white club at Ao Ao. But Bu Ding was a wild child who had just returned and didn't even know what parenting was. Crackle! With all the strength that Granny had hidden in her hands, she whipped the boy in the face. "How can you play with him?" Each new word was followed by a new blow. "You shouldn't even be socializing with him. Give me your hand. Now!" she sternly ordered, wanting to leave no trace of him. "It's true that I'm guilty of not going to class, so you can just punish me alone." The boy looked at her angrily through his closed eyelids and bared his teeth. "But don't touch Bu Din." The second boy, surprised at such a defense of his beloved brother, opened his mouth. Ao Ao stretched his hand forward as the woman had asked. The hard blow on the soft child's palm made her capillaries burst and she herself blushed the color of a tomato. "How dare you bargain with me?" The old woman's deafening scream grew stronger and more unbearable each time. Little Bu Ding looked tearfully in the direction of the twin who was enduring the bullying. "Don't you know how much homework you have?" pressed to study by the woman. "You think you're allowed to play with your brother?" Another blow and another blow. "How can you inherit the Chi family in the future in this state? Don't you dare contradict me. You must think you've grown up." The reproaches poured out of her mouth in a relentless stream. She pointed her stick at him, threatening him. "Did that wild woman teach you that?" The boy was silent, barely touching that ruler with his fingertips and trying to pull it away. But there was no way. "It's not over yet. Come on, give me your palms." Bu Ding was trembling with fear for his brother more than his brother himself. The latter remained calm. "Old devil!" screamed the little boy at the top of his voice, pointing his finger at her like an old bitch. "Not only did you hit my brother, but you cursed my mother." In the child's mind it was compared to something unforgivable. "I'll beat you!" He lunged right at her and sank his teeth into his grandmother's flabby arm. Thank God it was hidden under her clothes. I! The old woman screamed, trying to throw the baby off her body, but the grip of its teeth was stronger. Even the maid had to come to her aid. "Madam! Boo, 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 boo!" the woman shouted at him, once again trying to push him away. "No bullying! Boo, boo, boo! Don't bully my brother!" A puppy-like squeal was heard in response. Ao Ao was afraid to even breathe at this picture and stared with surprised green eyes. "You wild son of a bitch, how dare you!" She began to peck the kid on the heel as if she was ready to beat the hell out of him. "Brother, run!" the boy shouted at the top of his thin voice and swung his own recent weapon at his grandmother's arm. "Ow! It hurts!" "Go and bring them to me at once, and I will teach them right away," the old woman said, ordering her maid to catch the scoundrels. "Yes, madam." She quickly rushed after them while Ao Ao took the responsibility of taking little Bu Ding away from the chaos. "Bu Ding, don't be afraid. We'll just hide," assured the sobbing baby of the little race leader. "They won't dare hurt us." "Got it." He shook his head affirmatively, and then, which Bu Ding was the first to see, and then the other twin, they almost collided with the second maid. The maid fell face first into the floor in surprise, and the boys ran freely down her back toward freedom. "But how long are we going to hide?" asked the little boy in the hat to Ao Ao, who was already completely out of danger. "The order of our family is that you are responsible for protecting your brother." For a split second, it wasn't a life-saving path that flashed before my eyes, but his brother's and his mom's hands clasped together as a sign that they were a team. Until then, the door to the car finally slammed shut, and now Shu, who was worried to death, was rushing towards them, rubbing her heels. "Until Mom and Dad come to get us. Chi family house." The girl's heels thump loudly on the driveway. She hurries to meet her sons, to free them from the disciplinary cell that the wild woman was about to plunge them into. Her eyebrows expressed excitement rather than anger, for all that was in her mind and soul was filled with worry about her boys. We'll deal with the woman later. First, them. But her parental impulses were suddenly stopped by the guard at the entrance. "You can't go into the house," he began, but that wasn't enough for the girl. She swept past him with lightning speed, so that he didn't have time to think or even say a word. A long, black heel kicked the incoming door. Mom stepped inside and immediately saw her darling boys. Ow, ow, boo ding! She stretched out her arms affectionately, bending down to the children. After such a treading, it seemed to the children that she had come down to them like an angel from heaven, and the sunlight of the sunset let them see the magic. Mommy's come to take you home. Booding ran out to Enjo first, while the other twin was still hiding from the maid, bleating to the whole house about their missing. Mommy! He shouted with happy eyes that glistened on the verge of tears. Only now they were tears of happiness. You have come. Ao Ao finished for him, no less happy about the visit. He managed to keep his brothers safe till Mom and Dad came to get them. Let's go home, bunnies. The mother gently beckoned to them, taking the first baby in her arms and leading the second baby out of the house by the palm of her hand. All three of them were so happy to see each other, and Booding clung to his mother's chest and hugged her shoulders. Halt! Came a shriek from the back of the manor. And you asked my permission to take them? An old woman with black bruises under her eyes, who had just recently whipped the children, stepped into the light. Hands at her sides, indignation on her face, and a rough tone, all of which should have, in her mind, stopped Anju. But that wasn't the case. And you? The girl began, turning away from the freedom and sunlight in which her amber irises sparkled beautifully. Who do you think you are? Mom asked, smiling at the sullen woman with a fake smile and squinting her eyes so as not to see her at all. What? Grandmother stammered, unable to find the words. She was outraged at this blatant disrespect to her, Chi Jin Chen's mother. You know your place in Chi Jin Chung's house. The girl shook her head and put one little boy down so as not to hurt him in the upcoming showdown. But why outside of it do you think you are someone else? Her voice sounded genuinely interested in such an exaggerated conceit. Is it because of these people? Anju asked, pointing with a brief glance at the maids and maidservants who obediently lined up in front of the woman and waited for her orders. The girl walked forward, reducing the space and subordination between them with half-meter steps. Were you trying to frighten me? She smiled and laughed, looking at the old woman thoughtfully. She put one hand under the other. You can't talk that way to madam! An elderly maid shrieked at her, trying to grab her by the shoulders and interfere with the loose dialogue. She ran up to the girl, all sweat and anger. Your mistress didn't give you a word. Anju cut her off, intercepting her bony old hand by the wrist. So shut up, please! The girl snapped at her and was satisfied with it. In response to her attempt to grab her shoulder, she slapped the maid on the cheek with all her might, so that she was barely able to stand. You... Jin Chen's mother faintly hissed at her. How dare you! She gestured at the maid while she tearfully held onto both her sore wrist and her red cheek, which had a noticeable abrasion on it. The maid stared at nothing, not understanding what was happening. I will forgive you for the first time because you are Chijin Chung's mother. Anju continued her monologue, paying no attention to the battered maid or the near growl of her children's grandmother. What was worth taking care of, however, was the guard guy silently pacing behind her with a weighty bat. But if you dare to touch my children again... Her tone made it clear that this was not a joke. Don't you dare blame me for being cruel later! Anju simply shouted the last phrase, glittering with angry sparks in the irises of her eyes. Mommy, behind you! One of the little ones suddenly shouted, but it was too late. The bald man brought the bat right above the girl's head and swung it. And Zhu managed to notice it only when the instrument of cold-blooded massacre was already a dozen centimeters away from her. She staggered, but not at all from the blow. A strong masculine hand kept her from falling. The bat flew past her head and shattered the air. Chi Jinshin picked up the nearly battered girl by her waist and forearms. And Zhu's hands were on his chest, and a romantic spark flared up between them that neither of them was willing to admit. And Juju, didn't I ask you to wait for me? He asked her affectionately but seriously, looking her straight in the eye. He'd only stayed in the car for a short while, and it would be a matter of 5 minutes before they were on a hike together. You're too slow, the beautiful girl reproached him, who was not thinking about that at the moment. Her thoughts were far away from this room, and her eyes were searching for answers to questions that even Jin Chen didn't know the answer to. You were planning to distract me so that someone would attack from behind? The girl accused Jin Chen's mother of being cruel, resting her hand on the latter's chest as he carefully held her by the waist and didn't let go to avoid some kind of fight. Looks like Mr. Wu was treated the same way. She remembered her uncle's smashed head and what consequences such a visit of a bat to the head could bring. For a second she was afraid that the same thing could happen to her, but thank God Chen was nearby. "Mr. Chi!" An outfit of gentlemen in matching black suits called out to them. "Sorry we're late." The uncle guard, still standing at the entrance, fidgeted nervously and glanced at the door. "You've arrived on time," Jin Chen announced. "Get rid of that man's hands. They're filthy." The guy pretended to be a famous cleaner and pointed at the sweating bald man. Naturally, it was the police. And staying in the car for a while, Jin Chen needed to call them. "Yes, sir." The sheriff nodded his head affirmatively as he carried out the order. "Let me go!" begged the guard with shrieking cries. "I only serve madam!" Tried to accuse the old woman of what he had done, as he was dragged from the house to one of the police cars. "Madam, I did everything in your name. Madam, help me!" But it was too late for excuses, and no one was going to pull him out. Not on his own feet, but the guy walked off into the sunset. Jin Chen's mother was stunned. Her loyal guard had just been taken into custody, but at least it wasn't her. Jin Chen, you can't," she said in a loud, hoarse whisper to her son. "There's nothing I can't do," calmly and imperiously explained the man. He looked down at his mother by virtue of his height. Everything about this woman made him tense, especially the current situation with the children. "I'm just restoring justice for Mr. Wu and Miss Anne." The mother wanted to say something, but her son's stern gaze rebuked her. At least 4 people have suffered or could have suffered at the hands of the woman today. Jin Chen picked up the remaining little ones in his arms and carefully walked with them out the door to meet Anju, the car, and the son. Behind him, his mother quietly watched him walk away. And one more thing. The man decided to add a final admonition. "Unless you want to spend the rest of your days in a nursing home abroad." He turned to the grandmother. "I suggest you behave yourself." A man holds the recently released and thus contented children in his arms. Anju says goodbye to Jin Chen's mother with a stern look as she has become hands at her sides and looks at them from the shelter of her house. "Ms. An," broke the silence by the woman. "And you are indeed extremely talkative." There was sarcasm and dissatisfaction in her voice, "until he grows up to be what you want him to be." The picture of the puppet his mother had made of him all these years came before his eyes. It was as if he was tied to her bony, manipulative fingers with dark red threads. His arms, legs, and even his neck were captive, even at such a respectable age for a man. And Joe was not seriously frightened and alienatedly whispered, "No way. G Group Corporation. Team B's office." Next day, daytime. In the background of the half-empty space, footsteps are heard approaching. "Well, how's it going?" The concerned leader came straight to the point. She assumed the pose of a starfish in space, spreading her arms on either side of the double doors. "Did you manage to find the backup?" "No." Brother Tuo guiltily muttered and closed his mouth, folding his hands together. "I'm sorry, boss. We went through all the computers and all the external hard drives, but there was nothing left." Summarized the results of the team's attempts to rectify the team's miserable situation. "There's no time to redo everything now, and Mr. Jin will soon come to check our work," added the bald man to the conclusion. Dali lay on the tabletop with his eyes closed, sighing heavily. "Oh shit! They definitely crossed the line!" Fang Lai shouted at the entire department and waved his fists and rushed towards Group A's office. "It was probably Group A who did this. I'll go find them right now." Who are you looking for?" Ian remarked mockingly, appearing out of nowhere. He fixed his glasses smartly. "Yang Yu Mei, you're definitely going to pay for everything you've done right now." The fiery head burst out in curses. The bald man held him by the shoulders, preventing Fang Lai from finally pouncing on the gloating leader. "Alai, stop it!" "Leader An, you are not welcome here." The leader explained her mentee's emotions. "Leave nicely." "Tsk, tsk, tsk, how uncultured," he hissed, licking like a snake in response. It was as if he had come to his senses from the nightmare of it all, and looked at the red chains. "Gentlemen, you saw everything with your own eyes, right?" He turned to Jin Chen and Qin Wei, who entered after him. The latter stood with a serious look, his hands in his pockets. But if his face showed surprise at what he had heard, his bosses did not. "Ms. An, is this really?" Wei Jun was lost in speculation. "Is it really all gone?" "Yes," she whispered frustratedly. The man clutched his head. It was pierced by a sharp, annoying pain, the cause of which was total failure. Jin-chin took a step towards the leader. No need. Just finished the project from Chin, but episodes from that night came to mind. You'll have to do me one favor, tells Jin-chen, sitting down on the bed. What favor? The girl replies with interest and caution. He leans right up to her ear and whispers. His long blonde hair tickles his face. I want to fire Group Leader John, but I need a good reason to do so. They were now standing opposite each other as if this dialogue between them hadn't happened at all. And Ju tilted her head and frowned. But did you ever ask him what he really liked? The girl's voice brought him out of the trance of painful memories. She shot her eyes coldly at the woman. With one furtive glance, she let him know. It's time. Is there any way to fix all of this? Jin-chen focused on playing his role. It would be very difficult to accomplish in a short time, but there was a knock on the office door. It was a thin woman's pen. Group Leader Yang, I heard from the team members that you are here. Yao Yao started to ask him in a matter-of-fact manner, but she hesitated at the sight of so many people. Wow. Why are so many people gathered here? Did something happen? Oh, you don't say. Ian began his feigned complaints. I trusted Team B. That's why I gave them the project from Chin, and as a result, they did nothing and let the whole company down. The man took a folder with very important cases from her hands. The girl opened her mouth in astonishment. Oh my God. The fake horror on her face was almost indistinguishable from the real thing. Wasn't this the exact same important project under Chin Wei-jun's leadership? What should we do now? Oh my, hurry up, I'm going to be sick. And Ju telepathically communicated with Jin Chen. Agreed, replied with a pained look. Lao Yang, we're running out of time. The guy started to take charge. Will your A team be able to keep up the lost cooperation with the B team? The leader hesitated visibly. He was clearly not prepared for such a turn of events. I'm afraid this is beyond the capabilities of the A team. He began to rub his forehead in mounting stress. Oh, Team Leader Yang, you're colleagues, so why don't you help Team B? The desperate Yao Yao pleaded, trying to make her partner look good. At the very least in the future, Team B should come under your direct command, right? She grabbed the leader by the shoulders. The illusion that Jin Chen was in gradually began to crumble. His pupils narrowed, focusing not on his own worries, but on Anju. As for the team leader, she should immediately leave the company in disgrace for her huge mistake. The girl smiled, covering her mouth with her hand. Isn't that right, Jin Chen? She turned to him. Anjo and the guy looked at each other as if checking the plan of action. You're right, she should. The dark-haired man breathed heavily. Leave the company. Mr. G, this Tuo's loyal brother wanted to stand up for the girl, but she stopped him with her hand. He noticed the gesture and the leader's stern look, preferring to shut up from now on. But this should only be done as a last resort, said the boss. Yao Yao snuck up on the leader in pink heels. Oh, this is all so unfair, Team Leader An! The red-haired beast exclaimed with feigned regret. Ha ha ha! I'll finally get rid of you, you trash! Was all she could think. I won't be offended if Team Leader John can fix this situation. And then I'll leave without a problem. And Ju set his rules as he turned to leave. But the problem is, will he be able to do that? Have you ever asked him if he wants to be the heir to the Chi family? Have you ever respected any of his choices, even what he wants for breakfast? The guy didn't expect such a loyal defense from the girl and didn't know how to react or how to act. Miss Anne's hair seemed to flutter in the wind, adding to the drama of the picture, while Jin Chen was still standing in the middle of the red strands. Leader An, have you decided to interrogate me? The leader enjoyed his position of authority. I realized a long time ago that people from Team B are not reliable, and you can't expect anything from them. That's why I asked my A-team people to prepare a backup project plan in advance. The man deftly pulled out of his pocket a flash drive with the work of Team B, which they had been working on for a month, and announced it to the audience. Mr. Jun, please look at the plan and approve it. The scrawny brunette sucked up to him, holding out a USB drive. Clack! He inserted the device into the computer unit and the program started reading files. Chinwei decided to personally verify the integrity and correctness of the files. So he sat down at the table and opened the document. Yao Yao watched from the back, smiling wryly at his impending victory. I know Leader Yang's skills very well. He brought a plan that is sure to please you, Chin Wei-jun. The girl whispered to him, praising the employee. So, Miss An, are you ready to pack your bags and leave the company? She smiled slyly, finally giving someone other than her boss some attention. Oops, sorry. Maybe you need some help packing up quickly? And Joe was silently amazed at her insolence. Tomorrow morning, the people of Team B will find that they've been working for a month without a break for nothing. Yao Yao's voice suddenly came out of the monitor. Apparently, the project turned out to be a slightly different project. Yan, his partner, Anju, and Qin Wei froze. One in horror, the second in anticipation, the third in shock. "What's that?" the redhead shrieked, gulping for air in chunks, and he, clenching his fists, broke that chain. "Leader Yang, and this is what you think? A plan?" Qin Wei asked, turning around to face the would-be criminals. The monitor continued to flicker with images from last night, when Team B puts their hands down. Team A will very kindly help, voiced his idea to the leader on the screen. Great. Yao Yao supported him. Knowing how trepidatious Wei Jun was about this project, he would definitely fire Anju Ju for her gaffe. And even Jin Chen won't help her. How so? The girl was still realizing what was happening. Ian stood behind her in a stupor, too. "It's a fake! Fake! It's not me!" The tearful excuses came one after the other, but they were very unconvincing. "She set me up!" She pointed her thin, indignant finger at her. "Miss, when all humans evolved—" And Ju interrupted her wailing, and sarcastically rebuked, "You must have dropped your brain somewhere. Do you think it's not you in the video, but me dressed as you?" The girl pointed at the screen and laughed at this unceremonious attempt to get away with it. That brash manner of speech, the cocky posture. "Yes, even if you pay me, there's no way I'm pretending to be you, okay?" The leader scoffed, snapping her fingers deftly. Not to mention, she pulled out her phone. After a few clicks, a deafening siren sounded in the office. All the cameras in the office turned directly on Yao Yao, and she flinched in surprise. "You," said the mom, dumbfounded. "Yeah, who are you to talk to me like that?" She was not prepared for such a reasoned attack. "All the videos of you and Mr. Yang are saved here, from coming into the company to leaving it in the evening. Want to check it out?" And Ju suggested, showing her the phone with the video files. You bitch! Are you trying to set me up?" Things were getting heated between the three of them. If people don't know, they don't know. I advise you to use your brain and learn more about modern technology. Otherwise... She slapped Yao Yao's hand as she ran up to her in an attempt to take the phone away. "You're going to look really stupid." And Ju winked mysteriously. The redhead stumbled back and stepped away from her. She dropped to her knees and stared at the floor. "No, how can... It can't be. How did it happen?" She blinked uncomprehendingly and swallowed. How could it have turned out like this? "Mr. G, it's your turn." The leader handed over the reins to her boss. "Ahem," he coughed, thinking to himself what an adorable little thing she was. "Your actions on the level of criminal offense and dismissal from Chi groups is inevitable." A stern, velvety baritone delivered his verdict. Yao Yao knelt in front of him and pleaded with him not to do it, while Yang watched her and Mr. Chen from the sidelines. "I know my son better. I know what he likes and dislikes, and I know everything about him." The old lady was pointing her finger at her. "That's why besides..." The chief wanted to continue, but he was interrupted by the girl's squeaky pleas. Jin Chen, I did it after what Leader Yang said. He's the one who lied to me." And Yao was still trying to bargain her place in Anyo's company. "Can you forgive me this time? Did I lie to you? Stop pretending to be a victim and explain yourself." Ian grabbed her by the scruff of the neck and helped her to her feet in a flash. "I wouldn't have helped you if it weren't for your pleas." He was pointing his finger in her face. "I begged you? You're the one who's always sucking up to me." They clashed like two hungry dogs ready to tear each other to shreds for a piece of meat. Such meat was the company's place right now. It was like the loud barking of two backyard mutts. "Ha ha, not enough beer and chips," rejoiced Anju, sitting in her dreams somewhere at home and watching the show. "Ms. An." The president of the company finally spoke up. "Yes?" she asked before she could get out of her popcorn fantasy. "Where's my project?" He smiled, expecting that since they knew about the setup, they wouldn't let the project go to waste. Clowning is hard work, and Ju and Jin Chen were clearly convinced of that today. "So, Leader An, are you ready to leave the Chi groups, or do you need help packing your bags?" A familiar scenario replayed in his head. Ms. An could barely contain her anger. She'd had a real flash drive in her pocket for a couple minutes. "You don't understand," Jin Chen exclaimed, regaining his senses and voice. "Even all these things you gave me?" He shifted his sad gaze from the ground to the dumbfounded mother. "You thought that I would like them? God, she's so disgusting. Can I expose her now?" And Ju and Jin Chen exchanged telepathic glances. The boy looked at her reproachfully. "You can't." His body trembled slightly. The boss tried his best to hold back his laughter. "Ahem. Take them to the Human Resources Department for the dismissal procedure." Jin Chen ordered his assistant, signing their resignation forms. Yao Yao and Yang both lowered their heads, losing not only their jobs but also their relationship. "Good. Also notify the legal department to file a lawsuit." The chief asked the secretary, handing him a folder. Specifically, Team B's office, after a while. Everyone dispersed, only Anju, Jin Chen, and Qin Wei remained in the hallway. Could I have been so stupid to let them steal Mr. Jin's project? She slipped a flash drive out of her pocket with a cute keychain in the shape of a sweet donut tied to it. "It's all here. Take it." She pulled the project to Qin Wei. He smiled, mentally praising her for the work she had done. "It seems that today's show," he began speculatively, taking his time to pick up the pretty keychain and device. "Was it a trap? Oh well, the situation was critical. That's why we did that." And Ju said nervously, fixing her hair. "Ha ha ha. I'm sorry." The girl didn't want to be known as a bitch or appear as someone who had framed someone else, although it was only her who was being set up here. "It's not a big deal," the president reassured her. He took the flash drive from her hands. "On the other hand, I'm not so much a son to you as an option for a good profit." At this phrase, even Anju, who was advocating his interests, turned to the guy in surprise. "As long as everything goes well. No matter how difficult the process is, I will stand my ground." Qin Wei noticed the similarities in Qin Wei's character. The floor creaked. Jin Chen's approaching footsteps were heard. "Well, that's where we're similar." The nerves in her tone didn't fade at all, and she continued to giggle oddly. The boss, who had barely entered the room, gawked reproachfully at the couple. "What are the two of them doing here alone? Look at this. Our boss has already dealt with An Yao and Leader Yang," Qin Wei stated, as if praising the latter for being so prompt. "Huh, so fast?" Anju asked in disbelief. "Yes," the dark-haired man said confidently. "They're fired." The girl opened her mouth and blushed slightly at the young man's gaze. "Well then, just fine." The leader coughed and stammered. "Why is she talking to him and not me, and also to that fetishist?" Jin Chen was indignant, clenching his fists both in his fantasies and in the real version. Unexpectedly for himself, the guy turned out to be terribly jealous. "Mr. Jin, do you want to check the project?" And Ju continued her dialogue with the president of the firm. "No need," he confided in her. "Put them in the car first." Jin Chen cut off, not paying any attention to the old lady's words. "All right, Mr. Chi." The servant who got out of the car obediently agreed. "A profitable commodity," he coldly concluded. "I have faith in Ms. Anne's abilities." He covered his eyes in a friendly smile. "Of course you do." She was embarrassed in response. Jin Chen was quietly furious. "What are they cooing about?" "That's good. Mr. Jin, you're on a tight schedule." The man reminded him of his probably non-existent plans. He patted him on the shoulder, urging him on. "I dare not delay you any longer." "Careful on the steps," he warned, as he welcomed the guest who had been lingering in the company. He almost rolled down the stairs. The guy slammed the door behind him and went back inside. "And jujitsu," he called subordinate, who had already taken off her heels, intended to quietly get away from him. "Where are you going?" I'm going to the office. To work, of course." She pointed toward her department, revealing her nervous grin. Jinshin shifted his gaze to the spot that Anju had emphasized. He walked down the corridor and entered the Group B section. "The project from Chin has been successfully completed, so you can rest. Blessed the tired crowd, the boss blessed the tired crowd. I warn you that everyone in Group B, starting today, will get a vacation." Everyone turned in his direction, and then they began to look at each other. "For 1 month." The woman barely drew in a breath of air and opened her mouth, dumbfounded. "Vacation on the company's dime." The last news was the most joyful. Jin Chen himself was as if he was happy to hear it. "Thank you, boss," shouted Brother Tuo, praying to the heavens with his eyes with huge bruises. "Boss, you're the best," rejoiced Da Li, grabbing the bald employee's hands in a friendly manner. Fang Lai, by the way, was also bald because he had torn off his wig out of sheer happiness. As for the group leader, Jin Chen hesitated as he continued this sentence. Yes? The girl obediently bowed to him. You still have a chance for forgiveness from your mom. He remembered the words of his dear children. But you must obey us in everything. I'd better not act rashly, or I'll be in trouble again if I say anything. The guy thought and decided to say everything at home, under the supervision of trusted guides. Forget it. We'll talk when we get home, he said and turned around. Okay, then I'll wait for you at home. Without thinking about the consequences of such words in the office, shouted the girl. I almost died with fear thinking that he will give me work again. And Ju exhaled, thinking that flew by. Wait, is it just me, or did I just confess something? Was all the girl had time to realize before tons of amazed stares from all the members of the department were directed at her. At home, are they living together? There were some surprised gasps. I'll explain everything. The leader waved her hand as if trying to quiet the noise. Impossible, they whispered. It turns out that our boss is no ordinary boss. Their heads were filled with math problems bigger than the riddles that the best minds of mankind come up with. Oops! How am I supposed to explain this to them? Never mind, Ms. Anne. The guy gently took Anjuan's palm. She won't even understand even if you continue. The girl came out of the office. Her heels were no longer tapping not on the tiled floor, but on the pavement of the street. Her skull was splitting. Oh, whatever I say, no one can hear me. She walked down the street, keeping her eyes down and holding her head. Some time ago. Boss, please forgive us for not trusting you and wanting to quit. The employees were shouting at each other. Dali was the first to apologize. Boss, we adore you. Brother Tuo gave her a pink-wrapped gift. Even if you tell us to jump off the roof, we'll jump off without a second thought. The bald one threw himself at her feet. God, I don't have this kind of relationship with Qijin Chang. The stumped leader clutched her head. You don't want everyone in the company to know about it, right? Brother Tuo clarified, waiting for an affirmative answer, and continued without listening. Don't worry, we are the grave. I don't. The boss corrected his glasses and wanted to finish, but she was prevented from doing so. We won't say anything to anyone, the team shouted in unison. Oh, forget it, whatever happens. And Juan left everything to chance, realizing that there was no way to prove anything to her. General disgrace. So general disgrace. Present tense. The girl clutched her temples with her fingers. They should take a vacation. Otherwise, I can't think of a way to keep them in line. I hope things will be better when we meet again. Oh, you are such a naughty boy. A girl passing by was embarrassed by her young man's phrases. Black hair, red dress, the same color rubber band on a loose bundle with a loose strand and a choker. And Ju passes by and pays attention to the lovers. I love you. There was an atmosphere of romance, hearts, and passion around them. They walked with their arms around each other. She put her arm around his back, and he put his arm around her waist. The girl stared, but not from cuteness, but from annoyance. Ugh, why are they cooing right out in the street? Is it so hard to get privacy? She complained to herself. Huh? I think I know her. Anju suddenly recognized the familiar face of Anju and the passerby. It's late, let's go home. The expression on his face made it clear that he was slightly distracted by the girl and blushed with embarrassment. Is that Liu Pei? The young ones kissed. But the tender, beautiful picture did not seem delightful to the girl now. Qi Jin Chen's office. Mr. Qi, this is a recording of a conversation between Assistant Chen and your mother. Handed over the securities containing the scanned dialogue by Assistant Chen. The latter reclined in his chair. There were several others behind the subordinate, and one redhead was particularly tense and upset. He said he sent you to the hospital that day to make it easier for your mother to pick up the children. The assistant continued to report the actual course of events. Jin Chen began to look at the papers. He also had 100,000 yuan transferred to his account as a fee for leaking the information. Only 100,000, the boss sighed disappointedly. I didn't know a man's loyalty was worth so little. Xiao Chen, did you sell out because of a lack of money to urgently buy something vital? Chen hoped to justify him in his eyes. Still, situations were different, and one couldn't judge without looking back. Yeah, I began to mumble the one, but it was pointless. It was clear. Mr. Qi, I think it's because of his gambling addiction, the officer suggested. The defendant was convulsively gulping for air. That's not an excuse. Deal with him, Jin Chen angrily ordered, throwing the documents on the desk. Yes, the secretary agreed. Mr. Key, please forgive me this time. I'm out of my mind, the red-haired boy pleaded in tears, falling to his knees. Mr. Key! After some time had passed, no one but the secretary and the boss was left in the room. Mr. Key, I believe your mother was in cahoots with Anyao, Nyar. The first one suggested, but there's an oddity here. He noted one inconsistency. Let's go. She smiled back at him and obediently let him lead her by the hand. Knowing Madame, she wouldn't do anything that could hurt the company even a little. Jin Cheng's calculating mother, judging from her habit of keeping her work in an iron grip, really wasn't capable of such a thing. And Ms. Anjuju is doing a great job, so why does Madame want to eliminate her? Because Anjuju is different, the boss snorted in response. My mother loves to control everything. Me, the company, my father, even myself. But she couldn't control Anjuju. His fond memories of how the girl defended him came to mind. Have you ever even asked him what he likes? The phrases echoed resoundingly in her head. Anjuju will not suck up, will not kneel, will not be an obedient daughter-in-law like Anyao. Her image, bright, tender, beautiful, shrouded in cherry blossoms, bloomed in his soul and thoughts like snowdrops in spring. It was the first, the most significant. Though little by little, but even I am changing because of her. So much so that he scared his own mother. I couldn't tell from his eyes and voice whether he was upset at the thought or not. She wants to take out Enjojitsu and take back control of me. The guy has laid out her multi-step plan. But the more she tries to manipulate me, the more I'm attracted to Enjujuju. And day by day, I only fall in love with her more. He looked up inspiringly, as if he was looking up at the ceiling, where he and Anju were together under the status of together. How did he manage to get off the subject, was all his mentee could think. It was like he was eating dog food, which meant watching other people's romantic relationships. The employee silently ate it like popcorn and wagged his imaginary puppy tail. Chen finally realized that he had said too much and continued the topic. To make a long story short. Madam! The voice of a battered maid worried about her mistress's condition was heard. Jin Chen and Anju walked nicely towards the car, holding on to each other and savoring the victory. Though we made a commotion at the father's house, in fact, the mother's authority was not shaken. To the company's serious thinking. And combined with father's power, I'm afraid they might target Anjuju again. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Send men to the father's house for surveillance. Have them report to me all the movements of the parents. Jin Chen finally ordered the assistant who had been silent for ages. Yes! The Qi family's ancestral home. The living room is bright and even overly spacious. Huge abstract paintings hang on the gray-colored walls, while the rest of the walls are white or wood paneling. On a sofa with assorted cushions sit Yao Yao, who is crying, and Jin Chen's compassionate mother. In the chair opposite is the father of the family. Behind is the omnipresent maid. There was a loud, unpleasant clatter of china against the iron sofa table. It was an old man forcibly putting the cup back in its place. Outrageous. He dared to neglect his own mother for a woman of unknown origin? He was indignant while actively mimicking. Qi Jin Chen, that little bastard. His father didn't hesitate to call him names. Call him immediately. You can dial it, can't you? Asked her mother, looking at a crying Yao. He's completely out of control. Yesterday he came and kidnapped the grandchildren. Today he fired on Yao, and then he's going to kick his parents out of the house. If it hadn't been for your love of drink and sex in your youth, you wouldn't have put the company in your son's hands so early, the woman reproachfully reminded him. It's too late to show your fatherly authority now. You! Dad was insulted by such an insult. This is wrong for you, that's wrong for you. What's wrong? Of course I'm against this in jujitsu, explained the infuriated lady. Hugh, give him the information. Yes, ma'am. The maid obeyed immediately. This is everything I dug up on Jujitsu. In her mind's eye was the huge building of a rival firm. Her mother had long ago killed herself, leaving behind Chingle Company, which was now run by her father, Bai Yongjiang. Why did Jin Chen suddenly become so strange? Did I do something wrong? The boy's mom gasped with her hand on her heart. You didn't do anything wrong, it was all that woman's fault. The maid hastened to refute her doubts. The man scrutinized the details. But this Bai Yongjiang is a complete idiot who can't run a company but can spend money. And now Chingle is on the verge of bankruptcy. And Woti is a thoughtless heroine's father, swimming in money while hugging her mother. And as for Anjuju, the old woman continued to lead the thought of the mysterious conspiracy. She had always wanted to take the company away from Bai Yongjiang. So you want me to buy Chingle and make a deal with Anjuju? Unsurely clarified the families. I keep her company, and she leaves her son? That's right. Chen's mother approved of his guess. If we can't force it, we'll just trap it. Gloating gloat shone in her grin. Before great ambition will love be worth anything? Another location. A beautiful cozy cafe and coffee shades. And Juju sits at a small round table with only a white cup and a vase with a flower on it. Across from her is an empty chair. Liu Pei's boyfriend looks unreliable, thought the girl, swirling a mug of water in her hands. But should I say this? I mean, she's my best friend, but I don't want to control her. She lowered her gaze. Today, the B-team leader was dressed in all black, an elegant, expensive dress, with a small white apron with ties and a black choker. The bell on the door rang. It was Liu Pei entering the cafe. She looked around. Liu Pei, I'm here! Anju greetingly beckoned her over, waving her hand. You always said you didn't have time to see me, and now you've invited me to the cafe. The dark-haired girl asked with friendly suspicion. Is something wrong? I'm fine. I'm just on vacation, so I thought I'd invite you for a cup of coffee. She smiled back, folding her hands under her chin. You've changed a lot. Just get rid of her, and the young master will definitely come back to you. The cute couple smiled meekly, looking into each other's burning eyes. Maybe. It seems to me that your time was not wasted either. The old acquaintances began to question each other at the same time. Did the lover appear? They shouted together with contrived anger on their faces, and immediately laughed, pink in the cheeks. Oh, I can't hide anything from you! Liu Pei followed her friend and started to drink a cup of hot, delicious latte. Yes, I'm in love. He works in a bar and treats me well. Liu Pei, no matter how good he looks, you should always be wary, you know? Anju cautioned her, wary of her old acquaintance's feelings. I know, you're as serious as ever. The brunette waved her hand, remembering all the instances of her warnings, of which there were many. Enough about me. Who do you have? It's President Qi, right? The girl propped her head up, getting more comfortable in case of a long conversation. Love after pregnancy, all that. Hey! Anju stopped her, not wanting to lead her down this path any further. What the hell is love? Yes, I have kids, but I'm still free, right? It was like she wasn't sure what she was saying. Besides, I'm still in debt. Qi Jin-chen appeared in her mind, smiling at her with just the corners of his eyes. Beautiful, charming. Creditors and debtors have an unequal relationship. So how can I be with him? She sipped a little, trying to keep her eyes and hands busy. Qi Corporation, and Juju's office. Night. Stars are visible from the panoramic window of the office. It's been a while. But you're still talking about unequal relationship. And that proves... Liu Pei closed her mouth with a cryptic lock of her fingers. That you want to be with him, right? I'm right, right? Anjo choked on it, and if she had been less careful, all the liquid in her cup would have been spit into her friend. What the hell are you talking about? The girl blushed, not noticing the dark drop running down her chin. But if he doesn't sympathize with you, why are you considering equality in a relationship? She said reasonably. Ha! Total bullshit! A nasty, squeaky voice could be heard behind Anju's back. I'll be the one with Qi Jin-chen. A brash waitress in a bright pink dress, looking brown, folded her arms across her chest. Are you even remotely worthy of him? I look forward to our next meeting. Qinwei said goodbye to Jin Chen, who was giving him a ride. Mr. Qin, you are so polite, he replied, and slammed the doors of the luxury car. Is that Anjujitsu? Wondered the blonde-haired guy, as his colleague retreated, and he saw an unpleasant picture in the window of the cafeteria. The three girls were gesticulating vigorously and obviously arguing. The waitress was shouting something, and the brunette friend stood up from the table from the rage she felt. In trouble again? Bai Xinjun, are you crazy? Liu Pei did not calm down, angered by her former classmate's insolence. "Were we talking about you? Did I say something wrong?" The uninvited guest fixed her hair and squinted her eyes slyly. "She's just a dirty rag, and Mr. Chi is a temporary boyfriend. But you're obsessed with him." "Ha! Disgusting!" She mockingly glared down at Anju as she was still sitting up. "It's almost 7 o'clock. Are you done yet?" Yao Yao urged Yang sitting at the computer. "Yes," he said with a confident look as he deleted the last of the folders. "It's just beautiful weather today." Ignored her reproaches and tapped her fingers on the glass mug. "But why is there a fly buzzing around somewhere?" A confident look, and the pretty girl spat the coffee right in her face without a drop of regret. The spatter went everywhere. Shinjun stood dumbfounded, realizing how shameful and insignificant she now looked. The remnants of the drink dripped down her chest, shoulders, cheeks, and neck. How dare you pour coffee on me?" she shrieked, throwing up her hands and shaking it off. It was a shame the coffee was cold. Anju added to her punishment, regretting that she couldn't burn Shinjong as well. She sat down on the table, exposing her long legs peeking out from under her dress and apron. "You!" the brunette shouted as her eyes almost popped out of her orbits. But suddenly she smiled. She had to win this round somehow, so she decided to do it with simple verbal manipulation. "Well, it looks like that's all you can do." The girl put her hand on her chest in a boastful manner. "And I'm not interested in a show-off like you." There were loud male footsteps. Black leather shoes followed inside. "If I don't deserve to be a mother." There was not an ounce of regret and realization of her own wrongdoing in her voice. "Would I be able to raise a son as good as Ching Chen?" She boastfully placed her hand on her chest. "In the morning, Team B will find out that the project they've been working so hard on for a month, I'm left with a file," gloated the manager, showing the girl the empty Documents tab. "Miss An, the project in Area C is finished. I just received the documents." Chin Wei walked in and reported on the non-existent work. Anjo wasn't so much shocked by the visit itself, though she was shocked by it too, as by the words of the young master, now constructing himself as a servant. "What the?" "Coat for 1,000 yuan, tie for 80,000 yuan. The total cost of the guy's suit was unknown, but obviously expensive. So expensive that even the red-haired underling had been offered a reward slightly more than the value of the man's black tie. "Is this Anju's assistant?" thought the astonished Shinjun. Her red heels, Anju's black solid Anju, and Chinwei's leather loafers stood side by side. "In the future, we will invest 500 million yuan in funds. Please read the terms of the contract." He leaned over the girl, holding out the documents to her. She carefully took the papers from his hands. "Investment? A contract?" panicked the confused girl, who wanted to literally scream at the situation. "Mr. Chin, what are you doing?" Anju thought to herself, not knowing how to adjust to the situation. Returning the favor, so to speak, the man telepathically hinted to her. "Oh, that's it. Let's get on with this circus." The subordinate agreed to this adventure. Ahem, ahem. She coughed and gave a serious look. "That's not enough. Our cooperation with companies used to start at least 1 billion. Why is it only 500 million now?" "1 billion?" Bai Xinjun yelled at the top of her voice, but mentally. Such huge sums were beyond the capacity of her small brain. "Everything is on this flash drive and is waiting for the time when Team B will put their hands down." He rotated the USB drive in his hands. "In the meantime, we, Team A, will kindly help them. Indeed, we should have considered a company that offered 1,300,000,000. Agreed with Chinwei's made-up numbers. "That's true. Let's raise the threshold to 1.5 billion, Anju concluded. 1,300,000,000. The envious woman's ego was shattered to pieces. When they talk about business, they usually start with 100 million, but my family... Her relatives seemed to have gotten into serious debt. Anjo and Chinwei winked at each other and gave high fives. Shinjun turned around and ran out of the restaurant in tears. "Oh my God. You scared me to death," expressed Liu Pei's gradually fading anxiety, taking her friend under her shoulder in a supportive manner. "Where did you get that kind of money?" "Come on, I still have a debt hanging over me, okay?" she explained. "But President Chin is very good to you." The brunette gave her friend a new alternative. "What do you think of him?" "Oh, come on." The serious girl immediately dismissed that option. "He just paid me quid pro quo, okay? Let's bet whether Mr. Quinn will be waiting for you at the door or not," suggested the other in response. hoping to test their connection for invisible, for now, potential. All right, come on. The handle at the entrance to the cafe was already pushed. But I don't think that, Miss Anne, do you mind if I give you a ride home? Chinwei suddenly asked a question. Excellent! Yao Yao was satisfied with their work and crossed her arms on her chest, confident about the future. With the importance Qin Weijun placed on this project, Qin Chen wouldn't be able to keep her even if he wanted to. You can't keep her either, she concluded, since that was their plan. Anju was already ready to gallop to the world. What the hell? This... Anju uttered a completely inappropriate word, just to fill the awkward pause when she, her friend, and Qin Wei were already standing side by side outside. Ahem! The laughing brunette coughed. I've still got things to do, and you go home with Mr. Qin. She put her hand on her shoulder encouragingly. The peaches are blooming so beautifully this year, dearie. She threw out an ambiguous phrase that must have meant something else. Hee 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 hee. The friend ran away, picking up her bag and giggling gleefully. What's wrong with her? The president of the firm was somewhat dumbfounded by the strange behavior of his new acquaintance. She's selfish, but she's a good person, don't worry, Anju replied. Come on, my car's that way. The guy offered her a ride when the interesting lady was already out of sight and pointed his hand in the direction of an expensive car. They strode silently forward, enjoying the spring breeze and the pollen in the air and the sunlit pollen. The first one had his hands in his pockets. The second one glanced at him obliquely. According to Liu Pei, he's interested in me, isn't he? The girl suspected the man of ambiguous intentions. I'd better check it out myself so that there are no misunderstandings. She began with some uncertainty in her tone. Knowing you, Mr. Qin, I can't believe that you decided to just give me a ride home. After pausing for a moment, she gave him time to realize what she had heard and prepare for a more proper or sincere answer. It seems to me that you have any ulterior motives? Amber eyes glinted in the sun. Can't hide anything from you? He was pleasantly surprised at her insight. That's right, Yao Yao, you're so smart. Praised her to the teasing Yang. You're the one who needs to be told, replied the girl, saying, Who did all the work? The two stopped right in front of the door to the white-polished car. Then I'd better be blunt. Miss An, during the time I've been working on this project, I've sincerely admired your talent and character. The guy praised her. Already at these words, Anju began to guess. So Liu Pei's words were true. Her intuition is more accurate than ever. So, don't you want to come to work in my company? Apparently there were some more persuasive speeches before this, but the girl listened to them, absorbed in her own thoughts. Qin Wei held out his hand to her. What? She stiffened and darted her eyes at the guy. I thought he was going to try to talk to me, but I never thought he'd say exactly that. Her face was like one of those expectation reality memes. In Chi Group, you're just a group leader, but in my company, you'll be the head of the department. He continued his clever seduction. I can give you anything you want. Anju stammered. On one side is the caring but strict Jin Chen. On the other side is the kind but pedantic clean-shaven Qin Wei. The first with a whip, the second with bills. And something about both pictures didn't bode well. They both want to drag me into their jobs, but how can I choose? I'm sorry, Mr. Qin, but I'm on vacation right now and I don't even want to hear the word work. The girl got off the subject. Besides, I have a special relationship with Qijin Cheng and it would be uncomfortable for me to go to your company. A mansion at night. A bright crescent moon is shining, surrounded by clouds. The lights are on in the house. I've been wanting to tell my mother all this for a long time, but I've been avoiding the subject. The man broke the silence, mentally at peace. That's what it is. The president of the firm finally understood her fat hint. That's okay. I can wait. If you want, you can work in my company whenever it suits you. He gallantly opened the door for her and indicated with his palm that the lady could sit down. Thank you. Whether for the gesture or the offer, the girl bowed out and got into the car, buckling on her seatbelt. Oh, wait, I forgot to sanitize the pen. The guy tried to insert his clean-cut comment, but didn't have time, because Anju's actions were ahead of him. Oh, okay. Qijin Cheng's house. Children's room. View of the luxurious marble balcony with columns. A marriage proposal accelerated learning, read the inscription on the teacher's blackboard. Before marriage, you must establish a good emotional connection. Ow, ow, began the lesson, letting Daddy write everything down at a small low table, seating him on the floor. So you need to make your mom as comfortable as possible in the house. He crossed his arms across his chest like a true teacher. Make sure you respect her. The little ones provided him with the following picture. He, Jin Chen, in the form of little Bu Ding, stands on one knee, surrounded by hundreds of thousands of roses, and about the same volume of gawkers and crowds. "Ah, my dear, marry me," shouted some. "Marry him," shouted the second. "Come on," the thirds joined in. One flower in hand, and here he starts to speak his fiery speech and everything stops. Such a proposal with a ton of roses and in public should not be arranged until you are sure of the feelings of your other half, explained Ao Ao, helping with a big pointer. "Honey, why are you leaving? Didn't you like it?" The young bridegroom shouts disappointedly after his departing princess. "Don't go!" screams the crowd at the same time. "How embarrassing! Otherwise, you might cause such an embarrassing scene that you'll get hurt yourself." Jin Chen felt like the boy was about to kill him with that stick. Also, such pressure from the crowd of gawkers might embarrass the lady, so be very careful. "So, thank you so much for giving me a chance to talk." Their eyes met. "Yeah, make an emotional connection." The kid barely had time to write it down, wiping the running drops of sweat off his forehead. How did these kids know about all this? Then how to make an unexpected and successful marriage proposal? Began to guess the man from the presence of wrong but lack of right options. "That's the right question," complimented his interest by the boy. "You need to—" Bu Ding took the floor while his brother stood smartly by. Then he poked his stick at the board again. "Take your time. Let things take their course." "Let things run their course?" He raised his eyebrows pitifully. "Exactly!" Bu Ding clapped his hands happily, happy at his dad's cleverness and quick grasp of the material. "Be close to her. Embrace her. Let her existence become your heir." The images of them eating delicious curry chicken and rice together, gazing tenderly into each other's eyes, swirled in my mind. And the way the man carefully puts her to bed. Become the only and favorite man in her life. And one day make a small change. Then the fantasy changed to a beautiful view of fireworks, sparkling high up in the night expanse, and a cute couple, and Ju and Jin Chen hugging together. "Hey, why did you suddenly switch to a formal style of communication?" She was not happy, because there seemed to be something much more familiar between them. He held her shoulder affectionately. Their eyes reflected the bright lights and the eternity they would spend together. The two of them. "It should be a surprise." Bu Ding pushed up his chubby cheeks. "I got it," the man guessed and snapped out of his fantasy. "Bu Ding, Mom's back. We're going with Plan A." Ao Ao stood on a small chair and leaned against the nursery window, looking outside. "Oh no, danger level C!" The boy's awake. Some man drove his mom home, and Joe stepped out of the car in a measured manner and said goodbye to Chin Wei. "Thanks for the ride." She thanked him for the favor. He bowed courteously. "You're welcome." "Chin Wei Jun!" Jin Chen shouted in Jin Chen's head, enraged by this sight. "Quiet, Dad. They're probably just co-workers." The boy tried to calm him down, holding him by the hem of his pants. "Dad, remember, everything has to take its own course. Don't rush it." Ao Ao tried to give his father a kindly hint, seeing his jealousy burning in him. "But, actually, I wasn't actually helping you. I was just using the opportunity to show your mother that her method of parenting was terrible." Anju averted her gaze, justifying her action. Qi Jin Chen's house. Entrance hall. Beautiful, delineated white doors. "Oh!" Anju saw her landlord waiting for her in the doorway. A scarlet sunset. "Back?" He folded his arms across his chest like he wasn't very happy with the news. He had the same tone in his voice. "Well, yeah, back," the girl said timidly, not realizing what was wrong again. "It's weird. It's not like I did anything, but what makes me feel guilty? Have you had lunch?" the man asked her thoughtfully, placing the white guest slippers at her feet. It was an unexpected gesture, and the girl was surprised. "No, just coffee." Her chords were shaking, making her voice sound frightened, scared of his kindness or something. "Uncle Wu is still recovering and won't be able to make us a meal. I'll go see what's in the refrigerator." Jin Chen took the initiative to cook dinner for the first time in years. Oh, okay. Couldn't refuse such a virtuous girl. The man donned a flowing apron and began slicing chicken breast on the cutting board like a skilled chef. The tapping was fast, crisp, confident, and a sign of good kitchen skills. The guy stood in the corner of the kitchen like a real angel incarnate. "He's really cooking for me? Where did this kindness and care come from? The confused Anju couldn't get over what she saw. Scary somehow, maybe. Suddenly a hunch flashed through my mind. Some people can suffer a lifetime of childhood traumas, while others can work through them and heal. Neither of us had a happy childhood, so... The man looked at the girl with compassion, wishing she had a hard time too. Did he find out that Chin Wei-jun is trying to poach me? The girl began to actively analyze, pacing back and forth in her imaginary thought room, her expression growing sadder and more desperate each time. Is he trying to placate me this way? No. If my life is in his hands, why is he being so kind? Her legs involuntarily trembled. There's one last option left. What are you thinking about? The smiling, kind Jin Chen snapped her out of her terrible thoughts. In his hands, he held a plate of something edible and, by the looks of it, terribly delicious. This is definitely some kind of sophisticated kind of whip and gingerbread. Anju was irrevocably convinced, dumbfounded by the perfection of what was happening. The girl wanted to answer something, but the boy's legs were already carrying him towards his beloved. He came step by step closer and finally stopped, and was almost close to her. A second more, and Jin Chen would have nestled his lips into her desirable mouth. But her partner didn't get the hint, and was simply afraid of further inquiries about Chin Wei and this firm. She couldn't help herself and blurted out, Chin Wei-jun tried to lure me into his company today. A second more, and Jin Chen would have nestled his lips into her desirable mouth. But her partner didn't get the hint and was simply afraid of further inquiries about Chin Wei and this firm. She couldn't help herself and blurted out, Chin Wei-jun tried to lure me into his company today. Covering her arms from him, the girl unknowingly declared the kiss failed. The man had nothing to do but to place a plate of delicious yellow rice with curry spice and vegetables on the table behind his subordinate. Huh? Fried rice? Anju was surprised, looking over her left shoulder. She was hovering over the table with her back to it, and right above her was a calm but stern man breathing down her neck. So I dream of giving Ao Ao and Bu Ding a happy and carefree childhood. With happy thoughts, she gave a smile to Jin Chen. And what did you say? He asked, eliciting the truth from her with a serious look and a confident voice. And if the answer didn't satisfy him, the guy would be jealous. The girl blushed, though she had nothing to blush about. Of course I rejected his offer. She scratched her chin with her finger and hummed. Jin Chen hovered over her even lower, so Anju had to tuck her arms under her. It was obvious from her constricted pupils, wide-open eyes, and a drop of sweat on her delicate cheek that she was afraid. Only she didn't know what. She, shrinking still, blurted out, but I had in no way yielded to his entreaties. It was an absolute refusal. Well, good. The man smiled contentedly and pulled away. The pressure between them eased, and there seemed to be more air in the room. Let's eat. The boy finally suggested the original idea and went back to the kitchen table to get some chicken for himself as well. Eh? Anju didn't understand this indifference to what Anju had just said. She couldn't believe her, because just a short while ago, he was so serious. You're not angry? What is there to be angry about? Jin Chen only smiled back at her, covering her eyes affectionately. You're mine. His image appeared before her, as if he were not in this kitchen at all, but somewhere in another pink universe beyond. His face was shrouded in delicate rose petals, and his neck was tense enough to show her beautiful bones. But the last phrase was threatening. And no one can take you away from me. Damn! He's good at talking teeth. With that face! His charming eyes seductively sparkled with playfulness, making Anju's cheeks embarrassingly pink. She wanted to cover her face with her hands from such a picture. Success! Happy kids were jumping around in the next room and celebrating the victory, squinting their eyes, clapping their hands, and giving each other five, seeing how their mom was finally pleased with their dad. The porch at the house of Bai Yanjiang, Anju's father. Dark evening, a very different time. The porch looked spacious but not lavish, unlike the Qi family's villas and mansions. Everything here was done in a simple manner. An old woman in a gaudy purple dress, who was the replacement for the unfortunate girl's late mother, was holding her husband's elbow as she waited for the late guests. Darling, why haven't they arrived yet? My legs are already numb. She kept complaining and complaining. Are you really proud of yourself? Anju was puzzled, looking at her in disbelief. Suddenly, he pulls her by the head right up to him. Her pupils dilate. "Relax, baby," her father reassured her, placing his palm on her hand, and smiled. "He is the chairman of the Chi group itself. Shouldn't we wait for him to pay our respects?" "They're coming!" They both shrieked in unison as the bright light of the intrusive headlights pierced the darkness. The long-awaited visitors were approaching them with loud honks. "Chairman, madam, you have finally arrived." Bai Yanjiang began to show off in front of them, spreading his hands in a friendly greeting. He strode over to the car to say hello to the customers and help the elderly lady get off. "Okay, enough with the sucking up." The old woman didn't appreciate his courtesy and didn't even look at her potential colleague when he politely extended his palm to her. But she took advantage of the outstretched helping hand. "Let's get down to business," ordered the imperious woman, and rushed into the house. The dining hall was quite modest, half empty and much smaller than Jin Chen's family hall. There was just enough room for 4 people, and no more. Everyone sat down quietly, and since there were no special treats besides a glass of something alcoholic, they went straight from idle talk to business. The mother of the Chi family, who was holding the stock documents, slammed them down with a snap. "Mr. Bai, as far as I know, you own 40% of the shares. How dare you offer me such a small thing for a huge price?" In just 2 sentences, the woman managed to switch from a businesslike tone of voice to an informal one, propping up her huge breasts with her hands. "Well, I still have another 30% that I haven't paid back," Bai Yanjun explained, calmly sipping the red contents of the martini glass. "All in all, this price for my 70% is very adequate." The old woman threw the black folder on the table and shouted indignantly, "Then wait until you can't even sell them." He kisses the girl tenderly, holding her weight, instilling passion in her while Mrs. Hare flutters in the breeze. Held by the shoulder, she and her husband followed away from the humble home of the unimaginative miser. "Darling, what have you done?" cried Bai Yen's wife, realizing that there was no one else to sell the goods to. "Where else can we sell the stock for so much money? Of course those—" He looked at the departing family without a trace of regret. The ones An Li had long since forgotten. Qi Jinchen's night mansion is a marble, stately building. Bright lights burn in its windows on the upper floors. "Did he go to Bai's house?" Qi Jinchen clarified to the voice on the phone. His tone was excited and focused. "Yes, but I didn't find out for what reason," clarified the depressing detail on the screen. While the boy was talking, standing at the paneled window and looking out in the darkness at the impenetrable plans of his parents, Anju, in a costume of a deviless, or rather a dragon, was playing with small children in the kidnapping of a beautiful princess. The costume consisted of a red dress with cutouts, real wings and neat horns. "I won't let the princess be stolen," Buding, who had already put on a new hat, exclaimed. "Such a tiny warrior is no match for me," she replied, protecting the crown standing in the middle of the table. "Hey, evil dragon, let the princess go." The little boy, like a mini version of Don Quixote, bravely fought with his mother with a very sharp wooden sword. He himself was ready for the fairy tale and changed into a knight's suit. "Ha! So go and save her if you can," Anju replied, mimicking a gloating laugh. "Keep following him and report back to me immediately if you find out anything." Jin Chen gave one last instruction before returning to the family in the living room. "Yes," he replied briefly. At first, the covered eyelids relax and they look into each other's eyes. The fire and ice in their shades merge into one. And then Anjo realizes the seriousness of what's going on, but Jin Chen pulls away first. "I'm very glad it's your dream." He praised her intentions and stroked her delicate cheek with his thumb. "So, Anju Juju," he held her face, not letting the girl pull away. Leaning over even more heavily in a romantic dance, he said, "Do you want to marry me?" "Chen," Ms. Anne exhaled aloofly against his lips. "What?" Inside the car, it's a different picture. Toddlers waiting for their parents, chatting away. "Hey, Boudin," Ao Ao shouts to her brother. "Do you think Mom and Dad will be here soon?" He peeks out of the back seat. Her heavy glossy heels staggered from the car back to the woman. "I don't know how I spent my childhood, but I can guess something of Ao Ao's life. But I can." She guessed at the state of affairs. "But no idea." Buding leaned his cheeks against the glass in boredom. And then the silhouette of a running and confused mother loomed on the horizon. "Oh, Mommy is coming." Weird. Why is she running? The boy wondered at this desperate pace. Clang. The car door rattled open and was locked again a moment later. "My dears, you and Mommy are going home now." Anju got nervous. covering her emotions with a pathetic smile. She got behind the wheel and inserted the keys, turning around to the children sitting behind her. "Are we going without Daddy?" Bu Ding was upset, making cranky eyes. Here's the thing. Ha 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 ha. Unable to cope with the stress, the girl laughed. He suddenly had something to do. "We're going home first." The gas pedal pressed all the way down did not keep me waiting long to justify my ambitions. The car sped off. Why is Mom nervous? Has something strange happened? The two boys wondered, looking at each other. Does this have something to do with Daddy? The twins' familial bond had reached a new level, and an almond connection had literally formed between them, which, as well as meaningful glances, was the reason they were socializing. From his early childhood, every day of his life was occupied with studying, I guess. The girl pictured little Jin Chen in a strict suit, sitting at a desk and finishing his homework. Endless lessons, endless assignments, endless tasks. The weighty pile of books on either side of the boy was proof of that. He probably didn't know why he was studying all this, even though he was already overloaded with heavy schoolwork. They look out the back window of the car and see a disheveled, rapidly receding Daddy due to their own speed. He is sullen, upset, and doesn't know how to react to such a tactful rejection. Qi Jincheng's house. A man stands at the massive metal gate with his jacket in his hands. Did I say something wrong? The boy couldn't let the recent episode out of his mind. Memories flashed before his eyes. What? Marry you? The frightened Miss An cried out, clutching her heart. Oh, I remembered that I have a few urgent things to do. The girl didn't bother to explain the urgency, and politely removed her hand from her face and ran off into the night unknown. At that moment she looked like she was hiding something from me. The man was angry, tearing off his tie. Something's fishy here. The doors to the mansion creaked open. Daddy, you're finally here. The boys greeted him at the very threshold. Ao Ao, the most serious, folded his hands and frowned. Immediately tell us what happened between you and Mom. Jin Chen's little ones began to terrorize Jin Chen without any answers from the latter. Lies and concealment are forbidden. His eyes tiredly followed the ink pen, which was hastily making beautiful calligraphic letters. The little boy was terribly tired. Qi Jin Chen's house. Brightly lit children's room with a large double bed, a huge chandelier, posters and clocks. The walls are yellow. The furniture is black with yellow. Lots of toys spread out on nightstands and lying on the floor. The bed is unmade. The little ones are nestled on the floor next to a slumped Daddy. That's it? Bu Ding clutched his head, unable to believe his ears. Yes. The boy exhaled heavily. She didn't give an exact answer, but it could be considered a tactful refusal. He was terribly agitated by what he'd heard, and as if disappointed with himself. Ha! Who in his right mind would agree to such a rude proposal of marriage? The little boy suddenly threw in sharply while his brother silently acquiesced. It makes perfect sense that Mom would say no. Here Dad felt even worse. Now not only he himself, but also the children, had labeled him a simpleton, not to mention kissing Mom without her consent. Added behind the twin Ao Ao, clenching his fists at his chest. This is highly ungentlemanly behavior and should be condemned by the lady's son, another stigma of being a rascal. The new blow under his breath felt as if Jin Chen had been beaten to a bloody cough. Lying on the floor in a pool of blood and foaming at the mouth, he had already seen his last breath. Mentally, of course. Ooh, 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 it's all fucked up. Two boys, one of them serious, the other cheerful. Ahem! The man coughed, clearing a space for himself to speak both in his throat and in the room. So, is there any chance for a refund? From such overwork, for he had not been allowed to rest until the evening. Little Chen collapsed to the hard floor beneath the tabletop. He involuntarily curled up, and his small hands covered his face. Young master, young master. There were excited cries from one of the then maids. Quickly call a doctor. The kids looked at each other and started counting. Evaluating all the odds, everything must be all right, shouted the first one. Well, the percentage of success is about 2 whole and 67 hundredths. The second one picked up the numbers in his mind. And what if... The little boy in the cap continued his thought, not letting the last one finish. And the appraised value is... Dad watched all this, not understanding a word in the confusion. You still have a chance for forgiveness from your mom, but... Bu Ding threatened with his finger. You must obey us. The children became his personal guides. And Jojitsu bathroom. A gentle pink atmosphere of relaxation and spa. There are shampoos and fragrances on the shelves. Hot water splashes in the bathtub. A girl is resting naked in the light, translucent, soapy water. On her head, she wears a turban of towels. Do you want to marry me? The curse was a terrible dream in her head. And the way his hands caressed her neck, she shudders and jumps up, taking a seat in the bathroom. I'm definitely fine. I'll just take a bath and relax. But why am I remembering this again? There was no way Anju could answer her own question. She stared mindlessly into the water. Settling back on her elbows more comfortably, she continued her train of thought. But why is my heart beating so fast? What is this feeling of confusion? A rosy blush spreads across her cheeks, and suddenly, a moment of unpleasant insight. Don't let him say that he's tired. Don't let him fall down. Don't let him do anything other than playing the role of heir. These words clung to the eardrums of the adult Jin Chen and would not let go. He stared into the void. She nearly jumped out of the bathroom in surprise. No way, she mentally screamed. For me to like Chi Jin Chen. The girl lowered her gaze. She put her finger to her lips and thought about the practical side of the matter. Even though we already have 2 sons and live together, he still owes me a favor. He's still my boss, overseeing my work. She imagined the guy kicking her ass out of the office. Once he gets fed up with me, he might throw me out, right? And Ju's gaze expressed endless anxiety. She still lacked the courage to look forward as if facing the truth. But now if I reject his offer, I can still be kicked out, right? It's not like I'm in love with Chi Jin Chen. The steaming girl's head was shaking and she grabbed onto it, holding her thoughts inside her skull. It's just my desire to live reminds me to think before what I do. Suddenly there was the measured vibrations of a ringing phone on the nightstand by the bathroom. Yes. The girl immediately picked up the phone, trying not to splash. Boss, something important has happened. An agitated 2-0 in the office shouted deafeningly on the other side of the phone. What's going on in there? The girl asked timidly, squinting one eye at the water in it. I just got back from dinner to take another look at our work on Project Chin. The employee was frantically searching for files all over the computer. But I found that absolutely everything was gone. I saw an empty FileDra tab in front of my eyes.